walls embrace. We're breaking limits, setting our pace through every
I mean, you're not always going to, um, be making money, and sometimes you're gonna have to be spending money on things that, like, you're like, "Oh, I don't wanna have to pay AWS," but I didn't
Well,
know
no,
an
what you're making
alternative to it,
sense,
right?
in a lot of ways. It's like what happened to Hugging Face recently. You know, when it goes down, 60% of all of the AI tools are just like dead in the water, and Twitter is just, ablaze. And whenever you're depending on anybody, that can happen. It's like if you're a degen, it's like not your keys, not your crypto, or someone else's platform. You're at their mercy. One of the things that is interesting, it's always hard to do. And I know that the boys have, and I say boys loosely, Ross, Nick, and Alisher, I've adopted them and they just don't know it. It's like they've mitigated exposure. And that's kind of what you're doing is when you're stacking different tools, there is a natural redundancy that's put into place in order to limit your exposure to certain outages and, fail safe. You putting fail safes in place. The problem is that AI is for the public use. Think about it. ChatGPT just arrived on the scene in November of 2022. We haven't even had a full 2 years of it out in the wild, and already you have so many different facets of, different tools that you have at your fingertips. Ultimately, you have to look at all of the tools that Ross has mentioned today and say, okay, just like eh, I'll I'll strip all the tech out of it. As an artist, I have signature tools. I have signature colors. They are my go-tos. Those are my ride and die because they get me not only what I need to get done, but also people start to recognize exactly those signature colors in my artwork, right? And they can pick it out in a crowd. You have certain things that you are totally going to lean into because they naturally speak to you. If you're an animator, if you are an artist, or if you're, fill in the blank, you're going to pick the tools that fit the thing that you're trying to build. And that's what the hardest part of tonight is that we're looking at all of the faces in the crowd and we kind of know exactly kind of what you're building. And that's why Ross is saying, Amy, you're going to need this. Why? Because I have an idea of kind of what you're building, and this is going to be, your little golden nugget. Now, if you are going to build your entire business around it, sure, you're doing your due diligence. You want to make sure they're going to be around, they're going to have someone to call, those kinds of things. When you have an open source community and you yourself have been contributing, for instance, if you're on GitHub and you are helping out and you are earning those social currency credits, if something goes down, you have all sorts of people in your pocket family that come to your rescue. People that you never even anticipated. I mean, how many times TSI has been under DDoS attacks or whatnot, and something goes down. You have people on speed dial because they understand, one, you're building this ecosystem, you're helping a lot of folks, and you're creating a different kind of network. These are parallel economies we've never dealt with before. So, and you're integrating an AI component, and that AI component, we still don't know if they're a good employee or not. I understand your the way that you're asking these questions, but ultimately, each and every one of us, you included, me included, there are a handful of things that are my ride and die. I can't do anything without Grok now because I've been so spoiled with Grok with a Q. It's too fast. I lust after Beam because it's so helpful to me. But I can't work without Hugging Face or Comfy UI. Those are kinds of things that are my core little nuggets, and then I can build around it and decide, you know, if something else goes down, can I fit it with something else? And luckily, you know, when you have My AI Tutor, you have all different availabilities, you have all different choices. I mean, you can go through all of these models. If a model disappears, you've got 175 more. I mean, it's kind of one of those things where you have to pick and choose. And for me, I just kind of think about it that way. But I definitely understand what your question is, because I can tell you, I was reading the timeline in real time when Hugging Face went down, and I could have collected the tears in major 5-gallon buckets. It was not pretty.
Wait,
So
Sarah, we didn't go down today.
yes, you didn't actually, and that's why we were mentioning. I was mentioning the fact that you guys do have built-in redundancies, and
We didn't go down today.
yes, 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 yes. You don't have downtime. You didn't have downtime during the great Hugging Face.
No, we never had
You know,
that.
nope, you didn't. And you should tell people how and why, because it was really important, and it's a lesson we all should learn anyway.
Well, that's good, what I was about to get to, honestly. So, like, Amy, you say how long's it been around? Who cares? If it's doing what it's doing, great. And just for your own information, they've been around since 2018. But
Yeah,
how
yeah.
long someone's
No,
been
but
around
I think it is a smarter
doesn't
choice to
actually.
have it on the GPU and then switch it over to replicate though. I think
Yeah,
that
but
is a better move.
even better, though, think about it like this. Cog is open source. So the container that it's in is open source. So that means Replicate could disappear tomorrow. And if it does, you just download the container and put it anywhere else.
Right, right. Oh yeah. I mean,
There's
listen,
100
guys,
ways
I gotta
to
tell you
take
is
your
that
cog.
you always have to have a backup. Yeah.
But
Sorry.
worrying about like a good solution that is new should not deter you from using it. Because I will tell you, Pixio and AI Tutor, it's like a hybrid. Some of it runs locally, some of it runs on Replicate, on FAL, on Protea, and like we partner with these people, even Google and Gemini. Some like we don't host Gemini on my like for what? One, you can't; it's illegal, and two, like how would you? I would need to spend like $500,000 just to get it to turn on. It's not possible. So it's important to learn about companies, even if you're not going to use them today. You might use them tomorrow. Like,
Well,
like
we're leveraging, Ross. That's the point, is we're leveraging. You are giving up some of your security,
well, we
um,
have to.
because there's no way we can afford it. I mean, if you don't go the route that Ross did, then you can't democratize AI. You are going to be at you're beholden to those that control the
Yeah, but
GPUs. We're all
you're,
GPU poor.
you're saying that that's what someone wants to do. No, that's not what they want to do. You're incorrect. That's what I want to do. I'm crazy. Don't be like me. Don't democratize. Charge for it. And you could run private models in Replicate. So, like, your model, Amy, could actually run in its entirety in Replicate and probably at, I don't even want to say, it's not even half. It's like a 20th of the price. Like, it's probably even more. And the other thing, here's the other thing, guys. I'm going to give you this, like, weird mental thing. You could agree with me. Bjorn Free, I hope you agree with me and you've hit that stage in your development. But the cooler the company, the less the phone support, the less the instant support. Like, Replicate is one of them. They have email support, but like they assume you know who they are. If not, why are you here? And trying to make API calls. Like Stripe, for example, they have chat. It's great. But like all these other companies, Replicate, if you have a problem, you gotta wait till they answer you. But that's the beauty of it. You're not gonna have a problem. You're in full control. You can boot up the machine and stop the machine. And there's a bazillion GPUs that you can use. So if you make one blow up, that's fine. On to the next one. And like that's cool, I think. Like I think being able to build anything is super important. And I think not having to worry about GPUs is super important because what if, like Amy, for example, the output of your model gets sent to something like Sonar, which can then analyze using the internet based on like other companies and their percentages. So you can see like what your percentage is versus a lot of other people. Stripe does this with like fraud warning. It'll be like your company is this level versus companies like you are this level. It's super cool and informative, and that's something you could do with the Perplexity API and your model once it's really cheap. So if it costs like $5 a day to run, you could do a lot more, I think.
You mind if I jump in and talk about cost, Ross?
Dude, go for it. The more they can learn from other people, from me, not that I don't think like I know what I'm talking about. I just think the value is in people telling you what they've learned and how they got to where they are, and like what they understand. So yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I've announced a few times I'm building a roofing app for a client I've already signed a contract with. And he wants to be able to just do an honest condition of a roof and be able to measure it and give a good quote for nationwide fulfillment on contractors, right? So that sounded to me initially like a website with an API from Google Solar to get that information, and maybe some other APIs get some information, and we're done. In the process of me looking for the first API to use, I came across a company. I'll just leave company names out of it, but they're an API company that basically offers the same thing as Google, but their leverage is high res. So I set up with a sales call with them, just trying to get costs, and they were 80 cents to $5 per API run. Okay, and then if I wanted to look at history, on top of that, it could get up to $500 per API run. And some of their biggest clients were insurance companies and government agencies and things of that nature. And then what I heard was they strap big cameras to planes so they can get high res images. What it equated to is I have a really good friend, Ross, that knows how to take regular images and we can upscale them to high res. So, what is stopping me from getting Google's images of the same roof, upscaling, getting the same images, applying the same in depth measurements, adding a bit of weather history to it? And now I've built my own solution that is only going to cost me 4 cents. So I'm going to be around 4 cents where everybody else is retailing theirs for 80 cents to $5. And I've been able to build it in about 9 days.
Yeah, that's like super cool. Like, I mean, upscaling now, you could upscale with FAL for like less than 1 cent right now. You can go to like 8K, 1 cent, and it will happen faster than your page could even load.
And what's interesting about Bjorn's use case, which is really fascinating, is that because he saw a pain point in his own business model, right? And he's looking at this and saying, look at these tools. Creativity is not about the stuff, it's how you use the stuff that's on hand. And he saw something where other people may not have noticed. Not very many people pay attention to the roof of a house, but for him, that's his world, right? What is your world? What is the one thing, the vantage point, the thing, this that just better than everybody else? And then how do you see that thing through the prism of the tools that you have on hand? It took a very special kind of person to say, all right, I need to have that scaler. I need to have that upscaler. I need to understand those pictures and make them crystal clear. And when he realized that that was, able to happen, now he has the whole suite of tools, and it opens up a whole new parameter, not just for insurance, any number of things that it can kind of play into. And he can license that out, he can sell it off, he can do anything he wants and then create something else very similar to somebody else. Those are the kinds of things that set certain mindsets apart. And if you're crazy enough to build it, I will tell you there is somebody out there crazy enough to buy it. I guarantee it. So go ahead, Bjorn.
Yeah, so I meant the important part. Just to open an account with them, they wanted $15,000, and that would cover up to 2,500 API calls. Now imagine you go out there and now somebody thinks they want a roof. they run through your scenario and they don't quite have all the money to get fulfillment. There went what, $6? So when Ross is talking about cost and where these computations land, it is super, super important. There's a difference between bootstrapping and getting yourself in a jam. Google is kind enough to give you some credits to play with to kind of get yourself off the ground, but there's not many companies like them. So make sure you pay attention to your API cost. Sorry, Ross.
No, it's actually good. And also, every company I'm mentioning outside of Replicate, because they're just too good and they get it, all these companies are giving you credits. Replicate just, they used to, they don't anymore because people abuse it. You know, we can't have nice things because people abuse it. That's why a tutor can't have trials. But, you know, when I encounter good companies that you can build on top of, I make sure to tell you. And from there, like, then there's like databases, and like there's a lot of ways. Like, you guys have Supabase, but if you ask me, Ross, for real, if I'm gonna launch my company, would you use Supabase? And I have two answers. Supabase is incredible, and you should use them, but they're a little expensive. So you can do Supabase database for $25 a month, which is fine. Or you can use Neon, which is a new company, brand new, and you can have 10 databases for $19.99 a month. So Neon will give you a free database right now. Like, if you sign up right now, neon.tech right now. But then if you upgrade, you get 10 of them, which is equivalent to over $100 anywhere else. And that's pretty cool, I think.
Well, it also puts into play, you know, you don't have to have all of the most expensive stuff right out of the chute, right? You can have something that's aspirational and that you can work yourself up to. You know, those are the kinds of things when you think about if you have Neon, for instance, you know, it gives you what you need right in the minute. And then as you get bigger, when I was a stockbroker for Morgan Stanley, it was the time when Charlie Schwab had just come out. And it was very fascinating because everybody thought that, you know, we were going to go under because Charlie Schwab gave all of the tools at the fingertips of the everyday Joe, and the everyday Joe could now manage their portfolios and do their stock trades. What ended up happening is that as people's account grew, um, they realized I actually have some serious cash here, and now I need someone to manage it. And so we noticed that at about a $250,000 account at Charlie Schwab would eventually come back to Morgan Stanley. And it's the same kind of concept here, is that you can use the skills and the tools and the things that you have at your fingertips right now, right? And you can cobble together a solution. And as you grow and as you streamline and build, then you can upgrade to your Supabase or whatever else. And there's no harm, no foul in doing that. You know, sometimes that's the way you have to do it. And honestly, you know, we have to bootstrap, um, use the shoestring, as they say, for lots of things. And so, you know, making sure you understand that there are tools out there, and Ross did tell us and show us how to use, you know, GitHub, where you look at the new things that are coming out, right? Following Scopalizer's lists on AI will help you discern and suss out some of these things. But I've found, honestly, that I don't have to look at those lists as much. I do in the capacity as a media person, but usually Ross has already kind of sussed out the things that are the more valuable and then has already implemented them into the ecosystem of tools. So in a lot of ways, he's doing some of that continuing education for you and doing the managed money, air quote, kind of job that you would have, you know, hired someone else to suss out. So it's just some things to think about.
Yeah, and like another thing, like users are like, if you ever use Pixio, you've seen image to image, right? And when you do image to image, the user has to upload an image. Now imagine 100,000 people upload images that are 4K. Who's going to pay for that? That's expensive. Supabase will stop you immediately. Like, immediately. And other companies also will stop you immediately. But what you can do is
ask you a question, when they
I look forward to
Guys, I'll post it up here. I think I can, yeah.
we want to hear all of these things so that are also on the recording, because this is a testimony. We are all in a beta test, and there are a lot of companies that are looking at this model and they're trying to figure out and suss out, is this profitable? Is this something that people are actually...
Because you can't just wake up in the morning and just be like, well, I'm going to make a new Cisco course that Cisco doesn't have. That doesn't happen. You have to be partnered with Cisco and have a meeting. That meeting's tomorrow. So I hope you guys enjoyed tonight. I hope you enjoyed the discussion. And I hope you signed up, because if you're willing to take this to the next level and really make some money, like SaaS style, you really do need the proper guidance one-on-one. It's not a spaces kind of situation. And I told you from the beginning, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm just not going to do it.
Ross, I see we got one more hand up. Douglas, good to see you, sir. Welcome into the ITT. I heard you come on earlier, and I saw Cash Money sent you a note to come on Saturday. I double that down for sure. But Douglas, I see you got a hand up. Any notes for Ross or for
No,
the space? Mike is yours, sir.
I was just going to say that I went ahead and signed up for Pixio. I filled out that form. Looking forward to doing some work with y'all.
Douglas,
This is great stuff. Love it.
Douglas, is that you talking right now? Douglas, dude, you're amazing. Do you know why you're amazing? Do you know why?
Tell me.
I'm going to tell you if you don't know. So, because you signed up, which is awesome, and I can't wait to show you all the tools because they're so cool. But because you signed up, like, students now can get one version of Pixio and one version of AI Tutor for free. They don't pay nothing because of you. So, thank you for what you just did.
That's cool. I love it, man. I love it. If I can help, just let me
Changing
know.
lives,
I love
Douglas.
it.
You just did help. Thank you.
That's right. Hey, I used to teach for 3 years of my career. I taught at a coding boot camp to bring people into something that saved my life, which is software development. So I'm all about that.
Hey, Douglas, could you redo it and use my affiliate code?
Hey, Douglas, before we hand it over to the amazing Josh Hellman, can you please tell everyone, because I think it's so important, because for me too, it changed my life, but if you're curious to see like how it changed my life, you can, watch my video with Robert Scoble. But
yeah,
for you, can you tell them like how it actually changed your life? Because I think it's an amazing story that needs to be told, because we're over here teaching software development like it's like a skill you need to know, and it really is.
Okay, so it's a long story, but I will just tell you that my past is way different than most people's background. The last grade of public school that I finished was the 5th grade. I went to like
Grandma, Douglas, Smoke, Rutro, Matthew, Inver, Alisher, Sarah. Good to see everybody. Like and retweet the room. We'll be coming on with a brief intro, and then we'll give the mic right on over to Sarah and TSI. Good to see everybody. Week 6. I can't even believe it. Like and retweet the room. We'll get going soon. Folks, a brief reminder, we will be starting in about 2 minutes. If you are missing a classmate sitting next to you, now's a good time to send them this link. Make sure they're ready to rock. Again, we'll be doing a brief intro, and then we'll go right into week number 6 of this amazing course. And Sarah, Ross, we'll make sure you guys come right on up. Mattia, we'll get you up as well. Good to see everybody. All right, guys, let's go ahead and kick this thing off. We're starting class earlier and earlier. Next part, we'll definitely make it like, right at 5. That being said, guys, welcome back into the Innovators Think Tank. We are on Build a SaaS from Idea to Impact, week number 6 of 6. Can you guys believe it that you've made it all 6 weeks? I literally can't. I made the mistake of posting week 5. I wanted to drag it on. I was hoping Sarah and Ross didn't notice. We could just do week 5 twice. Folks who are here transforming your ideas to impact, guys, I'm so proud of you. We started week 1 with an idea. You gave it to Sarah, you gave it to Ross, and I've noticed that so many of you are coming so close to that stage of impact. And your impact is really only beginning. I want you guys to know that you're in a community where, look, you've made this MVP. You're getting to these ending stages, but there's so much more on the table for you. There's so much more in terms of making a team, scaling, figuring out how to market, getting partners, building out your model, and then iterating from here. Guys, this is only the beginning of your journey. I want each of you to realize that. I know we're on the final week, and I am so stoked about it. But dig your heels in. Let's finish strong. And then, look, on Saturday, we have the 1-year special of the ITT. We have been doing this for 1 full year. I know this only for 6 weeks. I mean, only is hard to say, but folks, make sure that you set a reminder for ITT 52 coming up. It's going to be an amazing celebration of all of you and of this amazing community and our love of collaboration, viewing it truly as the new currency. Renan, I love the meme, my friend. I love it. He's trying to give credit or debit. Nope, collab is how he pays. That's hysterical. Look, let's go ahead and dive into week number 6 of building our SaaS from idea to impact. I think we have a lot on the table, a lot to cover. I want to be sure that you guys have a quick note about pitching this whole thing. Don't think that you're not going to pitch. At some point, I'm going to DM you and I'm going to say, hey, my friends, I know you were building over 6 weeks. We want to hear what you built. We want to hear how you deliver the value proposition of it and what problem it solves, even if it's just for you. We are so stoked for you guys. That being said, good to see everybody in the room. Let's get class started. I'd love to give this on over to, let's get Sarah back on stage. The great Sarah Hudson and TSI deserve so much love for what they've done over the last 6 weeks is incredible. Oh, I forgot 2 notes, guys. Everybody knows because we're on 6 weeks. So it's like, it's, hand in glove now, but be sure that you're having the Innovators Think Tank website open that has a live stream. All of your objectives, all of your resources are right there in one place. Go and drop a comment in the chat for this week. Say hello. Let us know that you're on there. Sarah, Ross, let's go ahead and dive into week number 6. I'm sure you guys have a whole thing. I'm looking at the agenda. There's a whole recap of 1 through 5, and then let's do it. So, Sarah, I'll give it to you for a brief intro, and then let's get the boys up in here. Nick, Ross, and Alisher, I'm sure chomping at the bit as well. So, Sarah, mic is yours.
Hey, I'm going to actually do a quick mic check. Can the folks in the room actually hear me speaking? I had a very difficult time hearing Josh. It was a very low, very whispered kind of voice. All right, so I wanted to make sure. Welcome. This is week 6. We are finishing this session out and putting a bookend on it. And I hope that each and every one of you have learned something and kind of thought through what this technology is capable of, but more so what you're capable of. I couldn't be more proud. I just think it's amazing to see such wonderful ideas come to fruition. I wanted to kind of highlight some very special things that happened over the course of the day and put it out there that we still have one more that I need to fill. We invented um, the TSI Ideas to Impact grant. And a loving, wonderful, beautiful soul that has been attending all of these classes was listening in and just watching in slow motion how these are real people and real people's lives that are being changed in absolutely incredible ways. And so I'm really proud to announce that our first 4 recipients are Britta, Rutro, Vicky J, and Starboss Detroit. Each of them are incredible people, and they're both inside and outside of the Innovators Think Tank. Britta and Rutro never missed a class, ever. And I would love to see how they are able to finish, because sometimes you can't unless you have all of the right tools, and they need all of the right tools. And so I'm anxious to see how that plays out. Both Vicky and Starboss are heavily dependent on AI. And when I met Vicky, she was in the Midjourney ecosystem. Actually, we both started in the ecosystem when it first came into fruition, and across all of our timelines, I've known her for a little bit, and she has such skill, and I think that once she gets to play into the ecosystem, that she can help mentor you, those that are in the system as well. She is very gifted when it comes to those tools and taking your ideas to impact. It's very special when you have someone who enjoys transferring their skills and mentoring others. She's owned many businesses. She owns an ice cream shop, of all things, in Florida. This is many iterations. She's had many different businesses, and this is her thing right now. I don't think you could imagine a cooler job slash work, to be literally on the beach as the only ice cream shop, and to get to see, the waves roll in and play in the sand each and every day. But I wanted to commend her and thank her, because as a 50-year-old woman, just discovering herself and being an artist, I think a lot of people that are sitting in our ecosystem here are thinking to themselves, who am I? And in the age of AI, what can I be? A lot of us have chosen careers that were safe, and chose a path of W-2. And that's not a bad thing, especially if you have a young family, or, that's what you have to do. But there are other people that are called to be 1099ers. These are your entrepreneurs. These are the people that just feel in their blood, I cannot work for somebody else. I have to solve this problem It keeps them up all night. They just beat to a different drummer and are unconventional doers, dreamers, makers, you fill in the blank. And it's to those people that are very few actually in society. You are an elite group here. You hack schooling folks, you hacking your education folks. You're very unique in a world that is very content to stay where they are. Mobility matters, and you've chosen the harder path, but also the most rewarding one, I believe. So um, I did want to put that out there that Star Boss also is a very unique person. And I'm going to let, hopefully, Britta and Rutro will come up and tell you a little bit about their story and their why so that you can understand why this is such a cool thing and what it matters or what it will mean to these two folks. But for Starboss, um, she was driving home right before her birthday, and a drunk driver hit her and split her brain in half. It tore in half, and she forgot how to talk. And this is a woman who's just on the verge of 60 and learning how to speak again and communicate. She learned through Twitter Spaces, especially this one. She learned through Twitter Spaces, and then she got the courage to come up on stage, just like a forum that Josh hosts on Saturdays. You know, everybody's welcome to take a mic, but that's not the case in every room. And it was rooms like this that welcomed her to the stage where she learned to have her voice again and, you know, form cohesive sentences. And at first it didn't come out right. She couldn't even talk about how she wanted to build her business and her idea because, you know, as a person who had her master's degree, she had nothing now. She couldn't work in the schools. She wasn't a teacher anymore. She was just, you know, stripped of everything. And learning how to redo all of this stuff has been a really amazing journey. And ChatGPT has helped her create cohesive ness in her own business model. And to tell you a small story, real quick, it took her 7 months to design her logo. When you think about that, you know, we can flip through all these things. Every single thing in that logo has a symbol, has a meaning, has, you know, something attached to it that was her journey, not just in learning how to talk, learning how to brush her teeth, learning how to, you know, get into the kitchen, learning how to go out the front door, learning to dare to go into her garden, and then learning how to walk around her block again. It's just one of those things that you think about and you think every step of the way she had to fight. And what was so beautiful is that Ross has come to visit her space when she has it in the morning. And he, you know, is just a sparkling joy. And he says, you know what, Star Boss, you can do it. And I'm going to give you all of the tools. And the first thing she said this morning is, I can't wait to break this. And I thought to myself, these are your people. These are your people. And so I can't wait to see what you build. And it's been a tremendous privilege to play co pilot and wingman to some of the most spectacular humans I've ever met. I've never met Josh, Cashmoney, Mattia. I've never met Ross, and I've never met Alistair, or Nick, or Luke in real life. But I can't imagine my world without them. They are very, very special and very dear people to me because they share my North Star. And I think most of you in this room do too. We applaud and celebrate wins. We congratulate the underdog and we do a happy dance when someone gets it right. Those are the kinds of people you want around you. And they're the ones that you're going to trust when they say, hey, by the way, you need to go back to the drawing board. And because you know it's not done with malice, it's done out of compassion, empathy, and a genuine desire to see you succeed. So thank you, gentlemen. You are tremendous humans, and I love you all to the moon and back.
Sarah, we love you to the moon, to Pluto, to the edge of the galaxy and back. That Ideas to Impact Scholarship, you know, without you being such an, you know, beautiful steward of education in a very real way, I don't know if that'd be possible. Sarah, this whole room and everything would not be the way it is without speechless. I never would have imagined over these 5-6 weeks that we would take this MVP of doing this and see so many people build MVPs and see scholarships and see people learn and connect. I'm just blown away. I had to grab the mic as you were giving it over to the guys. But that being said, Alisher, welcome on up. Ross, we'll hand it on over to you.
Josh, one last thing,
Yeah.
and I'm going to put this out here, and I'm just doing this off the cuff. For those of you that didn't get a product done, but you have a dream and you've showed up to all the classes, I still want you to come up to speak and to pitch your idea to your classmates. And we do have one more scholarship available. So I'm putting that out there that if you want it, you have to convince the rest of your class that you need this to finish your work through. So I just wanted to say that. I thought originally it was only going to be 4, and I was told that it was 5. It's actually 10, but they're going outside of the ecosystem. Ugh. Yeah, he paid them all up front. And I kid you not, I was stunned. I've never seen anything like it in my life, that one of your classmates loves you so much. And so I hope that you do the honor, summon the courage. So if you didn't finish and there was something in your way or a barrier, come up, because you have some spectacular people in this room, whether it's Dave, whether it's, sometimes we have other speakers that come in Josh's space to help you out, whether it's Alex, sometimes she's here too, maybe even listening anonymously. But you know what? This is your opportunity to stand up and say, this is why I need it. And we're all going to figure that one out in the trouble. It'll be a, a thunderdome of sorts. Maybe 2 people in, 1 person goes out. But anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Alisher.
And our dear team over at TSI, your mic is muted. Ross, it's totally yours. Stage is all yours, brother.
My microphone got all weird and changed colors on desktop. It's different now. But yeah, no, I had it on desktop because I just kept getting booted on the phone. It's pretty weird. But how is everyone? Hope you all are doing good. Sarah, thank you for the introduction. I think in a way that's constructive for Sarah and her sanity, and the person who actually purchased this, their sanity. She'll put up a post and you can just like explain why you would want it. And like if they choose to give it to you, that's great. But that would be what I would recommend, Sarah, for your own sanity. But I think it's super cool. I did not expect this at all. I think it's very interesting that this can happen from, a community that we're all being a part of right now that I don't really know the rules to, because it simply just didn't really exist. But I will say that this individual came from like Innovators Think Tank, and then this, and then was just moved. And that's so cool, because I think if more people that have the ability to help out can help out, it can really help out a lot of people. That's a lot of help outs. But it can really give people an opportunity, because sometimes they don't have the means to pay for both tools, for example. And this is a way that they can get like almost a trial that doesn't exist, but they can use that trial to help themselves and create content. I know just in the last few minutes before this started, I was building an app that a lot of people have been bugging me about. Well, not bugging, but telling me to build. And a lot of them are in this room. But now that I built it, or I'm trying to build it, I went from like a generation in Pixio to a user interface to large language models talking to each other and you, like a weird chat room from the future. And I to large language models talking to each other and you, like a weird chat room from the future. And I posted somewhere. I'll post it up here. I think I can, yeah. So like this was all just created in just like a few minutes, and it's just like proof that you could take everything we talked about and build something that's brand new. Like look at that. I've never seen anything do that. You can see it. I put it in the, what do they call this thing? Jumbotron. The Nest, whatever you want to call it. That thing. And you can see it's an interface that even like I would like. This is very interesting. Having them all be self-aware, talking to each other, and like the image generator even taking on a role as like a persona. And I think the more we do things like this, the more we force ourselves to think like differently, I guess. Not just differently, but innovatively different. Because you can see how that idea can come about, because right now the most popular thing about a place or an event are the people talking. So you just take that idea, apply it to large language models. Now you have what I would just call party chat. Like, I don't even know what to call it. It has no name. But imagine Claude could be like, GPT, that was a little stale. And then GPT is like, what would you do? And then Claude's like, oh, I would do this. And then I'm like, guys, what about this? Such a weird thing to think about, but totally possible. You know what else I thought about today? Little tangent story, 5 seconds, promise. So, you know when you're like a child and you see a picture of a volcano, a picture of fire, and you know that what it is? Imagine if you took an avatar of a man, and then you put it in this like box physically, right? Let's just say, and then an icon of fire, like a little cutout, and then an icon of a photo. Now you would get a photo of a guy on fire. Imagine image generation like that. Like, you would put almost like symbols or emojis together to create images versus prompts, because they would contain prompts. And I think thinking about things like this are super interesting, because I know so many parents that would buy that right now if it existed, because it's a way to learn like shapes, objects, things, and putting them together. So, for example, here's where the magic happens. So let's say you took the science, right, and you broke it down into like different elements, and then you put the elements together to create the thing. And this could be all done through generative AI right now. Now you're talking about a whole new interface for image generation, but geared with the intent to help you learn the periodic table of elements. So by smashing elements together in the box, you would create the thing. And I think that's really crazy. Like, you can do a lot with technology now. And so what I want to focus on here with you guys today is, I want to know with emojis if you actually built something during this process. It doesn't necessarily have to be the exact thing that we built. It could be something. Did you guys build something? I can't see emojis. This is desktop. Sarah, what's going on here?
I am not seeing very many emojis, but I will tell you, I got at least 3/4 of the way. I got stuck, but I
It
will tell
happened,
you,
yeah.
I am almost there. But yes.
Yeah, and the good news is
And
the
that's good
videos
too.
are all going to be there, and you'll be able to go back. But I do want to know if you did complete it, like if it matches what you started with.
I
That's
am definitely seeing some emojis now. So yes, people have built it, but I have not. Put a thumbs up if you actually built what you envisioned at the beginning of the first week. Did anybody have what they have originally envisioned? Sharon, you did. Excellent. Excellent. So, Sharon, I definitely want to hear what you built anyway, because I love you and I think you're awesome. All right. And I do think that Bjorn also, but he is not in the room yet.
he
So
did actually build something.
I'm
Like, sure.
pretty sure they did. Eva, did you finish what you intended, love? Excellent. And so did Smoke. So we've got 3 folks that from inception all the way to fruition, they actually followed through and got what they needed. I think that's just incredible. Awesome.
Yeah, that's really good. And if you don't mind for like 5 seconds, can you tell us what you built, Sharon? Like, what it ended up as?
And also, I mean, if Sharon and Smoke and Eva are available to speak, it would be really wonderful if you had come up and you could talk about what you are building. And I don't know if Britta and Rutro are able to, but also talk about what you think you're going to build now that you have all the tools at your fingertips, because this does inspire other things. Iron sharpens iron. So we want to hear all of these things so that are also on the recording, because this is a testimony. We are all in a beta test, and there are a lot of companies that are looking at this model and they're trying to figure out and suss out, is this profitable? Is this something that people are actually, being enriched by. But not only that, there are a lot of benefactors looking to invest, not just in TSI and ITT, but also really smart people that have really amazing ideas that may not have all the necessary pieces yet. So they're all steps of the ecosystem. So unless you make your voice heard, those stories are going to go untold. And I really want to hear your stories. So I see that Sharon is up. So I don't know if she's on a laptop or not, but we will soon find out. Ha, she's on a phone, or at least the ability to raise a hand. Sharon, I know I'm so giddy. You have no idea. These are the simple things that make my life so much easier. Sharon, welcome to the stage. What do you want to tell the people? What did you build? How did it work? What were the ups, the downs? What was the hardest part of it? What was your biggest win? We don't take L's in this room, by the way. All L's equal learning, not loser, right? So, anxious to hear your notes there, friend.
Thanks so much, Sarah. Yeah, you're wonderful. You just keep being the way you are. You're wonderful. I appreciate you. I'm very thankful that I, had the possibility to meet you here. So I really appreciate you. Yeah, I've built with the help, of course, because I did have to go on some one-on-ones with Alisher and Ross to really get it done, because the 4th or 5th week, that's where I had an issue. The second half, I managed to get the first half done, but then somehow my brain it just went too fast for me, and then I just stopped. But Alisher helped me right away. I think a day or two later, we fixed that. And what I'm building actually is like an AI therapist. It's not supposed to replace a real therapist, but my goal is to just create personas that then users can then speak with, depending on what mood they're in. They can then just go in there and speak to one of the therapists. And that's basically what I built. And we already put one chatbot in. Ross helped me with that. And I'm just looking forward to build further and get more bots in there with different personas. And so I'm not overwhelmed. I'm amazed. I'm fascinated. I am overwhelmed, but I've been overwhelmed for probably 9 months now since AI, hit mainstream. It's just, my head is just spinning, and I'm learning so much every day. And I'm just thankful for each and every one of you that are, helping me learn more and just move forward and get, I just don't know what to say. I'm amazed. I'm just so happy to be here. Thanks so much for allowing me to share that with you guys.
Sharon, that's so awesome. Is your next step, like if you were to fill in the blank, my next steps are, is it to create more personas? Or is it to start kind of fashioning, or maybe it's both, fashioning a pitch or a share, as people like to say too, and in terms of kind of coalescing around how to explain this idea to other people? Have you even thought on that yet? Or are you still kind of basking in the glow of, I can't believe I got the confetti screen? I know that's my personal goal. So I'm curious. I know, right? I'm curious to hear what your next steps are and what challenges maybe you see ahead that you think others could help you with, or what that looks like for you, because that is something that I think a lot of folks have brilliant ideas. They've built this thing and now they don't know what to do with it. It's like when you have children and you birth the baby, it doesn't come with any instructions. And you're just sitting there going, well, I just have to make sure it's fed and it's changed and we have fun and don't die. That's pretty much it for those first little bit. So I'm curious what you're thinking about.
So for me, I definitely want to pitch for sure, because that just helps me understand my product better, right? And so I'm definitely going to do that. I do want to create more personas also. I'm meeting with someone that has been researching the therapy field for a very long time, and he's given me access to some papers that I'm definitely going to go through to just fine tune it even more. And me, myself, I've been in yoga therapy for almost 13 years now. Of course, my knowledge is going to flow into these personas. And yeah, that's basically where I am. I don't know what I'm going to do first, but I'm definitely going to create a pitch that I can then serve to the ITT just to get some feedback and just get better at what I'm doing.
I think that's fabulous. I also highly recommend folks follow Sharon's Twitter feed or X feed. I am so inspired by what she's doing. It's not just the health and the whole well-being. As an entrepreneur, you kind of have to be mindful of all of the different facets of who you are and what you're bringing to market, et cetera, et cetera. And I just think the world of you. I mean, it's so much fun to watch, even the slow motion fans and everything else. I love it so much. My daughter's in martial arts, and um, you know, her weapon is actually the tonfa. So a lot of the movements that I saw and I've been inspired to look up and think about have come from there. And that discipline is just so fantastic. That discipline's going to get you far. And your stick to itiveness and determination and grit, um, they are a shining example to lots of folks, maybe strangers unaware, that you didn't give up and you persisted. And I think it's beautiful. So thank you so much for sharing with us, and go on to greatness, Sharon. You're just a really incredible human, and it's a privilege to watch you win. Really is.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing, Sharon. And I think it's really cool that you got this far to the point that you could do, a pitch. But whatever happens, you can actually let them try it. So you can do like a quick little 1 hour or not 1 hour, but like 10-minute demo. And then inside the way you built it, you can just turn it off. And then like even if they have the link, it's kind of irrelevant. It doesn't matter. They can't use it. And you could kind of build it outside of Stripe for a demo. And then what you also could do is find some friends who are willing to beta test, give them 100% off codes. Let them use it for like a week and see what they say. But I think it's super cool, and I know for a fact you have the current infrastructure and tools to actually scale and make money because you're running on what we call, from a long time ago, like what we launched with AI Tutor version 1. We use that exact template to interact with hundreds of people. So I kind of was hoping she would share because it's a good way for you guys to feel inspired, but also see that you could complete it, and it is hard. And if the difference between you and Sharon is you didn't reach out or have a conversation or ask for help, then that's what you need to do. It's normally like a quick 10-minute. I mean, I think, Sharon, how long did it take to fix your issue? It was like 5 minutes. Do you remember?
I have my mouth full. I'm so sorry. It didn't take long for sure.
Yeah, like we hit like a button and put a link, and it was all good. So sometimes it's the small little things that you skip or don't understand. And again, having AI as your companion is ultra useful during this process. So if you didn't really use AI and you just sort of listened and followed directions and didn't really ask questions, if you don't know something, don't just click install. Ask, hey AI, what is this? Help me please. Because you never know what you're installing. And a lot of times, and this is something that you'll learn if you continue this process, but if you do npm install whatever you want, it's going to install something called whatever you want, and you don't even know what that is. That could be actual malware. Oh, we were just talking about you, Brad. Because we were asking who actually got to something during the this program, who actually built something at the end. So if you want to come talk really quick, you can. I just feel like it helps people understand the impact that they could have if they expose themselves to content like this in a very real way. But if you guys have any questions, you can ask them now about the general build. But then we're going to go into a new segment, which is building a landing page. which is what your users will see. So if you have any questions, this is the time to ask them. Probably the last time. About
Thanks
anything
again,
that we've
folks.
done.
Making sure that everybody is prepared for this evening. Obviously, laptop, definitely notebook and pen or pencil, writing utensil. If you've bought a domain name, that this would be the kind of the moment, right? If you're creating a landing page, early in the very first segment, we had mentioned your idea, your big, huge, glorious, big, hairy, glorious idea. And thinking about a name for it, right? Now, it's hard to name your baby before you see it. Sometimes you think it through, but sometimes it evolves as you go through the process. And as we've heard from others, some of the ideas that we had at the very beginning aren't what we ended up with, right? So, if you had that domain name, that is something you want in your corner pocket because your landing page is going to be kind of connected. And after this, I mean, wow, it's a real live living thing that you got to kind of take care of sometimes. Or maybe it'll just do everything on its own and you'll just sit back and think about the next app that you're going to build. I see you, Cordell. I love you. I'm so glad to see your face. I see that Jeff has joined the stage, and I wanted to hear from Jeff and Bjorn before we start the landing page, just in case they want to touch on what they built or what they were thinking of building, their struggles, the hurdles that they had to overcome, things that maybe they could have done better, and what the next step is. Those are kind of the things that we want to know, and whether or not you're crafting your pitch or your share with your Pocket family. So, Jeff, go ahead, love. What do you want to say to the people?
Actually, I wanted to throw up a couple of questions for Ross, since he was inviting them. This process that you've got going here, the first question is, are you intending to make this like a paid service for other people to come in and learn later?
So, no. So everything we're doing here today will be available in the way that it's available right now. The only thing that potentially will change probably after today is certain repo access because they will go closed source. So if you haven't forked, you should probably go back and fork anything. But this will remain exactly the way it is, completely for free. We do have an advanced version, like much more advanced version of this. And if you're interested, I did put a Twitter, I think, a little while ago, but I could send you the link if you would like, where we, if you're interested in something like live sessions, for example, that are like more catered to what you're doing and more slowed down, and less crazy, less Twitter, more like Google Meet. It is available, but Sarah, I don't know if you know where it is, but I can't find it right now.
I will hunt and gather, love. I will
It's
hunt and
crazy.
gather. It's more of what we would call an intensive. So
It
this
is.
would be for the folks that are, on the track to
Oh,
make
I
sure
found
that it is instant. So intensives, for those that have ever attended, it's the consolidation real quick and very one-on-one and tailored. So obviously the premium on that is going to be a little bit higher, but it's also got different bells and whistles to it. So I will look for that, Ross. Go ahead.
Oh, I already found it somehow. My brain
Oh,
works.
you're magical.
So if you're
Magical.
interested, it's very driven around what you're doing. So if you fill it out, we'll be in contact with you. We did get a huge response, so we're gonna have to figure all that out. But we are excited that you guys are excited to learn on a deeper level. So just know if you filled it out, we will be getting back to you.
Well, the reason that I wanted that I asked that first question is because I have finally been able to start following along with the steps as you sent me the link for that, Russ, and I've been trying to follow along with it. And I'm being, I have to do it at my own pace. I've got just so much I'm trying to work on. But I've run into a snag already where the page that should be coming up for me to do something, and I can't even tell you what it is right now, is not the page that's being shown as I'm going through the step by step. And so there's some things that I'm missing. and I know you guys went through it because I was there the first night, and then I tried to follow along, but I could barely see a mouse, a cursor, things like that. The image was just too fine, it was too hazy, but it was also too small, and I just couldn't really keep track with everything, all the buttons you were pushing at the pace you were going.
Yeah, it is crazy. I'll give you that. I would say review everything, watch the videos. If you don't know where the videos are, I'll send you them in a DM. There's one actually, the latest video is on its way up now. It just takes like 6 hours to propagate. It's crazy. And if you have any issues, my best advice would be to literally figure out what it is that's the problem. So when you say like you're in the first week, we didn't actually do much in the first week. You just skip to the second week.
But there's some processes that you went through there, configuration commands and stuff like that, just getting stuff set up. And I'm just trying to make sure I get them right so that there ain't, I'm creating glitches for later.
So with that, I know you have AI Tutor. So what I would do is tell AI Tutor, how do I set up Node in my machine? Do you have an actual computer or is it Chromebook?
It's a MacBook.
Okay, so you'll be able to do Node and stuff. So you could say, how do I install Node on my MacBook? It'll tell you.
I've got that part. This is tying up the space, and I don't want to do that. So I'll get it worked out.
Shoot me like a DM with the actual issue that you're facing. So when you do remember it, like DM me and tell me.
I've just been trying. I know how busy you are, and I've just been trying not to throw more on your plate.
Well, if it's something I can just answer, if you're like, oh, why don't I see this? And I'm just like, oh, you have to go fork it. Like there's some answers that are very easy.
Okay. Anyhow, I'm going to shut up and we can move on.
But Jeff, thanks for like going at your own pace and actually doing it, because there's only one way to learn, is to do it. That's it. It's the only way. Anyone have any other questions about like the project, where we started, what we built, why we built it? Can you actually make money with it? How do you do that? Sharon, yours, by the way, you have to just swap out the keys to be live. And then you'll be good and rebuild. Guys, if you don't do that, anyone can just go to your website and put 4242 and just check out. Also, Brad, do you want to talk really quick? Do you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I was trying to get a mic earlier. Do I sound okay? I'm trying to AirPod for the first time. Is it okay? Okay, cool. So I can only assume you want me to talk about my experience with ITT and TSI.org and you personally, and it's been nothing short of incredible. Everybody knows I'm a dumb country boy. We've already covered that much of the course, but this dumb country boy went from kind of being able to manipulate data in creative ways to now my MacBook is training on its second set of data and images. So I can create one of the most powerful roof analyzers in the world. I've actually found 3 different data sets. It's going to have machine learning. Well, it currently has machine learning capabilities. I'm currently using a semantic segformer model, a very smart model released by Cornell University, and I've been working on it about 5 days now, from creation to end. And when I was in class with Ross the other night, I believe we had 5 or 6 hours wrapped up in. Guys, have you ever heard the term trying to drink from a water hose or from a fire hose? That's kind of what it's like.
Yes.
That's what it's like when you get a one-on-one with Ross. So when you get that, make sure you got your glove oiled and you have it up and ready, because it's like, Jesus, I don't even know how to put it. So when we got off of our meeting, I probably spent 45 minutes with my mouth open staring at the wall, and then I just got to work. And now here I am now. I'll probably be live with my model by tomorrow, taking roof measurements within millimeters from space. So thank you, Ross.
That's so crazy. I mean, Bjorn, I have used you as an example to so many classrooms. It is crazy, absolutely crazy to think of what you're building. It is so niche, it's so beautiful, it's such a pain point for your industry. and you created a solution that is mind-blowingly cool. It just is. It's cool on all different levels. And I can tell you that third week, seeing those receipts, I was stunned. My jaw was literally on the floor. And I thought to myself, here's a man who came in prepared to work, but not only that, said, huh, I get it. And I mean, I showed my kids, I'm like, here's a $5,000 contract and $2,000 a week because of this app that he spent time doing. And it is something that is so needed. And everybody in your ecosystem got it. And I love this story on so many different levels, just because it's the grit, it's the determination, it's the persistence, but it's also the ability to notice and understand a friction point and seeing that opportunity in that friction point and creating the arbitrage moment using the mechanical advantage that you have at your fingertips and taking it to the, taking it out for a spin. I just think it is absolutely one of the coolest use cases, and I want to see everybody succeed. I mean, we were talking about it after class. I mean, that's 2 or 3 mortgage payments for us in the Midwest, on an average home that you just slam dunked in one night. And it was just a really fantastic story. And I just want to give you your flowers. You did an awesome job, and you're continuing to do an awesome job. And every single person around you, because you transfer your skills to them and you readily say, this is what happened, this is how I did it. It is so cool. It is just hands down. I smack my hand on the table. I'm like, damn, that's awesome. It's just very, very cool. Um, I did want to also point out that one of our other recipients, Vicky, is in the audience, and I don't know if she can come up because she has a store to run, but I wanted to introduce her to the whole entire group, and I will tell you, she's one of my favorite people. Not only that, she inspires greatness in others simply by showing up. So I wanted to make sure that she is aware. I know she's going to thumbs down me because that's what real women do. So I just wanted to put that out there. I know, Sharon, Vicky, for those that know Vicky, you'll understand. She is fantastic. I see that we have Smoke on stage, and I want to make sure to, go ahead and finish your thought, Bjorn, before we go to Smoke. Go ahead.
I just kind of wanted to say to everybody, and if there's anybody lingering below, I'm going to take 1 minute aside and just tell a story and a message that stuck with me and made me the way that I am. So I got a job in heavy equipment and I knew nothing about it. The dude hired me as a secretary for $12 an hour. Within 30 days, I had taken the salesman's position and I was on track to make $140,000 a year, but I was renting it, selling it, buying it, fixing it. I was doing everything you could do with a piece of equipment. And one day we had a $150,000 320 excavator. It was starting to run away, meaning that the engine was revving up, it was going to burn down. And so I called the owner. He was in Virginia, multi-millionaire. Eddie, your machine's burning down. What do I do? And his only response, cool as he could be, he said, Brad, imagine a world where a grown man has to call another grown man for an answer he can find in a manual. And he hung up the phone on me. And so I dug in the manual under the seat, found the emergency shutoff, got it handled, and I called him back mad. And I was like, why would you do that to me? He said, let me ask you a question. He said, the first time you took your wife out and you wanted to be with her, how much help did you need? He said, how many phone calls did you have to make, or how many people were telling you what to say or showing you what to do? He said, or did you want something bad enough that you were willing to figure it out on your own without any help? And for whatever reason, that has really stuck with me, because anybody that knows me personally knows I'm head over heels with my wife, right? But no, I didn't need any help. I didn't want any help. I wanted to be with her bad enough that I figured it out. And that message has always rang with me. So I'm literally the person that if I have to watch something being fixed or built the first time, that's all it takes, because I don't lean on nobody to solve my problems. And I'm just a go-getter like that. And I mean, I said all that to say it just depends on how bad you want it. If you want it bad enough, Ross has left you enough in 3 videos, you could do the whole shebang. And if you find yourself in a position where that creates some income, man, pay that joker and spend 6 hours with him on the phone and get your mind blown. And look where I'm at. Easy. It's easy. It's an easy decision to make.
Well, man, thank you for the kind words, but I never doubt the power of learning. I know what it's done for me and for like internally our team and like how we learn. And it's super cool to see like what you're doing. You're using diffusion in a whole different way. Like you're like, I don't want to generate cool images. I want to use diffusion and find edges. And it's so interesting that like this is kind of what AI was made for, is to reimagine the old ways of doing things and kind of do them differently. And that's what you're doing right now with AI. And it's so cool when you start to realize how much of it you actually don't pay for, like inference on Hugging Face, and then like creating the space like you did. And you could see like how you could just tell AI Tutor like, hey, convert my Python code to like Gradio so it runs on Hugging Face. And then we struggled because struggle is part of the build. And if you get turned off by a struggle, that's not good. You should probably reevaluate what you're trying to do right now, because you may not be able to handle this if you can't take failure a little bit, because we failed for like 2 hours. But it's through the failure learning so much, man. Like you are a really good student. I don't know if you were like this when you were in like real school, like when you were a kid, but now
I was not.
you're probably one of the best students, and we've had a few really good ones. But you're on that list. Like you took everything and you were like, yeah, class ended, but Brad didn't end, and you just kept going with all that we were doing, and you got to the solution we actually talked about. Like,
No, Ross, I had the same error from 8:45 a.m. to 6 p.m. yesterday evening before I could start training my model. When I tell you, you don't understand. I had failure in mind. Have I bit off more than I can chew? Can I really not do this? And then it's through those failures that it's truly where people grow, right? And it's figuring out the things that you don't understand. And now I can tell you how, if you don't know what output your model's going to put out, just give it a print return to print what its output's going to be, and then set your tensors to that. So like I can speak an entire language with somebody that I didn't even have 6 weeks ago, and that's no joke.
and you got to learn cool vocabulary words like epoch. Can you tell the people what epoch is?
Yeah, so it's iterations, right? So you basically the best models have more data put in it, right? And so to train it off of any data set, it goes through epochs. Say if you give it 200 images, it goes through those 200s, and then it basically shuffles the cards and goes through it again for another epoch, and it measures the loss. And of course, the least amount of loss is the goal, right? And luckily for mine, the only loss I suffered at the end of my model last night was 0.003% on the last epoch. And then I found ultra high res training set today. My Mac's been training on it since probably 8:30 this morning. It's only on epoch 6, and that was 500 images. So by the time I get done tomorrow, my model will be trained, if you count the epochs, on about 12,000 high res measured images. It'll be one of the smartest roof measuring apps in the world.
And it's so crazy that you're already existing machine. So he just has M2, I think, Mac. It could do this right now. It could inference tensors. It could run machine learning models. It could push to Hugging Face and then out to the world. And he also already learned how we're doing some of Pixio, which is what I had to teach him, so he could take his local host, which would be his server, aka the laptop, and pump it out to the world. And he now knows how to do that to show what he's doing if he can't go actually live. But I think it's super cool, man. Thanks for trying so hard and putting like everything into this.
I'm going to do a mic check real quick. Josh, can you hear me now, love? I'm hoping that my mic is good. Excellent, Smithers.
Yeah, you sound much better now, Sarah.
Very
Very
cool.
loud, very proud.
Very cool. Very cool. What Bjorn did is that he left nothing on the field. And those that are in sports understand that when you leave nothing on the field, or everything on the field, and you leave nothing left, you already know the game is won. Whether the scoreboard reflects it or not, you had nothing left to give. You voided all the warranties, as they said, and you own it. And I think that's brilliant. So I just wanted to say thank you for sharing your story, your goods, your bads, all of it, because it's what we all need to hear. Like we've said many times before, it's really fun to have a whole room full of cheerleaders. You feel so great, but you need sparring partners that are going to knock you around a little bit and test that idea and find those things that you need to know. You have to get clocked a couple times in order to be able to fight out in the real world. So I did want to post or bring attention to the post, put it that way, that I have up in the nest. And we have, as I had said, one spot left. So if you respond to that post, you can respond either directly to the post or in the trouble. We're not asking you to share 5 things with your friends and, do a little twinkle here and retweet this and blah, blah, blah. No, I want to know your why. Why are you here? Why are you spending your precious moments in this class? What is it in your heart of hearts that you want to build that you know will change your stars beyond a shadow of a doubt? That you need maybe a couple steps to fill in, and maybe this tool can help you. And I really want you to be serious about it. I think all of us love freemium, right? We all love something for free, but I'll tell you, nothing is for free if it costs you your time. And so what I need to know is, what is worth your time, your energy, that we can make a fair trade of 3 months of the most powerful tools in AI that are available to the public, whether it's Pixio and all of its bells and whistles for the art world, or the large language models in my AI tutor. You have them both. And Ross is going to explain the new tiers in terms of Beam. For those of you that were Saturday night and you understand the power of Beam and how it doesn't exist out in the real world yet, that first mover advantage, what it gives you, right? I need to understand your why. And I think that each and every one of you in the heart of your hearts understand and know, maybe this is a tough thing to learn, but maybe SaaSes in general are not your thing. Maybe going through these 6 weeks revealed the fact that this is just not your thing. Maybe it reveals the fact that you just want to make NFTs and you want to make them better than anybody else. That could be it too. I just need to know your why and what is the fair trade for 3 months of your time. So I put that up there, and I think we're going to go to Smoke. Smoke, tell me what you're thinking, friend.
Ooh, I am put on stage. I'm completely embarrassed, completely shy,
Can
completely
you hear him?
Yeah, your
Negative,
mic's way down,
ghostwriter.
Smoke.
Hang on one second. Let me get on my pod.
It's what happened to you, Sarah.
Yeah, I know, and that's how Josh sounded to me, actually.
Hey, while we're waiting on him, man, Josh, Cash, Mattia, Ross, Alisher, thank y'all so much for even hosting the space. I can't imagine how much work comes in to scheduling this, living your own lives, tracking the comments, doing the job that you do at putting the content out there and tracking everything. All of you guys, and Alisher even down there at the bottom. I said yesterday, we all know that Alisher has Ross's back like a turtle shell. But for real, man to men, thank each and every one of you, and you too, Sarah.
Can I get a mic check?
We can hear you, friend. Thank you, Bjorn. That was very kind of you to say.
Bjorn, I just want to say you're the reason that we love doing this. Not specifically you. I mean, we love you 100%, but people just like you who over 6 weeks completely revolutionized their life. To me, it's just absolutely amazing. So, sir, man to man, thank you. Keep coming back, keep sharing this with folks, and we're really stoked to see what you build. Smoke, Mike is yours, sir.
Okay, here we go. I like everybody else. I'm brand new to all of this. When I ran into the ITT on Saturdays is when I was introduced to TSI and all of this AI stuff. I was messing around with AI a little bit before with Leonardo and whatnot, but I was just instantly drawn to this, and it has progressed to something amazing. I have my SaaS up and going. I'm able to, process payments with Stripe and whatnot. I've had a couple of sales, not, my goal of what I really want to do, but not yet. It's a start. I did something, but I have been growing and learning so much from this whole process. Um, I put out a heartfelt tweet the other day, and I actually ran it through my chatbot first, to write it out for me. And, it literally turned around and asked me if I truly wanted to send it and to really rethink. And it was compassionate. And what was that other word that I was looking for? It was going on in that.
Empathetic.
Yes, empathetic, and whatever we were talking about earlier in that way early chat this morning, Ross, you know what I'm talking about. Sentiment. It was, and now I'm kind of drawing on the whole empathetic part and the sentiment of getting it worked out, to where the chatbot has that ability, and that goes along the lines of what Sharon's been doing, with her whole mood one and whatnot, and what Bjorn has done, dude. That is amazing. My mind is blown. I can't even catch up to you. I'm just totally fascinated with making all the art and stuff that I've been doing, and now I ran across some, poetic uh, prompting, and I came up with some pictures and stuff, and it's just like I'm fascinated with it. But I have also, done after school work and done GitHub and my Visual Studio and making everything go live locally, and I'm just like I'm blown away. My GitHub has grown exponentially, and the alpha that Ross gave about looking through GitHub and finding all these little gifts, just looking the right way, is so amazing. There's a multitude of stuff that you can find and do. But for me, my education, I was left back in 10th grade. I ran away like a year after that, and my education stopped. My life started, and to be able to have this tool and to learn and to continue my education now with this tool is just incredible. It like increases everything by 100-fold. I, my typical personality is I have to know everything inside and out 100%. That includes mechanical, everything that I've done throughout my careers, but I'm thorough like that. I DYOR, do my own research, and literally have to know everything about it, no matter if I go to YouTube, whatever resource. But another thing too is I have been online literally since its inception, and I remember back in grade school, back in like fourth or fifth grade, doing the DOS screen and doing the little program to print out your whatever on the old printer paper and all that other stuff. So I've pretty much been computing my whole life, and to watch it grow from where I was from when I was a kid to now is just incredible. And you can pretty much run a whole ecosystem from your home now if you know how to do it the right way. And to do it the right way, you need AI now. That is your key, that is your tool, and there's no way around it. And going back to the scholarship, I need that. I am so desperate right now. Everybody knows I'm out of work. All my stuff is about to be shut off, but I don't want to stop my learning process because I'm so inspired right now. It's incredible. I'm sitting right next to my wife right now. We have been apart for the last 2.5 years. I'm trying to get back together with her, and I'm trying to show her what I have been doing for the past 5 weeks, literally with this. And she's been ignoring me, she's been pushing me off, but she's literally listening to me talk right now. So this is like an eye-opening moment for me. But going back to the scholarship part, I want to do the whole prompt engineering aspect of it. I am so amazed by making prompts and literally doing them myself, getting a little bit of hints and whatnot through, what AI Tutor and Pixio throws out. And it's just like when I add on to them and I just keep on, scaling up, it's just like, whoa, the stuff that you can come up with is just mind blowing. If anybody's been following my timeline, you can see I am colorful. I love all that pop, and I know it's not real artistry, but to me, it is. And before I started this whole AI tutor and the Pixio generating, I was kind of doing it the hard way, through Snapchat and Instagram and whatnot, and coming up with my own little, artsy things or whatever that I was impressed with. It's not for anybody else to like, but if I like it, that's what's key. And that's how everybody should feel about their own work. Something that really grabs their attention, and that you can hone in on one thing, go for it and do it. Don't give it up. If you're really that heartfelt about it, do it 100%, no matter what.
Smoke, my friend, I just wanted to chime in real quick. Brother, you are in the right place at the right time doing the right things. And let me tell you exactly why this is true. And I think having Brad on stage is perfect evidence for this. We are at a point in history where intersectional innovation is running rampant. Do you guys remember when the App Store came out and there was this idea where, we can sort of create so many things could be jammed into an app, right? Everything in the world could be made into an app. Now, picture you have just learned over the last 5 weeks the skills on the new horizon of the intersectional world, which is taking AI and figuring out how to merge that into all the phenomenal ways that it can come to life in the world, Smoke. And I think Brad talking about roof measurements is one of them. But let me just make the point. Like when Bluetooth came out, when Wi-Fi came out, every product in the world had to be changed over in order for it to account for connecting to phones or connecting to the internet, right? Even when LED lights came out, they're still changing everything over. That's maybe a bad example. But my point is, sir, you're living in the age of intersectional innovation. Your ability over the last 5 weeks to take this information and solve real problems, create new solutions, just like Brad is doing. Smoke, think about the things that are going on in your world that you want to solve, and how can AI be an accomplice to that problem solving element, right? Or that solution, and build that. You have a community around you right now, sir. It is your age of the App Store. It's your time. And I'm really excited for you. I want you to know that this has not been a waste of 5 weeks. You are learning the new frontier in so many ways. Get ready for what's to come. I think that sponsorship, should I believe in so many ways that I'd like to be a part of making sure you get something as well, Smoke. So at a bare minimum, brother, we have your back. Let's see you build and start taking some of these ideas to impact. Sarah, sorry for the interruption. What do you got?
Smoke, I just texted the boys behind the scenes, and hands down, I never realized that you didn't have these tools. You've showed up every single week, not just to Wednesday class, but Saturday class too. And you've been cobbling together all of the tools from free sources in order to accomplish your homework. I mean, universities don't even give homework anymore because people just don't do it. And it would be an honor to give you this scholarship. So I hope that you accept, because I can't think of someone that's more worthy at this particular moment. And because I know how much you've helped other people, I also want to point out something. You take constructive criticism so well. Look at your PFP. When we first met you, you changed it because, people like Dave and people like Alex and all of these wonderful folks came out of the woodwork and said, hey, you're building something serious. You changed your name and you're working on your whole entire brand and image and a cohesive messaging, and you're on track. And I don't want anything to slow this momentum. I don't want you to ever worry about not having the tools after this class. And I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that you are going to transfer your skills to others, because I see it on the timeline. When someone has a trouble with what they're building, you come out of the woodwork and you help them and encourage them. So, for those that still want to apply, we can always find other patrons and sponsors to help you. It might not be immediately, but there are a lot of people listening in right now, and there are a lot of people watching our class. And for those that don't realize, accreditation with Cisco is on the radar. It's on the map, and affiliations with universities in New York in general, degrees sort of, or accreditations that you can get with your AI cohort are in the works because of you and all of the folks that show up. So it's with great honor. I'm just not going to waste any time because I want you to have these tools at your fingertips and something to talk about on Saturday when you're going to pitch this idea to the ITT tank, because I couldn't be more proud of you, Smoke. So congratulations. And I hope you schedule a call and learn to break stuff with Ross. Give them a run for their money, okay?
You know, I'm definitely about breaking everything. I break the rules. Yeah, I know my persona online is not, my whole, Twitter name, X name, and whatnot. But it's my own persona, and you can't really judge a book by its cover.
That's damn
You
right,
gotta see
friend.
deep down inside and know the person truly inside. Don't judge the book by its cover. I am truly heartfelt, and honestly, I don't know what to say right now. I am so flabbergasted, and I'm glad that my wife heard that. She knows now that I am convicted, and I hope to convince her. I've been trying to get her on board, but she hasn't come yet. She will eventually. She's slow.
So I think that sounds like an acceptance of a live scholarship. The last one going over to Smoke. I don't know if we've had a live scholarship before, so we'll take a moment. Congratulations, sir. Well done. Very, very excited for you in what's going on in this world of AI, in this world of education. It is magical. Ross, we'd love to get you in the mix. And then Dave Meyer, let's go to Dave Meyer / Muir. I can't believe you let me go 50 weeks with thinking it was Meyer. That is cruel, Dave. Absolutely cruel. But, sir, welcome to the top of the tank. I know it's late across the pond, sir. Mike is yours.
Yeah, don't judge a man by his name. Never mind judging a book by its cover. Um, I just wanted to say to people, I know that this is, the end of something, but it's also the start of something. And what you have is the beginning of some possibilities now. And some people have already kind of realized those possibilities, which is absolutely amazing. But I'm not sure that everybody is listening when Ross said, just ask AI tutor. Like, you have somebody in your corner now. If that's difficult, if you're going back through the replays, you're trying to figure stuff out, or you have some new crazy idea after this, you have somebody in your corner that is very, very competent, that has so much knowledge. And then you have somebody after that in your corner. You have Ross there as well, who is always willing to help. I would say the first port of call is AI tutor to say, I don't know what I'm doing, help me with this part of it. The second port of call is Ross, but also what you're building is very transformational compared to how the world used to work. You had to be an expert and you had to have a phenomenal memory retention level. And you don't need that anymore. You now can delve deep into a subject like this, and then you can create an AI tool in your tool belt. And then you don't need to have all of that memory and you don't need to have that ability. You can go back to that tool anytime you want. So if you're struggling with how to build an app, there's going to be lots of steps and lots of components in that. But maybe you need to figure out that one piece. And you can actually create an AI tool or a prompt or a bot, whatever we're going to call it. You can create something simple to help you with that step if you ever need to go back to that step again without relearning that as well. So it's like you have this Batman utility belt that you're going to have that will have an AI prompt or a gadget for every problem that you may encounter. So you go through a problem once, learn about it, inoculate the problem, but then create something in AI for it or go back to AI again. So, like, I know that there's a lot of steps and there's a lot of information in this kind of learning environment, but there's like, you're not on your own after this is the point I'm trying to make. And as much as possible, lean on AI tutor. Look, I've developed websites and apps and stuff for years. I still went back into AI tutor last week. I was alerted to a security issue with a plugin that I released a few years ago. I had AI tutor rewrite everything with the new best practices that I gave it, which was literally copy and pasting, excuse me, copy and pasting the content from the current security practices and said, now, this is what we're going to do. Here's my code, line by line by line by line. And that was it. And it was done. And I was able to update it, and everybody was safe and everybody was secure. And I know how to code line by line. And I can tell you what it produced was good, was suitable. It wasn't, I'm not somebody that's going to just take something at face value and say, oh yeah, it's going to be fine. It's actually good. So coming from somebody who builds this kind of stuff as well, like, you're in safe hands with what you're doing there. If you're uncertain about stuff, reach out to real humans as well. But don't feel like you have to go over the minute steps, and if you get a step wrong, that's it, it's all over. You get a step wrong, go into AI Tutor and say, oh, this is the step I'm on, this is what I've done correctly, this is what I'm scratching my head with, and it will guide you through. And if that doesn't work and you're banging your head off a wall, like, knock on Ross's door. He is the most helpful person when it comes to AI. That is one of the reasons that I use AI Tutor. Yes, the tools are very good, but also, if I have a question about the tools, if I want to make a change with a tool, Ross is a DM away. And like, I had a problem last week. I break AI Tutor quite often. I broke it last week. He's like 5 minutes later, he's calling me, going, okay, how do we figure this out? How do we sort it? And it's done. That doesn't happen with bigger companies. You know, you are the lowest common denominator in those. Support creators so we can have more competition and more innovation in this as well.
You know, just to piggyback what Dave said real quick, I don't want to interrupt too much, but this is a new way of thinking in general. The maker mindset uses whatever's on hand. Alex Damsker was mentioning how we always have to know the difference between a currency and an asset, but that these new innovative and emerging technologies are actually redefining the difference between what jobs are and what work means. And part of my own workflow is always having my AI cohort. Does that seem kind of weird? Sometimes. It's not cheating if you're using the mechanical advantage. It's no different than having, a lever and pulley system, or having a shovel, having the right tools for the right job. And what has happened now is that the playing field has become more fair, in the sense that you're able to fill in those skills gaps in a more efficient but also more powerful way. And so, like, for instance, when I had trouble with the S mode, right? I kept going. I went back and forth to my AI tutor like 50 times. I said, this is not working. Show me how to work it. And you kept asking and poking and prodding. And eventually we sussed out that answer. Just as Bjorn had shared earlier, no one needs to tell him how to court his wife. No one needs to tell you how to achieve something if you are so persistent and bullheaded to get to the answer. And you're going to have to. In the age of AI, there are some AIs that completely lie to you. And that's why Beam is so important, is that you have the ability to have these models spar with one another to get the best answer. You're no longer going to have an inaccessory every time you go and ask a question, rather than just Google or DuckDuckGo or fill in the blank with whatever search engine. You now have the ability to go directly to primary sources and force these models to actually compete for the best information. And we've never had that, not in the whole entire timeline of history. And so I just wanted to point that out, that Dave mentioned that, and he's mentioned it a couple times, where what it means to work has changed. What it means to have a cohort or collaboration has changed. You, each and every one of you, have the opportunity to start with yourself. You're the first corporation, right? You're figuring out your value proposition, your skill set, your unique key resources, your unique collaborators and collaborations that you have here. Those are all the things that you're bringing to the table, and then you are creating all of the pieces of your ecosystem, all the characters in your own corporation, and then you go forth as a legion to solve those problems. So I just think it's really, really cool.
Yeah, I have to just agree with all you guys. One, and Dave, I know you also do this, so it's super cool to hear your use and how you use things. And we are super excited that you like to break things because we like to make things that don't break. So the only way to do that is to break them. And so thank you for always, breaking things and then telling me you broke them. See, that's the thing. And when you're like, I broke this, here's what I did, best thing ever. So thank you. And we're super happy and excited that our tools are helping your workflow in any capacity. But we also, it's hard to understand, but everyone that just spoke is 100% right. And before we go into the next phase of what we're doing, I want to just share one quick, interesting thing. So I'm going to put it in the Jumbotron really quick. So the second thing. So guys, when you go and click this link right now, link number 2, right? Anyone that's dabbled in Python can get this job right now. Brad, I know you're here still. Look at this job posting. Look at number 2. Look at how crazy that is. Posted today by your friends at Intel. What are they doing? Oh, they're making their own GPUs to make LLMs better. Where do you have to be? Wherever you want. It's virtual. It's insane. It's an insane opportunity. The salary can go up to $250,000. This is on Twitter, guys. He's all like, we're hiring for this. Anyone who remotely took our classes can read this and be like, okay, I know what I'm seeing here. And Brad, now after your experience in just a day or so, look at that number 2. It's crazy. And this is just one of the, opportunities that are grazing the internet all day long. Because now there's jobs on X. So you could probably find a job in and around AI right here on X now. And I think it's super interesting. You got to understand, this is Intel. This is huge. And they just posted it now. So you could be in their first applicants, which is crazy. Because those are the ones that they definitely will see. And if I was learning this stuff and coding and doing GitHubs and hugging faces and all that fun stuff, I would apply immediately. What an opportunity. So just be on the lookout for opportunities like that and understand that you actually can get them. Because none of this stuff even existed. So that 1 to 2 year experience normally would be 5 years. But because it's all new, they really can't do that. And I was in a space with the Intel guy earlier today, and they're launching a GPU to let you run large language models. So they're going to need a lot of help from people who know how to run Hugging Face and GitHub. So just stay on the lookout and make sure you're looking for opportunities and spotting them. Because there's a lot you can do with just the knowledge you actually have. Now, if you're looking at my screen, so this is where it gets really cool. So let's say I needed a homepage. Now, I'm going to show you what I'm doing, but let me just show you something really crazy. So this thing I developed earlier today started as just a idea. So the idea behind this product that I'm building for AI Tutor is, imagine you can speak to all the LLMs like in Beam, but they know about each other, they're awake. So Mistral can talk to Claude, and Claude can talk to Mistral, and then you can talk to both. And then they can talk to each other. And then Perplexity could be like, nah, you guys are wrong. Here's what the internet says. And I think that's so fun, number 1, and so crazy. And I did not even know where to start. So I just went to VO by Vercel. And I just I went to Pixio. This is so funny, guys. I go to Pixio and I'm just inspired by these. I started generating like crazy. I think the one that I kept was this one. Yeah, I inspired by this. So you guys understand how cool this is? I literally took this picture and I was like, I want to make something inspired by this. And the prompt I used, you can see, was the original. It was a website desktop experience where users can chat with multi-language models. And so I got to here, but what's crazy is I can immediately go into my app. Look at this ridiculousness. And I would just be like, hey, AI Tutor, take this entire thing and let's integrate it into my app. Now you have this interface in your app. And for me, what I'm going to do is make this actually real. So like you can ask a question or just chat, be like, what's up guys? And everyone's like, hi, how are you doing? What's up? What's going on? You search the internet and then you're like, I want to write a lesson plan. And then they're going to be like, should we all talk? And then you'd be like, who wants to answer? Who feels comfortable with the best response? And then Gemini might answer and be like, hey, I think I got it. And then Claude's like, we'll see, Gemini. And then GPT-4 is like, okay, waiting, ... Like, can you imagine? Like, this is so crazy. And I want you guys to think like this. I want this to be your, like, stimulus right now. Like, your catalyst. Think the way I'm describing to you. Like, imagine knowledge. You can import things like PDFs, websites, like all that fun stuff. Dolly's here. Stable Diffusion's here. They could both answer together, work together. Maybe not. Maybe they hate each other. Who knows? Like, I don't even know. Like, I'm literally building this. But understand, I started from an image on Pixio. And a really cool idea from a lot of people. And the latest one is here, a speaker, Sharon. You see what you can do, Sharon? Do you see right now?
I see it. Yep, I do. This is so crazy. You know, remember when when I messaged you yesterday and I was asking if there's a possibility to do that, and then you answered, I'm building it right now. Isn't that crazy? I don't even know what to say.
Like reality. Like, I'm not going to sleep on good ideas. As soon as I hear something good, I'm going to make it. And it was a good idea. And I'm going to have to figure out the technicality behind it. And that's where I take this interface and be like, AI tutor, make it real. And it's going to like figure out all the routes and code and all that fun stuff. And then Vercel SDK, AI SDK is going to handle the heavy lifting. But I want to kind of show you in real time why you should use this software. And it's not really like go pay them, but like honestly, it's the only thing they do. And if you want a lot of generations, go pay them. Their paid service is awesome, and I love it personally. But because I use it a lot, it depends on your use. It's not a chatbot, you know. It's specifically made if you have like images and stuff. But I can just say, I need, this is for you, Sharon, an AI therapy website that showcases out with a nice layout, clean design, and a chatbot in one of the many sections with the chat UI to test it out. Pretty complicated. So when I do that and I gave it the image, and the image given, guys, was I just went on a generating spree in Pixio like a crazy person. It was fun. I don't regret it. I think I chose one of these. Yeah, this one. So we're giving it this, which is like to grab inspiration. And then I'm going to have it like actually do it. And what's cool is Veo is deeply integrated with Next.js. So having AI Tutor plus this, you can envision any interface in the whole entire planet. And then AI Tutor can connect it all together. Like, I don't even know what's going to happen. We'll see. Looks super cool, though. Sharon, do you see how this is your homepage?
This is absolutely crazy.
This is mind-blowing, right? But look, there's variations. Look at this one. Okay, so watch this. There's this one that I like, and I like this one. So let's see. So we can iterate, guys. So iteration 1. So now it takes everything it has and is going to now listen to what I said, which is add more, basically. Then I can take this entire layout, guys, and just move it into AI Tutor, into the app we built here. in this class. And it's crazy because like you could even, like I'll show you when it starts doing it again, but you can click this button and you can edit small things. So like if I wanted to go here and be like, change this logo, I could, which is crazy. So here's the new one. Let's see what it does. See, it added footer now, harmony and balance, and that's like a generation, you see? And so you can keep iterating. So like Sharon, I'll ask you, what do you want to add?
You caught me now. I'm not sure.
All right, testimonials.
I just lost your live stream. I got to get back to it.
So now I'm doing testimonials. I said testimonials and pricing. So iteration 3 is going to now have that when it actually generates. It's going. Now we could take this code as is and link this right up. So your logo would go here. Your sign in here would actually work because you have an actual platform. But you can see like the ability for you to take an idea for your landing page to go here. It's so crazy that you can do this. And this is actually proper code because that's how they designed it.
I'm just mind blown right now. I can't even believe that this is happening right now.
And it's not done. Look at how good this looks. And now I'm just adjusting. So I just told it to like make it better. And it's so cool that you can now take this and bring it right into your project. Literally, you just run this command in VS Code, and it pulls all of this in. And then AI Tutor can actually make this work. And so when I think about your thing, Sharon, in addition to this, right? Let me just close this so I can open a new tab of VO. So I could say, like, make a nice grid layout for user to click to open different AI bots. Make it nice UI with hover animation. So this could be a component because you were like, oh, how do I make the different bots for them to click? So you can have that working. You can have this working at the same time. Like, it's the craziest thing. And it's made by Vercel. Like, who better to make this kind of thing than the people who made basically everything? They made Vercel. They made Next.js. They made VO. I mean, what's next? World domination? But they are really awesome. They're a really cool company. And you guys should continue building with Vercel. And if this is the first time you've heard about them through us, then that's great. Because they are probably the best place to build on the internet right now. As far as how easy it is and how free it is. Even this app right here is actually free a little bit, so you can actually try out VO. That's why today I want you to go to VO and play with it and see what it can do. It's quite insane what VO can accomplish. And I use it. Look, Sharon, it just made a component for you. It made 3. And then you can say like,
Does anyone, this is crazy. Am I the only one that is kind of mind blown right now?
Oh no, that was 5 weeks ago for me. Same experience you're having right now. Ross dropped the VO Vercel bomb on me at 3 a.m. through DMs one night, and I didn't sleep for 36 hours.
I was about to say, I knew that you were going to say that because I fully understand. No sleep after something like that. No sleep.
Take a screenshot of your favorite website and just drop it in VO. Import your library, copy your token, and you're editing that site to make it your own in 20 seconds.
You know, I just keep thinking about, I mean, I sit here with my jaw on the ground so many times. You know how many people have gotten that paralysis because they're thinking to themselves, I can't get to the next step because I can't have a landing page or I can't have a website. And that, I mean, you're just sitting here thinking to yourself, wow, I can just almost drop and drag and then edit and done. And the idea of how much time you've saved, how much time you've saved in worrying and, you know, going over all the notes and everything else. When you think about how this new world, you are measured in units of attention, you are measured in units of time, and you are trying to hold on to as many as you possibly can. And things like this are what does it. If you can understand how to leverage these tools, you are going to free up your time and you are going to be able to maximize it in a ways that we have never even seen before. I'm stunned.
So what you guys are seeing, and yeah, Sarah, you're right. I mean, I could just talk about just the theory of what I'm doing, and that's why, you know, when I teach people, and like if you're ever one-on-one with me or you have extended time, you understand that I'm teaching you something, not just like learning something, but learning like AI assisted learning. It's like a whole different learning. Like it's crazy what you can accomplish. Sharon, you have a question? I'm so using you right now with all these designs. Sorry about that. Hopefully you're liking it.
Don't worry. I want to ask Dave Muir a question because I know that he builds websites. That's his jam. That's what he's been doing for a long time. Dave, are you using this?
No.
Okay.
My websites are a little bit different, but I would potentially use something like this for quick ideation to kind of figure out styles and stuff like that as well.
Well,
But like
Dave, so I don't know if she's asking the question correctly. So like, he doesn't use this particular tool, but like he codes with AI. But this tool is mainly for like ideation based on a screenshot or like for Next.js. So if you don't really build in Next.js, this is still a limited kind of tool, if that makes sense.
yeah, I get what you're saying there. Yeah, look, it's I suppose I don't use any AI tool to design websites right now, but that's because if you said to me I need a website for ABC industry to do XYZ, I've 15 years of experience to know what needs to be done and what it needs to look like. The tools for me, they are an amazing starting point for somebody, but I'm already beyond that point. I feel like these are great enablement. Looking at what it produces already, it produces stuff that is of a good standard. My stuff is kind of like, I'm not trying to be arrogant, but it's a step above normal standard because that's kind of where I fit. That's what the audience come to me for, something different. So they're probably still they're looking for me to think outside the box. And this right now is the next iteration of what templates were. So it's based on what is out there in the world and what's already available. And I think in time I would potentially use this. I have used AI to generate logo ideas because it's really good. I would use this tool, or I would go to another website and find inspiration. I would see this as a good kind of ideation or briefing ground for me, but I don't think the tool is specifically aimed at me, which I'm perfectly fine with.
Yeah, see that's kind of what I was sort of telling you, or interjecting because I think like your use of AI is like fix this WordPress plugin because I'm using that, or like help me fix this issue, or how would I do this in WordPress or whatever. Versus this is more like AI is taking the wheel. And I know like when I've done what you do for customers, which is so crazy, and it could be fun, but it also could be crazy. Like when you build things for clients, I mean, it has to be meticulous and perfect. And so AI
Yeah.
doesn't exactly get that yet. However, like if we're building a project for someone, like we wouldn't let it just do everything, but the small things and the logic part that maybe we don't understand, it's really good at. But then designing, like we're going in and putting in the classes, obviously.
Yeah, I think it's to do with expectations as well, because I look at AI like in intern in my company, and I have to bring it up to speed and educate it and prompt it and tell it what I need, which is going to be quicker me explaining to the intern all of the ins and outs of what makes good design, etc., or me just doing that automatically with 15 years of muscle memory. I put that stuff together very, very quickly. Really, like good designers don't spend lots of time in Photoshop or spend lots of time coding stuff. They spend lots of time in their own brain figuring stuff out and getting ideas and thinking outside the box. When it comes to me opening up a design tool, I'm really, really quick with that, but it's because it's already fully formed in my head. So when AI gets to the point where I can quickly express that fully formed idea, and the expectation of what's going to output it will be what I wanted, then I'm all in. But until then, it's actually quicker for me, like Ross said, being meticulous. I will see 25 things instantly when AI generates something, and I'm like, I would never put that there. I would never put that there. And there's so many nuances where I don't need to correct myself. I will put it in the correct place on step one straight away. So, but it is improving as it goes.
You disappeared from me, Sharon, but are you actually here still?
She dropped down, but I'm going to bring her right up, Ross. Real
What's up?
quick, I don't know if anybody else saw it, but check out the Explore tab here on VO, guys. Douglas made a really cool SaaS dashboard, and I don't think it does, but Ross, you can tell me if I'm wrong. I don't think it charges you credits for just forking somebody else's code on here.
No,
So
it's
if
like
you can save credits by doing that just by
so
forking.
it's weird. It's like imagine if GitHub was for like designs of AI generated code. So you could like fork designs and then variate. It's wild stuff. This is a crazy platform, guys. If you're not on VO, get on VO, play with VO. It's wild. And you're back, Sharon.
I made it back. Yeah, I'm having problems with spaces, but I managed to get back.
Did you have a question?
Nope, I don't have a question right now.
Okay, because your hand is up. It's funny.
Yeah, it's something. Yeah, I just got thrown out of the space. How to get back in?
Now that you are here, do you see how cool this looks now? Look, this could be your page. Like this is how they would get to different bots.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. When Cash Money said he forked my dashboard, I was laughing a little bit because I literally just typed in the example text, which was a SaaS dashboard. It generated this. It was totally great.
I have a question. Is anybody else in Android having a problem seeing what everybody else is seeing? We do have someone that is having troubles on Android. Can anybody else?
I have not tried this on the phone. This is not our software. We didn't build it. But if you're going to try VO, if it works, great. If it doesn't, just find your nearest friendly computer and just like knock on the screen a little bit and see if it wants to like let you use it.
And can we add the links and everything appropriate to either up top or in the bubble too, so that we don't have misspellings?
They are in the Innovative Think Tank website, like always.
Thank you.
So what I'm on is VO, guys, and I'm going slow, and I am putting Sharon right up on the spot because this is what you guys need to do. Because now this code can actually go in and you can use it like it's real code. You literally just do this and it brings the code to you. So Sharon, if you want, I'm still fairly new to this, but I think I can put a comment here. You can go to the comment because I can share it with you. You can click that, and I don't know if it's like private or not, but I'll make it unprivate. Oh no, it says public. So like, does anyone see this?
I see it, yes.
So you can fork it?
Well, I see it on your screen now. I'm not actually doing it myself.
Okay, so are you on your computer?
Yes, I'm on my computer.
Okay, so I am painfully clicking, making sure this, trying to make a tweet right now. But I tagged you in something. If you click that, can you fork it?
So I'm in GitHub now. Where do I have to?
I just shared with you something, and I tagged you on Twitter.
Oh, okay, okay.
And I'm gonna do the same thing. It says public, so you can actually have these designs and put them in your app. And if you need help integrating, let me know. AI Tutor can help them. Just paste the code and be like, AI Tutor, make it look like this. It's really easy. Or AI Tutor, build this page. It's my landing page. Put it
Where did you share it? Down in the chat bubble, or where did you share it?
Yeah, but I tagged you, so you should just get like a tag, I think. You're not getting a tag? I shared it in.
Yeah, I just got it. I just got it.
So yeah, if any of you want, you can click that too, and you could see what I prompted and how I did it. But you can use this, Sharon, for real. This is what I would do with generating a landing page. Like, this is my approach.
I highly recommend bookmarking that post for those of you that want to make sure that you're keeping digital breadcrumbs for yourself. So when you see that in Sharon's Twitter feed, go ahead and hit that little flag or chevron kind of looking thing off to the side, and always bookmark whenever you see these kinds of posts with real good stuff in it. That way you can save it for later, and you can also add it to lists if you needed to. So that's always a good hack.
Yeah, and I'll also say, like, Sharon, you don't have to use mine, but you can take the prompt and you can go take a picture of like a therapy website, like a real one, and it'll be like inspired by that. Just upload the picture with the prompt, and you can start making your own variations. Like, this was just a demo; you don't have to use it. I'm just showing you. But it's crazy. Like, let me tell you guys, part of Pixio and AI Tutor starts as VO always, and then gets reformatted by Alisher through the Alisher filter of humans, and he makes it like the correct styles and all that. That's the part that Dave was talking about. So once we have like a fresh thing, we have to integrate it and make it look pretty, or else people get mad. So like, that is the human part, but this is definitely part of the workflow for sure. Nick, chime in here. I know you use it too. Tell the people.
What?
Yeah, and how I help, like what you do with it, because you use it.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
seen you build like parts of Pixio with it.
Yeah, no, I use
For
it.
2 minutes. I'm telling them how you use it.
Well,
it's good. You use it in the way that they're gonna be like, I want to design this, and then they're gonna bring it to AI Tutor, and then hope and pray it works. But it's not hoping and praying. It's talking to AI Tutor and making it work.
Yeah, so everyone pretty much, hit the nail on the head. And when you think about VO, you definitely think about iteration, and getting a good concept ahead of time is like really something important that I think everyone should be encouraged in doing in the beginning, for sure. Then you could always go and make it more custom with AI Tutor, for sure. But that's my 2 cents.
Smoke Love, can you take screenshots for the folks that are on phone and attach them to the bubble? If you're able to, if you're at your laptop. I think you're probably the quickest way to do this.
At your command.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bjorn. What would you like to say to the people? I appreciate that, Smoke.
Yeah, just what Ross was saying, VO Vercel. So that spits out in a language called CSS. You don't have to copy it over, but you can look on X And there are some engineers that just spend their day putting out wild CSS styles for cursors and all kinds of different things. And all you've got to do is grab it off of X, stick it in AI Tutor, and tell it to incorporate. And next thing, in 15 minutes, you can have one of the most custom websites on earth. And I mean wild animations.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point actually. So here's the thing: there's like people on X right now that like spend all their whole day making the dark mode, light mode button the prettiest thing you ever seen in your whole life. What's interesting about that is they just put it in a repo or create a component. You can then take that component and tell VO to use it. You can reference it by name, or just copy and paste the code and use it, and tell AI Tutor to use the component. People share code all day long for free. It is wild. And if you haven't been paying attention to these people, go find them. Go to Build in Public, search developers, search GitHub, search CSS hacks. You'll find them. They're there. They're posting every day. And they're showing cool things. And I've seen some of the coolest animations and things on CSS right here on X.
Ross, this might be a stupid question, but CSS, is that the language for web pages, or what is CSS?
It's your favorite.
Put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. I got this.
Okay, go, Brad.
All right. So CSS is basically styles. So CSS is how you tell your website how you want it to look. And so then it comes down to libraries available, customization available when people are trying to choose what language to build their websites out of.
Let the circuits hum, hear the code's heartbeat. Unlock the power in your digital seat. With AI Tutor, guide your learning spree. GPT Claude, come fulfill your dream. Persona crafted, generations key. Unleash potential, break the boundaries, see. Learning's alive, it's a brand new day. AI's our tutor, leading the way. With Gemini Spark, Mistral's embrace. We're breaking limits, setting our pace. Through every
newest people, all the latest and greatest minds. You've literally, I mean, think about it. You've got somebody that spends 16 hours to animate a cursor that does bubbles when it goes over elements. Just one piece of a website, right? So CSS right now is the best language. You can't tell people in Java and other stuff that, but it currently really is, because you can take some of the wildest components you've ever seen. You're taking somebody else's 16 hours and copying and pasting it. And it's one of the most beautiful things you've ever seen. And AI and all of these tools are at a place right now in their curve where people of our general experience level can now we're choosing components. Like Douglas has probably built pieces his whole life or his whole career in coding, but now we're able to take all these components and build something completely custom for ourselves that literally equates to years of labor behind it, if that makes sense. And CSS just has one of the largest libraries to choose from. Sorry about that long-winded answer, Ross.
No, it's a good answer. Like, it's true. And what's crazy is there are libraries, like on Pixio, we're using a library that, if you want to look it up, it's called, I'm not sure what's it called. I always forget. The UI. The kit that you found on the internet that's like free.
Next UI?
Yeah, Next UI it's called. Completely free. Insane.
But this just uses ChatCM, which is very similar.
This uses something called ChatCM, but like there's other things like Next UI that are really cool, and they're copy and pasteable components that work like out of the box, and it's free, open source, community driven, community sponsored on GitHub. And it's crazy. And if you want like a next level, they have a component premium library too that's not free. And that basically is just like put together stuff. But you can do everything without that. If you just like put it into AI Tutor and you're like using these components, build this. And it's crazy what kind of power we have. And that's what I'm showing you these tools. Like, I'm not telling you, oh, go pay or sell. Like, you can use it for free, but you'll be limited on how many times you can use it. But these are tools I'm actually using in my tool belt and in our tool belt when we build really cool products. I remember seeing Nick sit down using VO from Canva. So go to Canva, design what you want, bring it to VOs, they do it. Craziness.
It was the best day ever.
Best day ever, Nick says. And then he just tell AI Tutor, okay, here it works. Make it actually work. Connect it up to all the AI Tutor or all the API services, all our servers, and it worked. Immediately. He built something brand new. And it was just from like idea to VO, or Canva to VO, then AI Tutor, back again to code, AI Tutor, GitHub, AI Tutor, GitHub, AI Tutor, GitHub, and launch. And that's pretty much the flow of any new thing that you're building if you don't know what you're doing. And if you do know what you're doing and you're a developer, you begin to almost refine and 10x what you can do, which is something we as engineers would have to hire for or expand your team. And now you just expand your brain cells and you can expand your team. It's crazy. And that's why I'm showing you these tools and taking the time and talking about them, because I don't really talk about my flow and what I do or how I do it like regularly. And I should, because people can benefit, but there's just no time. There's not enough time in the day to like build cool things, make sure nothing breaks. Then I have people like Dave that are like, nope, I'm here to break them. And so he represents like a
all day long, Ross, all day long.
You know, people hitting the server to do like crazy, you know, image generations that are like crazy amount of text, you know, and they're always testing the tools. And remember someone said, AI Tutor didn't stop. I was waiting to get stopped. And I'm like, well, that's why we built it. It's not going to stop. And like, it's cool to have people breaking things because we just want to build good, really good products, but it's really hard to figure out everything. Like, there's supposed to be an iteration thing where it's like, oh, new change, test it for weeks, and then launch it. And I'm like, who has time for that? Certainly not me. So like, I'd rather someone said, hey, it doesn't work, or it's broken. Here's the problem, or this is spelled wrong. You forgot the A. Fine, I'll just fix it in real time. I'm not gonna wait 2 weeks to launch something because it has to go through 100 unit tests. Software iteration can be much faster now. Like I can go to Vercel and fix that typo in 2 seconds versus a 2-hour deployment. Sorry, Larry's excited. Larry's my dog. But
What's up, Larry? Hey, sorry for jumping in. I'm not sure if I did the right screenshot or not because I was just getting back home and stuff, but I caught up quick.
I'm looking.
Well, thank you. But I think these tools are interesting because they help someone like someone who never ever wrote any code in their life, right? So like let's say Sharon, go here, make a actual website, bring it to her Next.js, and then just push to GitHub, and it's just gonna work. Like Vercel is gonna be like, hey, I'm gonna rebuild, let me do that, and then all of a sudden it's live. And you know what's crazy, guys? I heard today that in Vercel, you can actually go to settings, and this is something we're going to do after this session today. You can turn on this new setting, so when you make a change on Vercel, your users see the newest version. Because that's a problem. When you make a change, people need to like clear their cache or whatever, refresh. But now, no refresh needed with this new thing, which is, I think, pretty cool. Also, I want to talk about after you make, so let's say you have this, everything's working, and you're about to launch. There's a few things you need to understand. And it's a large conversation that we can't cover, like in one sitting at all. But I'm going to kind of graze the services of it. So when you think about actually building a server to do things, and Brad, I'm going to have you answer a specific question in a minute. I'll let you know when that time is, if you can answer. I don't know if you're a listener or not, but yeah.
Nope, I got you.
So when we build things, or before AI, we would have to build with servers because AI is what accelerated this whole new thing. So we would build actual like servers and Ubuntu and run the actual things in PHP. I know you know about that, Dave. And building servers it's hard to maintain, and you have a lot that you're doing and you're not really using that much space, and it's expensive. So when I started learning with AI, I had to find a new place to host because standard companies like a Ubuntu server can't really run Next.js properly. It's like crazy how that works. So there's like a lot of learning between getting a server that you have, like bare metal server, and then having it run Next.js. Like that is a situation that we're not going to cover here, but just know it's a situation. And so when I found that, AI Tutor was like telling me to host differently with like Vercel and Railway, I was like, oh, this is so cool. Let me like try this out. And I found that there's a bunch of companies that do this, by the way, like Heroku, which like I'm not gonna hot or not all the big cloud companies right now for you guys, even though that would probably be so fun, but not recorded. But there's a lot of options, okay? And you could choose the wrong option, like walking on a landmine. Like you don't see it, you're standing there, it's happy, and then kaboom. And so you gotta like make sure you make the right choices when building things, because things can get out of hand quite fast, especially when auto scaling is enabled. Now, when you build your tools in particular, the way we have taught you in this course up till this moment in time is using Next.js for a few reasons. Is it HTML? No. Is it PHP? Nope. Is it like JavaScript? Kind of. Is it the standard? It should be. I think that it's doing things in a far superior way than any other code that I've seen. And like, I really do like PHP, so I promise I'm not coming for PHP, Dave. We have like half our infrastructure built on that. I just think that I have this friend, that helped us. He's retired now, but he used to be our partner at the UFT. And he always used to say like the heavy lift. And so when I think of like serverless and like monolithic, which is like DigitalOcean, get a server, which they're my partners. We love DigitalOcean, but DigitalOcean also does serverless and Docker. But that's a different thing. But like Heroku, Azure, Google Cloud, all these people, like these companies let you create these actual servers. And there's so much of a heavy lift from like having that run and having it work versus like go to Next.js, Vercel, pop your domain in, and you're off to the races. Connect your GitHub, boom, live. It's wild, actually. And so that's why I focused on this. Is it the easiest? No. The job posting I put is $260,000. So obviously it's like more sought out than PHP right now. You can get a $200,000 job actually for real. If you just apply every day to them and just study Next.js, build AI applications for 6 months straight, you'll get a job. Like that's what they want to see. It's the only stack they care about. Guys, remember, like Netflix runs on Vercel. OpenAI runs on Vercel. Nike runs on Vercel. Vercel runs on Vercel, obviously. But it's a lot, guys. It's a big shift in the world of coding. And as an engineer, not only am I here for all of it, but I didn't really know Next.js prior to AI. So I had to inadvertently learn a whole new language to build AI Tutor. And I can't believe that I built it, to be honest. It's crazy. That kind of power is nuts. Superhuman level insanity, nuts. So I don't think AI is like going to do your job for you or replace your job. I think if you're like the worst person ever, you with AI is just going to be 10 times worse. I think if you're the nicest person ever, you're going to be 10 times nicer. And if you're an engineer that's like crazy and will stay up all night and always get to a solution, well, then you'll be that 10 times as strong. And it's wild to actually experience it through the eyeball sockets as the person. So I hope this course, if it did nothing, it made you understand that because you've now got to see it firsthand.
Ross, I'm going to jump in real quick. I know this sounds silly, and it's actually a distraction, but I have the question behind the scenes about an upgrade to Beam because I had mentioned it earlier. Have you made the upgrade in the tools yet, or is that coming?
So that is actually probably coming sometime tonight or tomorrow, where there's going to be a lot of new stuff coming. But no, not yet. Sorry, it's coming though.
That's
How long till I break Beam? That's
I
the
don't think
question
you
we
can
want to
break
know.
Beam too, actually. So there's like some things we did. Yeah,
We'll see.
Real quick too, can you go over the tiers that you were talking about in Spaces this morning, just so folks understand how awesome it is and how it's going to be kind of separate a little bit in terms of why you need to come aboard now as opposed to in the very near future?
Well, given that things may change between tonight and tomorrow, I'm not going to say anything because.
Oh, that's kind of smart. Never mind. I never brought it up. but I'm seeding it into their ideas in the brains.
Yeah. There's new technology. Gemini is getting an upgrade too. So we're doing something on the back end. We're going to introduce some new features and new kind of tiers. But it won't really affect anyone who has it. So if you do want AI Tutor, I think today would be a good day to get it because nothing will change. But
that is exactly what we're trying to encourage, is that whenever you purchase these tools, you are now cemented in at that structure for whatever comes in the future. So if you have benefited in some way and that these tools are inherent and absolutely needed for your business model and your workflow, I would highly recommend making sure you make that investment while you can. We have brought Scotty up into the speaker realm. How are you today, friend? I saw that you pitched a couple of times. You even pitched in front of the great Alex Damsker, and you knocked the ball out of the park. I'm really proud of you. So go ahead and speak to the people, tell them what you're building and how you fared over these last 6 weeks.
Hey, thanks, Sarah. I won't go into what I'm building. I just was here to say hello and, actually say hi to Ross again. I actually am going to reach out to you to go over some more AI tutor stuff. I was a little bit busy this week. I wanted to meet you. earlier this week. But yeah, just how's it going? Thanks for those kind words there, though, Sarah. I did practice the pitch. I took everyone's advice from ITT and applied it to that pitch, and it went amazingly well, I think. So, yeah.
You did an outstanding job. I mean, even Alex was surprised, and I think that's one of my favorite things is when you've now rehearsed it, you've taken what you've learned, and you've actually put it into practice. I mean, that's ultimately what we're here for. We're not here to be nouns. We are here to be verbs, putting those little nuggets into action, even if it's just one thing. I have to buy a domain name, or I have to learn Vercel, or I have to figure out Supabase, or I have to figure out Stripe. Each one of those separate tools and nuggets you have to act on. So that's awesome.
And yes, Scotty, how do you too, man? And if you want help, let me just book a time, and I'm happy to help you inside any of our tools. And also, I would book a time next week, just so whatever we're doing happens, and you can start to see that. Because we're going to be making some changes across Pixio and AI Tutor over the coming days.
Nice. Looking forward to it.
Oh, and also, Brad, you ready for part 2 of that question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Outside of that other way I explained, the new way, the Vercel way. So if you think it's like just me, which it's not, and I have like proof of that, but Brad's actual proof that he could tell you like he didn't know about all this stuff. And like he started like building GitHub projects right away with the starter. There's like starter things, like templates. And like, do you see the difference between a server and this? And do you know the difference actually? But without their support, I just don't know if we would have online all the things we do for students for free. It's pretty crazy. And so as you look at in ITTA, we production, hosting, and launch. Now, there's people that are like, this is a dumb conversation. I don't care about this. Where's the coding? That's cool. I'm sorry that we can't go back in time and go back to the coding parts of this. But if you're launching, you need to be understanding of where you're launching and how. What Dave said, like,
and then if you find a model that does something you might be interested in, then you can find a website called RoboFlow. Then RoboFlow has all kinds of different data that you can use to train models. If you want to find a dollar
or fast, it doesn't matter. But hopefully, if anything, and I know you're not going to have like, not everyone is going to have a full functioning SaaS by the end. Like the difference between the server, bare metal, from your perspective, no technical terms, like just what you understand, versus serverless and like Supabase, Neon, all these different things, and Vercel and GitHub, and how it's all kind of working together simultaneously. Because I feel like that might be confusing to people.
So really, okay. So really everything's a chain, right? Everybody's built products off of a couple main sites, GitHub, Hugging Face. Ross is also referencing NG Rock, where if you're trying to do some computations and test an app, and then you're trying to just display it, you don't want to use your computer to go into production. But if you wanted to put something out there and just get some tests, but you're running a Python script, you can't launch in Vercel. Now you can NG Rock it and launch it from your computer, and several people can use it. Then I've learned that from these same Hugging Face and GitHub hubs, you can build a Docker file and Dockerize your app. And then once you go into production, it doesn't matter where somebody is, what device they're on. They could be on a Kindle reader, and if it'll access your app and compute it, it'll work. So Ross was talking about Vercel earlier and the 200 and something $1,000 job for Next.js. And there might be people in the room right now like, I would never learn how to speak Next.js. Think about if somebody dropped you off in Russia and you didn't speak Russian, but you were hungry. You'd find a way to figure it out, right? But you can go to Vercel.com, search their boilerplates. Their boilerplates, you will find a website that looks amazing, that's very close to what you want. Open that thing in Vercel, then open it in VS Code, stick it in AI Tutor and say, how do I put my name on this? Then AI Tutor will take you step by step. And next thing you know, in just your first free portfolio page,
You've learned how to set up your free Vercel page and learn how to start talking in Next.js. All of this stuff. And man, when in doubt, read the docs. Just read the docs. The moment that you're getting confused and you don't understand what's going on, you just got to stop and click on that little button that says documentation and bang your head off the wall a few times and just get to reading. But yeah, server and serverless. Server takes money. If you don't have another computer or a server sitting in your house and your app takes computations, you're going to have to pay somebody else to do it. Just like if I wanted Ross to upscale my images that I was sending from here, I would have to pay him, just like AI tutor services do, to be able to use that API. So make sure you watch that, because you might end up building an entire product that you can't even afford to launch, or that once it gets traction, it puts you in the hole, or you get an $8,000 bill. And that was another thing to recommend. Make sure you research your project beginning to end. And you can do that in AI Tutor too. Let me tell you, I'm now proud owner of a manual roof measuring app. I'm proud owner of a Python roof measuring app. I'm proud owner of a Next.js roof measuring app. And now I'm proud owner of a Hugging Face machine model roof measuring app. Ask me how I learned to read the documents, and ask me how I learned to research a project ahead of time. Just ask me. I dare you.
I was
Tutor.
going to say, Bjorn, your Russian is amazing. I'm so proud of you. You did awesome.
Yeah, thank you for your answer, man. That's kind of what I wanted people to understand. And what's crazy is, Dave, I mean, you could just say I don't want to answer, but like I'll answer if you don't want to answer. But if you don't want to answer, I'll still answer, obviously. But you have servers running, right? Like real servers? What do they cost? Are you comfortable disclosing?
What do they cost? About a little over $1,000 a year, maybe.
Now, what's crazy is ours is probably that times 4 or 5 in the service level. And it's crazy because Next.js and Vercel and Railway have cut my costs down so much to run all these apps. It's like kind of mind blowing. If I would equate that to like DigitalOcean or something, or Google Cloud or Azure, it would be so expensive because as you add more, you just need to scale up. And I don't know about what apps you're running on servers, but we need like 8 to 16 gigs of RAM, which is so crazy. But what if it needs 32 gigs? It's crazy. It just kind of breaks. Like, have you ever had that experience, Dave, where you didn't have enough juice, whether it's RAM or space?
No, that doesn't happen how my setup is, just because
No,
I
that's
have
good.
the ability to scale up and down.
No, but
Mine is not like I'm obsessive. Mine, if I was a traditional WordPress web designer and used traditional WordPress web hosting, my bill would probably be at least $4,000 to $5,000, but I'm not.
Yeah, you actually have this cool thing you were showing me, and like that's like definitely a Dave thing. I don't know if that deal that you have even exists anymore. What you're using, and that's actually cool.
Yeah, nobody else is getting that deal. People are paying $1,000 a month for that deal. I just got lucky, supported a company at the start.
Like that's a real thing, and like there's literally people from the beginning of AI Tutor and Pixio. I just have Pixio in my memory because I just saw it. And some people are paying literally $16.99 for Pixio, or $15.99, and Pixio is literally not that at all. It's $35 a month. So like it does make a difference when you get these deals. Like if I went to go get that service Dave is talking about, I went to it. It was not what he said. I'm like, Dave, what up? And he's like, well, it's a different lifetime deal or whatever that he got in because that's not available for me. But the idea that you can get these things and that he had to do that because like he said, if he did it the other way with like Google Cloud, it's insane. Like you're losing so much money, like bleeding infrastructure. And these companies.
Can I go a step above
that,
Ross? If you're not experienced with this stuff and you don't even have your own hosting, if you go to a service like Webflow, You spoke about Webflow. If you go to Wix or somewhere else, I know people in groups that I host stuff and we connect, and they went from a bill of $1,000 per year to looking for $100,000 because they suddenly got a lot of traction and a lot of traffic. And actually, from a server point of view, there was no big restrictions. That company was just putting a fake limit on it, and they were just cashing in on it.
Yeah, it's crazy. And when I first started this whole Tech in Schools initiative and what we were building, we had 120 apps we needed to deploy. That kind of cost was so beyond what we could afford. It was ridiculous. Thank God, DigitalOcean has been one of our supporters since the very first time we went online. And they are amazing. But without their support, I just don't know if we would have online all the things we do for students for free. It's pretty crazy. And so as if you look at in ITTA, we production, hosting, and launch. Now there's people that are like, this is a dumb conversation. I don't care about this. Where's the coding? That's cool. I'm sorry that we can't go back in time and go back to the coding parts of this. But if you're launching, you need to be understanding of where you're launching and how. What Dave said, so it's not like your house burning down, right? That's so random and so crazy. Or like something 1 in a million. Like, it's scary the amount of times that I've seen these things, these X's, these posts, whatever you want to call them, where they're like, Webflow charged me $120,000. And I'm just like, what now? Like, how? Oh, you went viral. Well, isn't that a good thing? Kind of. Ish. Not really. Because if you go viral, then Webflow's like, oh, we're going to charge you. And if you don't want to pay, well, you disappear. Like Houdini, poof, you're gone. And that puts you in a strange position with a company who says, this is in our terms of service. Same with Wix. And what I love about these other companies is like they don't do that. Like, I had an issue with Vercel where it was charging me so much money for no reason, and I don't know why, because I made a mistake. The Vercel people told me what to do. Fix. Railway, I had an issue. We were spending tons of money. I'm like, what is going on? And then they're like, here's the problem. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll fix it. And it's so crazy when you can have like AI Tutor runs completely, hopefully, completely 100% on Vercel. Pixio runs hopefully and completely on Railway. And we're going to talk about Railway in a second, but do y'all have any questions about this? This is so important. Like you should not be allowed to release applications unless you understand where they're going to live and how much they're going to cost month to month. But you're allowed to. Yeah, but you're allowed to. So just know that you're allowed to make the worst decisions and the biggest mistakes, and no one's going to stop you. They're going to happily say your credit card, and we'll bill you as you use infrastructure. And that mysterious word, as you use infrastructure, well, group of words, is crazy. And anyone who knows about this can tell you, not only can it be crazy, but you are legally having to pay whatever it says when it's usage-based. You are not getting out of that. No matter how much you squirm, it's not happening.
What Ross is bringing up is a very important piece of all business, right? Is understanding and doing an energy or a cost audit, right? Whenever we're doing anything, what he's explaining is basically, giving a teenager or a middle schooler a credit card without telling them what the limit is. And eventually they're going to max it out. But, you don't want people to ruin their credit rating. You don't want them to understand that kind of debt right away. It is one of those things that we are kind of delving into areas that, especially if you're a new entrepreneur, the biggest fail rate. Now, we already know the statistics when it comes to new businesses, but the biggest fail rate is actually the moment they have to scale. That's the most dangerous piece of the puzzle, is when all of a sudden things are going absolutely everything right. and then it explodes because you don't know the metrics and you don't have a good handle on what things cost and how to bump up. And these are the kinds of things that can get lost in the shuffle when you're talking about digital assets in general, or just, these kind of internet money, when you're looking at it. And it's very, very important to think about, because most businesses, this is the moment where they fail. They can't, they don't have enough money to support the new clients. They don't have enough money, liquidity, in order to pay for these, GPUs and everything else that you're going to need, the hosting, and et cetera. And so, one of those questions that you ask in the code is, how do I make this the most efficient? That was one of my coolest prompts, is saying, hey, this seems like it's really expensive if I'm paying X amount of whatever to whatever. How can I make this more efficient? And you'd be fascinated to know that it knows all of the dirty secrets. It knows all of the back doors. It has access to all of the internet, right? So when you're asking those kinds of questions, that's just being a responsible steward of your resources, whatever resources those are. You can also pose a prompt saying, I have $100 a month. That's it. How do I build this business out? And you'd be amazed at all of the things that it can cut corners on and find you opportunities to, pay for itself. One of the things that we were talking about when we were talking about the scholarships in general is saying, well, what's the ideal time frame? And you're really just poking around that first month. But by the second month, you know the tools well enough that you could actually create something in order to pay for itself. So but that by the end of that third month, you already have all of the systems in place, enough of the skill sets to put in place something, whatever it is, to pay for its existence. Those are the kinds of things that you have to kind of think about. And it's really important to talk about it. I know it's dry and sometimes dull, especially if this is not the trajectory that you're taking. But guess what? If you're owning a business that has a website or is having some kind of service like what we built, you better be prepared to ask the right questions, or you're going to have major hemorrhaging in areas of your business that you won't readily be able to identify. You might know it's kind of in this bucket somewhere, but you don't know where the hole in the bucket is. And there are different ways, especially in coding, to code in efficiencies too. I mean, we've done that with our robots, right? We know that they're draining batteries. One person with the ideal know-how in order to code it can mean the difference between a one match or a lose match, because they understood how to manage those resources. So just keep that in your notes and make sure that's on a sticky note. Do not deploy, do not go ahead until you know those facts and figures, because you do not want to not be able to provide and scale up when the time comes. So are there any other questions, comments, and concerns?
One thing.
Let the circuits hum, hear the code's heartbeat. Unlock the power in your digital seat. With AI Tutor, guide your learning spree. GPT Claude, come fulfill your dream. Persona crafted, generations key.
gonna make you do one other thing. So, can you tell the amazing people here that we figured out when we were on our call and how cool this is, because they may not understand your whole model, like it's inferencing on your laptop, yes. But tell them how Hugging Face is coming into play and they're not charging you for a second. How crazy is that? See, that's one of the tricks to the trade. Brad, what he's doing would be impossible without Hugging Face. And if he could, I would like him to try and articulate this. I know this is kind of new.
Oh no, I got it. So Hugging Face is, how do I put this? So you know how GitHub looks, right? Like when you go there and you look at different projects, Hugging Face is the same thing, but it's the same exact thing, but it is for machine learning models and spaces, right? And people have created all kinds of different or using all kinds of different machine models to do all kinds of different things. But what I did learn is yes, you will probably find the model you're looking for on Hugging Face. You stand a 40% chance of finding the data you need to train said model. That is the missing ingredient.
One thing, Brad, also
mhm.
cover that API thing, and because I know this is abstracted completely out of people's understanding, and if I explain it, I'm gonna mess it up. Because can you explain it in like real human, like what you're getting
Yeah.
from Face and the API that's free as soon as you launch?
Yeah, absolutely. So even right now, so my app is live on Hugging Face. It's just a dumb model. I'm training the model in my code editor right now on a training script. But if there was if I don't know if you want to go to Hugging Face and search me or whatnot, but either way, it leaves an API out there, right? Remember that phone call to Grandpa I had spoke about? So my API is also it's free, right? If I'm willing to accept the ugly little name they give it, which I am. So now I can access my API. So now I can build a simple little 2-page lander and then make that look like it's part of the flow, right? Like have that API answer my little 2-page Next.js lander, and that looks like a real complicated app that did something. But then in that same time, I can offer that same API to insurance companies. And currently, the only input it needs is an address, and it gives you everything. And it's that's going to benefit everybody it touches. So if you just think about having an API out there, now you got so many different choices of how you offer your service. I can build a 2-page lander that brings customers from Facebook. I can build a 2-page lander that brings customers from Google AdClick. I can bring insurance companies that just want to plug my API into their CRM. And between Gradio and Hugging Face, hosting that, it's free. The only cost I'm going to incur is dealing with my images and dealing with some of the APIs and bringing back information for me to broadcast back out. But as far as hosting it back out there, it's going to be hardly nothing. But man, I implore you all, go to Hugging Face and just start clicking around. And it's Hugging Face. I know it sounds weird. And then if you find a model that does something you might be interested in, then you can find a website called RoboFlow. Then RoboFlow has all kinds of different data that you can use to train models. If you want to find a dollar bill, if you want to take a picture of somebody's smile and detect a cavity, all of that's already in there for you to begin training models.
Wait,
What Ross, go ahead.
Second, how did you find RoboFlow?
AI Tutor.
See, guys, this is what I'm saying. I don't even know what his prompt was, but I checked out RoboFlow. It's wild what you can do. You can
RoboFlow, yeah, RoboFlow. So RoboFlow already has training data out there, not the models and software. Let me be clear, but RoboFlow already has the high-res images marked out to detect safety harnesses on job sites, to detect if you got your hard hat and safety glasses on. There's training data out there for, like I said, currency, finding dollar bills. There's training data for finding airplanes at airports. I mean, you guys, so it was all cool. I'm gonna be honest, all right, super honest. This was all real cool when we were writing code and manipulating data. Like, hey, cool, look, I'm bringing this calorie counter from an API and I'm repackaging it and putting it out this way, and that's all great. But when you get into the machine learning
and the capabilities of that. And understand, I'm somebody that did not speak this language. And right now, I'm looking at my screen and I'm on epoch number 8 of my second training set. I mean, as far as opening up the world, if you just listen to what Ross says, you don't even have to take notes. Just start saying, okay, I might need to look at that. Okay, I might need to look at that. And if you're somebody that wants it, I'm telling you, just go through RoboFlow and just on their trending data sets. And these are kids that were in college doing it for projects, so they're all perfect data sets. It's amazing. And then I think it's Keggle, Keggle, or Kiggle. It is a warehouse of data sets for that people need to consider the benchmark. Like my app, looking at stuff from the sky, there was an entire data set there from ultra high res images. So again, after I get done with the second set, validate it and test it, I'm now going to train my model on ultra high res images from that data set. I mean, if y'all just click around, again, listen to what Ross says, Hugging Face, Gradio, Docker, all of these places that come out of his mouth. If you don't understand something or if you can't get through something, there is a $20 tool that'll get you right through it and teach it to you at some point in this path. You just have to want it, and that's no joke.
Yeah, and I will say a few things based on that. So in this class, we've learned that like Next.js is owned by. Actually, we'll have some fun. Who's on stage? Guys, come up on stage if you've been in this course. I want to see what you know. Let's see. Come up on stage. Fill the stage. This is not related to your app. It's like questions and answers. It's good for your brain, actually. It's going to help you connect with the content even more. But if you're on stage and you're here, I want you to tell me what's important about Next.js and Vercel. There's one important thing. Do you know it?
Netflix loves it.
That's true. But think about Vercel, right? Who is that? Who is Next.js? And why are they important? And I'll even give you a clue.
Do they just?
Huh? Wait, Sharon, what's your answer? Go.
Do they just go well together? I mean, they work well together.
But is it that, or is it like a friends with benefits type situation?
Seems like it.
Like, do you guys know who owns who? This is where it gets weird.
Vercel owns Next.js, right?
Right. So what does that mean?
That's kind of why everything's in that same ecosystem. That's why you can push from GitHub straight into Vercel and then go across the website. And from VO, you can push to Vercel. It's to make an ecosystem, right?
Yeah. And then what does VO do for that ecosystem?
The UI, the front end.
And guys, when you come, well, I don't know if you're going to come to it, but Vercel is having an event on the 25th. I urge you all to go because they're going to unveil something that's going to connect all the dots. And I have no idea what it's going to be, but I can't wait to see what it's going to be. But let me tell you what they have done for the JavaScript community and the Node.js community. It's insane what they've done. Now, we're going to go back to what Brad said, Gradio. And we're going to touch Brad because we learned about this in class. So, Brad, what's the relationship between Python, Hugging Face, Gradio?
So Python obviously can't be launched on Vercel, right? So because Python is Python scripts. Hugging Face is machine models. And well, in fact, Hugging Face is pretty much, it's not just Python, but there's no Next.js. I haven't seen anything Next.js on Hugging Face, so I'm assuming it's only Python. And then Gradio is image processor, but they also, so the way it happened for me, when I incorporated my project there and created my API and merged everything, Gradio completed a complete UI page
that had an address input for me to put the address in, 2 windows to see my map image and my return model image with the measurements, and an example address in the bottom, completely automatic. So now because of Gradio, if you go to My Hugging Face and just click on app, my app comes up right there ready for you to put an address in and get measured. Again, that model is just a dumb model right now. It has no data in it because I haven't pushed these updates to it. But that relationship come together just like a Next.js and Vercel and VS Code and all that came together. Like it seems like it's the machine learning and Python side of things versus the Next.js and JavaScript stuff.
Not only that, but did you know that Hugging Face is the people who own Gradio? So they have single-handedly both created the platform you run and the software you run, and it's open source. So when you actually zoom out, right, and you think about both of these things, it's like Vercel is a company that charges you for stuff. Next.js is what runs on their hosting. Next.js is open source. Hugging Face, on the other hand, is the same exact thing in theory, except for Python and not Node.js. And they also give you an open source infrastructure and UI and framework called Gradio. And that's open source and you can build with it. So we're at a time right now that whatever technology you choose, you can build for free. Hugging Face bases to create them are free. His app runs on CPUs that he doesn't pay for. And he will never pay for because his app will only need just that. Because he's inferencing to models that already exist on Hugging Face, which is always and forever free. As you guys build out, you need to understand launching. And the other thing I want to talk about, and then I'll stop picking on you, Brad, sorry. But if you guys are building Stable Diffusion, which, I mean, if you want to make images and not pay, you obviously have to do that. And when you do that, there's a tool that I can personally recommend on live stream right now. It's called NGRock. And it allows you to push your local to the world. Now, can you explain to them how cool that is in not developer terms? Because you just learned about it.
Yeah, so you know how when we've been creating, I'm trying to think, when we click on our local host, you know how it says localhost 3000 and we've been holding control and clicking it down in our terminal windows to kind of view our progress. So same thing, but when you run NGRock, the world is accessing your local host. So again, it's not something you want to put into production, but if you're like, hey, check out how cool this is, or hey, small group of data, check this out and tell me what you think for the next few hours. You can take your current build and just pump it to the world in its current state, and then get your feedback, turn it right back off, and go back to work. It's amazing.
I don't know if this helps anybody, but the way that I always remembered Hugging Face is that I thought of the movie Aliens. And so when you think of the alien, it always hugs your face. It's always like free hugs. It needs kind of a host, right? It needs something to connect with. And so if you always think of it as that thing that just kind of pops out and has to suck on someone's face, it works really well when you kind of put those word pictures. I know that sounds weird, Kev, but I'm a Gen Xer, and these kinds of things help make those connections. When you understood, the big aha moment for me was when I realized that Vercel was a capybara, which means it's friend shaped. For folks that don't know capybaras, they're giant rodents, right? So they're too big for predators to like go after because they don't really know what it is, but it manages to be everybody's friend at the zoo, right? So it's a connector, right? And when you start thinking of all of these building blocks as being in a cohesive ecosystem where certain things need certain things, it makes life a whole heck of a lot easier. And it becomes second nature to you. So whatever it is that makes it easy for you to think, okay, this is what I need this part to be, this is what I need this part to be. What ends up happening is that muscle memory that Dave talks about kind of kicks in, because you're thinking, oh, I cannot move forward without a capybara. I cannot move forward without, oh, wait, I have this Hugging Face that needs a host, right? You just kind of sit there and you think through the pieces of the puzzle. And I know that sounds weird, but some people need that kind of visual learning. That's why, visual code is so powerful, is because it gives you the opportunity to see everything and how to play and plug and how these pieces all fit together. And then you have that whole cohesive system. But whatever it is, whatever mechanism it helps you remember, put them on sticky notes. If you have to color code them, do it, because you don't want to frack up the order or frack up those kinds of things. But, my whole entire wall in my studio is a bunch of sticky notes where I'm trying to figure out what all the little things and the bits and the bobs fit in place. And until I know them and memorize them, you know what? They're going to stay there. And it's just going to be that way. Whatever way you learn, take it and run with it, void the warranties and make it your own.
And side note, if you find a data set that you love for Hugging Face because you've now been inspired by Ross and what he's been able to do for me through Josh's Spaces, you can also host your data set on Hugging Face for free. So in other words, you don't have to download it to your computer and take up all that space. You can send that joker right over to Hugging Face, and now they're hosting your model and your data set for you to work from. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, it's actually really
So
good
smart.
because this is unheard of for free ever. Like, it's crazy. Like, some of these data sets are terabytes, and Hugging Face is like, I'll eat that for breakfast. It's crazy. And on my screen, I'm showing you Railway. Now, Brad, how you could use Railway in the future is like Railway can run Python instead of Hugging Face, and it could do like things like Flask, Chainlit, Fast API, just different solutions. But the thing is, it's the same at the end of the day. It's like deploy GitHub. You click your GitHub, you click your thing, and you deploy. Same like Vercel, but with Python and with everything. And why they're different is because they let you do more than just Vercel. You could do PHP here. You could do HTML, JavaScript, Go, Python, anything on Railway. So it's honestly a really good service. And again, not affiliate or anything. And just we use it. Like, we actually host Pixio on Railway. So if you guys like Pixio, you like Railway. That is how we built it. We had to choose something that could scale up fast, scale down when we need to. Like when everyone's sleeping, why do we need huge servers? For what?
Exciting tutorial. Today, we're going to explore how to use the Beam feature on AI Tutor. Beam is an incredible tool that allows you to generate multiple responses to your queries using different AI models. Let's dive right in and learn how to utilize Beam effectively. When you are using Beam, make sure to click on the Ultra tab on AI Tutor. You can then click on the option that says Gemini Beam. If you have not used this before, you will go through a brief tutorial. In the Ultra section, you'll see an option to input a prompt. This is where you type the question or statement you want the AI to respond to. Enter your prompt in the designated text box. After entering your prompt, look for the Beam button. You will then be directed to a page showcasing different AI models. Each model offers unique responses based on your prompt. Explore the models available and click the play button above each to view the responses. Feel free to add responses from as many models as you like. This will help you gather a wide range of insights and answers. At the bottom of the page, you'll find a toolbar with various options. You can combine answers with the Fuse button. Pick and choose what you want to add using the checklist with the guided button. You can choose what aspects of the response you'd like to keep or discard. You will then be guided to a new response based on your checklist. You can also analyze your answers using the Compare button. This will break down your answers into a structured framework. Remember, you can also make your responses full screen with the icon at the top. This will make viewing all your various responses easier. If all else fails, you can also customize your actions with the custom button. Now, to continue chatting with a section that pleases you, simply click on the green arrow button, and you can chat directly with the section you like. And there you have it. You now know how to use the Beam feature on AI Tutor to generate, analyze, and utilize responses from multiple AI models. Experiment with different prompts and models to fully leverage the power of Beam in your projects. Stay tuned for more helpful tutorials.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? I'm Ross.
And I'm Alisher.
And we are
Tech in Schools Initiative,
a nonprofit organization that aims to empower developers and students and learners of all ages by creating state-of-the-art curriculum and web-based free companion apps.
And over the past 5 years, we've built our own online infrastructure with over 70 apps, including web builders, design tools, app generators, and much more, taking several businesses online, including our fellow education companies, growing from just a few classes in 2017 to thousands of students now going into 2023. And we have been through the trials and tribulations of scaling and expanding online infrastructure. So whether you're just starting out or about to grow into the giant company that you're meant to be, we can help you understand what steps you need to take. Now, starting a business can be scary enough, and certain questions will make you feel uncertain. For example, can my server handle it? What am I going to do with this domain? How can I connect everything together using my VM? Now, in this presentation, we're going to go through the process, being more hands-on with it, just having control, using the right open source tools and building on top of them. And what we really pinpointed that makes the cloud scary in general for everybody is the learning curve. At every step of the way, you'll be hit with learning new concepts, learning new ideas. So we've narrowed it down to 3 main categories. Number 1 is you want to choose the right hosting, something that will grow with you as you're expanding. Number 2, you want to gain more control, end to end, being able to see how your apps perform, how your hosting is doing, what kind of load it's taking. And number 3 is being able to create your own tools to empower your organization and really customize your own software. So let's go over one of the most essential aspects of starting an online business: hosting.
Hosting can and will be the hardest and most overlooked component of software development, at least for my team it was. And if you make the wrong choice, it will cost you more than just your hard-earned money. It will be vital to the success and growth of your business venture. We learned this the hard way, but with good backups and rapid recovery and an all hands-on deck approach, we were able to bounce back pretty quickly from a cyber threat that had wiped out over half of TSI apps and our main infrastructures. Without good hosting, I'm not able to create the high performing apps and scale them to thousands of students within the TSI network. I will definitely not make that mistake again. And let me explain to you how you can identify these hosting platforms and what you can avoid. Big known brands such as GoDaddy, HostGator, DreamHost, and so many others, they all share one thing: their hosting is shared. And that means all the users are using the same server, and their tools, like website builders, for example, don't let you modify and or download your code. And that's not good, because let's say something goes wrong and you need to move servers, you actually no longer have a website. And high fees are my biggest problem. So there are high fees for everything, but mainly there's high fees for things that are actually free. So things like Let's Encrypt and SSLs right in cPanel and WHM, that's all free to set up. And these companies will charge you $100 a year per domain. What happens if you have 5,000 domains? It becomes insanely costly. And horrible UI just further mystifies the consumer to how the server works and what they actually could do. But hey, at least there's 24/7 phone support, which, might I add, is absolutely useless because they can't help you with anything. All they can do is check what credit card you have on file. And then you have GCP, AWS, Azure, and the big players in the game that run things like Netflix. And they offer great services, but it comes with caveats. This concept is a personal struggle I faced as the owner of TSI. Each service is separated, which is great and compartmentalized, but it comes with high costs for basic things like shell access, which should be free. So why is there a service $100 a month just to access the server shell? And as powerful as these systems are, they come with risks. Because tickets that you create with support can have up to 20 representatives assigned to them at any given time, problems can take from 30 to 60 days to actually get resolved, even major outage problems. And hidden services can be the downfall of a server admin. Hackers were able to get into the management of our big hosting provider, not our code. And for us, we have 100% uptime is mandatory for our students. So 60 days offline would not work. And then you have the happy middle is what we call it. DigitalOcean allowed us to scale without the fear of obscure, unclear costs. Building without limits of hidden services and limitations is what we were missing in our infrastructure stack. And deployment is so fast and easy. Sometimes when I build things, I'll build 3 to 5 droplets at a time with different configurations until I'm happy with the proper configuration that I chose. And DigitalOcean's amazing backend UI is what we needed. It's as if the people at DO creating this dashboard actually like their customers, which we at TSI truly appreciate. And end-to-end control, being limitless, is what we love. And Alistair is going to tell you more about that.
So your smaller brands like GoDaddy, HostGator, DreamHost, they will make you feel like they're on their side. They heavily market themselves as the mom and pop shop of the hosting providers. However, things slowly start to unravel as you dig deeper and you actually start using them. So smaller providers like GoDaddy, they'll force you to request changes to the server. For example, if you want new versions, that's something you'll need to request and potentially even pay more for. And then there's an issue of trust. Representatives are able to access every aspect of your account, and without your knowledge can even shut down and move your content. And in general, you're going to face a lot of limitations with shared hosting, whether it's a domain, the number of subdomains you're allowed to create, or just the SSL that they charge you astronomical amounts for. Now, the big names are not much better. You get control, however, you don't get much direction. They're completely uninvolved. Personally, for us, we had a situation with a big name provider where our account got hacked. And unfortunately, we were not able to recover any of our infrastructure simply because representatives did not know how to get in and how to recover it. Or there's so many levels of management between us and the person in the engineering department that we need to help us that it'll just never get to them and get lost in a stack of papers. Now, what we found to be the most useful when it comes to management and what we've used for years, even when we were on the shared hosting with GoDaddy, is cPanel. Now, cPanel is available in the DO marketplace. It's available in almost every marketplace, and the installation itself is fairly quick. You can achieve it with just one command line. Now, companies like GoDaddy and HostGator actually use cPanel and WHM to resell you the shared hosting, but we use it to have different apps separated from each other and be able to manage everything with ease. If an app is down, I'm able to go and pinpoint exactly which app is down, what part of the server it's affecting. It also has free add-ons and free SSL, something companies will typically charge you upwards of $300 a year for. Now, it also has easy management of domains. Now, you're able to manage your domains in GoDaddy and whatever other domain name service provider that you use, but with cPanel, you get that end-to-end control of your domain. And it comes with great packages as well. So if you're just starting out building an application and you want to test it in the different versions of the software, such as PHP or Node, and whether it works or not, it's quite easy to install the right package. Now, we understand that not every small company is going to be able to afford cPanel. It could get quite costly if you don't qualify for their nonprofit pricing. So we found great alternatives throughout the years as we've been working with different infrastructure. When we were just starting out building the Ubuntu server, we've learned that CyberPanel is a great alternative that's also available in the DO marketplace. And CyberPanel allowed us to quickly boot up an app. And although it's limited compared to cPanel, it still has great integration, up-to-date extensions, and everything you'll need to start your app. Now, FastPanel is another fantastic alternative. FastPanel is growing and it's only going to grow bigger. They have over 3 million servers already running and managed. Now, it works great with Debian and Ubuntu. It gives you a nice way to separate each app and each website with amazing UI, and it's actually lighter than cPanel on your server. So it's much easier to run. And it has great automations options as well. Let's say you want the free SSL. FastPanel is going to reissue that SSL every 30 days just fine for you without you having to worry. Now, we're aware of the hosting that we're going to choose, and we know what management software we're going to use. Now, we need to talk a little bit about the types of apps that we're going to build to empower our organization.
So open source is a very broad term, but a very important one. Probably one of the most important things you will learn when you're creating your own tools. It can allow you to instantaneously create company-specific web solutions and your own tooling. My Apps is a software cloud suite that we have created and built over the last few years. All the apps are built by open source technology, meaning we control every single aspect of them and we can produce updates and fixes as necessary. We have created powerful apps such as Appify and Builder, and they're amazing because they enable students to build and launch mobile apps directly to the Apple and Android stores and create functioning websites with wildcard custom domains. And they can publish all of this live directly using these tools. Another tool I want to highlight is Web AR. I'm not sure if you guys know about augmented reality, but you can create augmented reality directly in the web. And we created that solution and gave it to our students so they could learn how to create augmented reality in the future as future developers for their products. Now, when you think about open source, there are big players in the game that have contributed to some of the biggest softwares in the world. Salesforce being one of them is how you would manage all of your employees, all of your company information, your products. And an alternative to that is available directly in Installatron, which is a sort of a suite of open source software that gets installed directly within cPanel. And you could basically create everything Salesforce has to offer for free. And for LMSs, which is a learning management system, in college, very popular is Canvas. And Canvas is actually open source and completely free if you know how to build it. And we personally at TSI, we use Moodle as our exclusive education software because of how malleable it is and what it allows us to do as far as implementing our own custom apps into Moodle. And when you think about building a website, well, you can pay thousands of dollars, or you can just get WordPress and build it yourself for free. And we love WordPress because mytsi.org is built on WordPress. All of our websites and most front end that we build is in WordPress because of how amazing it is and easy to use. And Shopify is quite expensive, and you could alleviate the cost entirely by using PrestaShop and selling your products. Open source is so clearly the only way to go when you're building your own technology and creating your own tooling. And WordPress is just an amazing tool of creation that can just build pretty much anything from actual software to front-end websites. For us, WordPress allows our students to build and learn using code. And because it's free, students are not limited to what they can create. And because of our own website being on WordPress, we're able to edit our website on the fly using mobile apps, which is really helpful. And Moodle, being as expansive as it is, allows the students to go through their coursework while being fully integrated to the TSI ecosystem of applications. And because it's open source and built with powerful scripting engines, you're able to do pretty much any sort of scripting language on Moodle. Additionally, I want to highlight that you can just go on GitHub and you could find code that might serve a purpose for you. And if not, you can even buy open source scripts on the internet that you can just install directly on your server. And it's solutions like these that become important, because the software that you buy and that you own for your organization, you can freely modify that code and make it more substantially useful as an internal tool for your organization. And Alisher is gonna.
So, how do we ease the uncertainty and make cloud less scary for ourselves as we're starting out? Well, to conquer this heap of knowledge and learning necessary, we really need to focus on these three things, and then we'll be able to succeed. Number one is come in knowing what you want from your hosting. Find the provider that will grow with you, that will allow you to test, experiment, and even downsize if you have to. Those are hard to find because once you're tied in a specific tier of pricing, that's it. Can't go down. You can only go up. Now, seek better control of your infrastructure through software. We personally use cPanel. We've used it for years, but you can find something else. But you just want to stick with it. You want to stay consistent. And that way your development team is able to understand the software better and give you better control. And then you also want to supercharge your infrastructure and empower your organization through software that doesn't have to be costly at all. Applications like vTiger, Moodle, and even the open source version of Canvas are all free as long as you know how to launch them. So now you guys are able to follow us on social media, on Instagram, Twitter. You could also email me and Roz directly. You can also visit our website, which will have more information about what we do, such as our curriculum development and our application development. You could also join us for an additional Q&A in Discord after this session, where we'll be giving out exclusive access to some of our web apps and our very first alpha for the VR museum for the Oculus Quest.
Yeah, so if you head over to Discord, we will actually let you into some web apps and you could see what you can really do with open source technology.
And I think now it's time that we could perhaps spend on some questions.
Yes.
I'm not seeing any questions. Should we take it to Discord? Okay, no problem. Well, while the questions are coming in, I think some things we could also mention is that you could buy a piece of open source code, something that a developer built that will give you a license for, that's perpetual. You own it forever. And what happens is you can build on top of it. There's plenty of sources that are available for, say, $50, $60 that you can buy a piece of code and easily build on top, white label, and make it part of your organizational information systems.
Sure, that's literally how we did it. Please head over to Discord and we will be there to answer any questions and give out any demos.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining. And we'll see you guys in Discord. And look out for links to our new software that you can try out in a Discord.
For folks in the room, while you're waiting, make sure that you have your notebook out, your pens out, beverage of choice, preferably one that will not get you inebriated by the end of the evening, because we want all of our faculties this evening. Make sure too that you have your laptop available and already opened to our innovatorsthinktank.com, obviously. They have all of the notes and agenda already there prepared for you. Hopefully, you've seen some of the tweets that we are going to be hunting and gathering this evening. And it's going to be a little bit different because we're hunting and gathering for ourselves sometimes, and instead of everybody else. And so we'll be on different paths during the course of the night. Similar paths, but different nonetheless. And so there are going to be some deviations, which means hair pulling and gnashing of teeth and, all of the swearing and muttering under your under your breath. But just be encouraged, because this is not an easy thing that we're doing. All of us are learning side by side. You're not alone in the journey, and you are not. And we have Cash Money Kev and Matea and Josh all keeping an eye over the ecosystem and making sure that everybody is accounted for and taken care of as we go through the evening. The other thing too is that if you do have questions, add them to the purple bubble. That is a way that I can find you. Maybe sometimes it's easier if I'm ignoring you or I can't see you. You can tag me in the main timeline and I can see a pop up that way. Those are really helpful to put your questions there because they're attached to the space. You can also communicate in the Innovators Think Tank, of course, and of course also in the Discord channels. This is an omni-channel presentation, so you have lots of moving parts. We all understand it. Most of us are on our phones listening into X Spaces. So, let the games begin. I hope that each and every one of you have come here with a heart wanting to learn and the disposition willing to laugh, because sometimes things can be frustrating. Just know that we will make sure it gets done, and nothing is forever. You can't break stuff that we can't fix, and that's
All right, all you amazing innovators who showed up right on time for this build session, we will be starting in a few minutes. Do yourself and your network a huge favor, like and retweet the room. We're going to let a couple minutes of silence here to begin the space, let everybody fill in their seats, and then we'll launch into this. It's great to see each and every one of you who are here. Again, let's like and retweet the room. We'll be beginning very shortly. All right, folks, we're going to be starting at 5:05 on the dot. That's about 2 minutes away from me, maybe a little bit less. Again, like and retweet the room. We'll have a nice intro, and we're going to launch off this amazing event here in a moment. Like I said, great to see the amazing familiar faces that are in the crowd. Guys, I'm so stoked of what we're going to launch into here in a couple minutes. Again, at 5:05, we're going to do it.
Hey, Josh, I'm just going to do a quick test, okay? Give me 1 second. I just need to hear if I hear myself.
All right, it is 5:05. And as promised, I think that we go ahead and launch off this event. Folks, welcome back into the Innovators Think Tank. We are now going on our second course in a series, Building Our Idea to Impact. And I'm so stoked about what we have in store for you guys, not only today, but the next 6 weeks. I just want to start off by saying, guys, the Innovators Think Tank, this is a place for any of you, anybody working on a project, a business, an idea, to come and collaborate with folks who have a different background, different expertise, different talents, different perspective. We have seen over 300 hours of doing this event, over a number of build courses, over 1 full year of hosting this space. There's no doubt that collaboration is the new currency. That when we work with folks who have a different background than us, we're actually able to unearth insights that can allow us to craft impact in our life, in our business, in our families that's even more meaningful. So guys, I appreciate you for joining me here to kick off Build a WordPress Site from Idea to Impact week number 1. Look, I just want to say that here inside the Innovators Think Tank, and in a very real way, the definition of innovation is the transformation of ideas to impact. So what we do every Saturday is we help everybody in this community learn pillars, core skills of what it means to transform your ideas to impact: leadership, communication, business management, and so much more. So folks, up in the nest, we will here in a little bit have a link to ITT number 54. That is this Saturday. Don't forget to show up, learn those pillars of innovation, sign up for 60-second pitches, and dig your heels into this community. Look, we are kicking off something that is beyond words today, and we're going to try to put it in 2 words. But first off, I want to say anybody who came from the first build series and trusted Sarah and our team and Nick Alisher and Ross at the TSI to be good stewards of your attention, of your time, I wanted to thank you guys, because without you guys having been in that first course, there would be no second course. And I'm so excited about what direction we're headed with this. The Tech in Schools initiative, without a doubt, has been just such a core part of what it means to transform ideas to impact here inside this community. So I wanted to thank them. We have some key sponsors and partners that work with the Tech in Schools initiative that I think deserve a shout out before we get into this. So first off, I want to just thank you so much out to DigitalOcean for making all of this possible with the Tech in Schools. I know you have been partners with them since 2021 as a simple and reliable cloud hosting service. This is going to do wonders for our community. So I greatly thank you to DigitalOcean for what you've supplied. It means the world to us. cPanel. Now this is an incredible a piece of software and service for you innovators. This is a control panel. It's your dashboard, right, for managing the elements of your website. Everybody's going to get a cPanel here today. So thank you to cPanel. I don't know if we could do this event also without TSI, DigitalOcean, and you guys. Divi Theme is another company that is making this possible. If you want to talk about like a complete design framework from your site, from the ground up, custom, Divi Theme is going to be there to support us as we build out the custom elements of our site. Immunify 365 is another partner of this. Like you're talking comprehensive security suite for your site as well. So nobody's going to be left at risk of being hacked and information stolen. We have that locked down, and big shout out to Immunify 365, or excuse me, 360 for making that happen. And the last partner here would be WordPress. Everybody knows WordPress, right? The content management system. This is where we host and where we build. So with these partners, and last but not least, the Tech in Schools initiative, who is an amazing partner of the ITT. Their team is leading the charge here, making this happen, calling the shots. And I just wanted to shout each and every one of the partners who are making this build space possible. It would be nothing without you guys. Let's continue with transforming our ideas to impact. We are at week 1. We are setting up. We might have some of our ideas, but let's go ahead and get some of the amazing people who are going to be leading us through this 6-week course up inside the mix. Let's do this. Ross, do you want to come on in and share with everybody, for the sake of the recording, for the sake of what we're doing here, who you are, what we have going these next 6 weeks in a very rough way? And then I say we get Sarah in here as well to kick off the event. And I am stoked to be doing this. Well done to your team. I will say that even before we go into this event, I wanted to do these intros. We can talk about what resources are needed, and those are up in the nest. But I think for now, Ross, I want to give you the mic. Give us a little intro. Tell us what we're doing here over the next 6 weeks, and let's do it, sir. Thank you.
Hey, how is everyone? I am so happy we're doing this. This is going to be so fun, guys. So we are actually streaming across a few social networks. So hopefully we get some new Twitter people in here for the first time. And what we're going to build is really fun. It's going to be really easy. It's not going to be crazy hard. What's going to be crazy is coming up with content and making sure you're sending the right message and your colors are correct. But the coding part, we're going to help you with all our tools and resources. So hopefully, if you're on the live stream or you're not on the live stream, and I do agree we should intro everyone, Josh. I just want to make sure one quick thing. If you're on Twitter, there's a live stream. If you click it, it will show it to you, but with no audio. If you're on desktop and you go to Josh Hellman's website, Innovators Think Tank, you should be able to see the whole thing with audio. You could just mute it. The purpose of this is after this is over, you have a complete full video and audio in 1080p of everything that happened. And let's say you're not in Twitter and you want to be in the Innovators Think Tank, build a WordPress site from idea to impact. This is going to be the first time ever that you can go to the website and actually participate in this event, and we will even see your comments. We will see comments across every social network. So I hope you guys really enjoy this, and I look forward to all the introductions. I love hearing about all the cool people that make this happen. but we worked really hard to put this together, and I think you guys are going to have so much fun. It's going to be so insane.
Ross, I absolutely love it. And I will double down on that. Like going from the first idea to impact series, or you could say course, to this one, folks, we've leveled it up a lot. Go to the link in the nest at the very top and swipe to the far right. There's only 3 things in there right now, right? So go to the very far right. You'll see all resources and live stream link with a couple arrows pointed downwards. Folks, that'll take you right to the Innovators Think Tank website where we have the video up, all of the resources you need, the agenda. And like Ross said, if you're not on X with us right now, you guys can head on over to the Innovator Think Tank website and use the comment box in which our team and Ross's team will be able to see your comments, and we're happy to reply in live real-time audio from here. If you guys want to come over to X, click on the link in the upper right-hand corner of the Innovators Think Tank website. You'll be taken to the X space. Request the mic and feel free to come up and grab it at any point. As Ross mentioned, we're live on many different platforms. We're trying to bring as many people into this event and make as big of an impact as possible. So look, you don't necessarily need to be inside this space right now. You could be on the Innovators Think Tank website, listening to the audio, putting some comments in there. And guys, I think that this is a really, really great way to evolve what we're doing and take a bold step into the second course of this series. Without further ado, let's get Sarah in here to talk a little bit more about, some thoughts she's having in terms of taking ideas to impact WordPress sites for innovators. On an individual level or even businesses. Sarah, my thought is you might not only have a great intro, but also be able to touch on the ways that people might want to use what's in front of them right now. So Sarah, thanks for joining us. I'm stoked what we're doing, and Mike is 100% yours.
Well, greetings. Congratulations to each and every one of you that are here. You got to be present to win today, folks. There's a couple things housekeeping things. I want to make sure we're all on the same page when we start this. How many of you, raise a hand, I know that you're on laptops, so you can just kind of wave, have already signed up for tonight's class? And we want to make sure that you have all of your tools before we begin opening up this segment. So if anybody does not know what the heck I'm talking about, that you did not link your Twitter account or sign up for an account for this evening, we need to know now. This is one of those things that we need to know now. So it doesn't mean that you're going to be left behind, but some of you are new and may have not heard our talk on Saturday night. Maybe you were just invited by a friend, and maybe this is your first time on Twitter. I know that we have some anonymous listeners, and we also have listeners across multiple platforms, right? So I wanted to welcome you, each and every one of you. You're taking a bold step in hacking your own education and, creating something that is going to be the hub of a wheel with many, many spokes in the digital overlay. First and foremost, make sure you have something to drink. I know that this is going to be a long night for some folks. This is a digital makerspace, which means you come up to the mic, and if you have questions, comments, or concerns, we'll make sure to see you and call on you as best as possible. The little purple bubble down below, you can also add comments, questions, concerns down there, and I'll do my best to look at them. If we're following one another, you can always DM me as well. Any of the crew. We're all here actually just to see you guys succeed. So if you have a notebook, pad of paper, it's really important. I know some of you have giant whiteboards. Those are awesome too, because this is facilitating many different things. We all have a different why for being here. Why do we need a website, right? In the first place, it's so much more than just a website. Like I said, it's the hub of a wheel with many, many spokes. In the digital overlay, each one of you are your own private kingdom. You don't realize it yet, but you are. Some people will call that an influencer, but really it's a microcosm of the folks that you hang around with the most, that you serve and that you help simply by showing up. You are kind of the center of an ecosystem, a pocket family. And to give you some inkling, there are people will type, like we did on Saturday, Taylor Swift, right? She's going to have the gross domestic product that's bigger than some small countries because of her influence and pull. The things that you guys are wanting to build, you folks, I should say, guys, I shouldn't say that all the time. I just do. Apologies. But everybody here has an ambition. We all have mobility at the very core of our beating hearts. We want to go somewhere. We want to be relevant. We want to build something of relevance to other people, but also that we can profit from. Many of the ideas that we had in the SAS class were jumping boards, were springboards, were platforms to something else, right? We're building these things, and each step of the way, giving you tools along the way to help you hone your skills and your capabilities, whether it's learning how to speak with Tim Brown, or maybe you get stuck and you need to go and get some help from Dave Meir, or maybe you need to pitch an idea. And Josh Hellman has so many wonderful, wonderful guests on Saturday that can help you with that. Tonight is you're going to get a website. That website could be, like I said in the post earlier, it could be a repository of wonderful things that you're doing. It could be a glorified resume. It could be an actual site where you're selling stuff. It can be all sorts of things. Those are the questions you need to ask yourself right at this moment. Why are you building it? There are many people here who have been building websites their entire lives, and then they're given the opportunity to have a wonderful backpack full of stuff from our wonderful sponsors. And that's good too, because each and every one of us needs to hone our skills and kind of learn how to re-navigate with new tools and things. So without much more fanfare, we have a very packed agenda. And so I'm glad that all of you are here. You're taking a first step in owning yourself. You're owning your own journey. And, in a day and age of AI, we have a collaborator that can help us smooth out the rough edges and fill in the gaps of our own skills. It's not going to replace developers. It's not going to replace all of those things, because as you build, you're going to realize, I have delusions of grandeur. And these are outside of my skill sets. That's when we're going to tap in and then look around to our left and right and see folks that will take us to the next level. But the point is here tonight is to dare to learn something new and be a little bit vulnerable, because sometimes it's unnerving and we understand that you're going to yell at the screen, you're going to cuss, you're going to learn some wonderful words. Please don't use them in spaces, because we have a wonderful group of kids from the New York public school systems that are joining us. So be on your best behavior. This is a Montessori classroom of sorts, right? So keep it family friendly. But I will tell you, yes, it's going to test a lot of folks, especially if this kind of stuff is new to you. But don't worry, we're not going to leave you behind. And no question is dumb. We want all of the questions to be in the recorded line, especially since this is a beta test, right? This is what we're doing. We're making sure that we're, testing everything so that other people that come after us will have an easier time. So without any more jibber jabber, I see that Dave Meir has his hand up, and I always love to hear his voice, especially going into new class. Dave, how are you this evening?
Very well. You probably hear in my voice that I don't have my usual energy. I've been working a lot the last week. Um, I've intentionally left everything to the last minute, so I want to try kind of ask questions that maybe other people are not asking, and I followed the link in Innovators Think Tank. I am on the TSI Digital Oceans portal, and I see billing cycle and I see enter your domain. And I don't know right now, is enter your domain a requirement, or is that kind of optional and we can figure that out later on? Or is that something that I need to put in or would trip me up if I just went, pay now and continued on?
So great question. It's not gonna trip you, but I will say one thing. We're gonna go through it on the live stream, but when you get to that portal, for the most part, everybody's gonna get a domain that will end with .tsiprogram.org. So it could be your name .tsiprogram.org. because at the end of the day, after you click pay now, even though you're not going to pay, of course, we have to approve that order, and that's how the account will get created for you. So we're going to be back in this platform, and it's going to have your password, it's going to have your login, and it's going to have your domain that we will create for you. But everybody's domain is going to be at .tsiprogram.org, and then you can add your own domain afterwards.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to chime in real quick. And, Sarah and Dave both making excellent points. Dave, I'm so glad that you held off, because a lot of the questions that you have will be questions that other people have. And I want to invite anybody, again, no question is a dumb question. If you're on the Innovator Think Tank website, put them in the comment section. If you're here on X, grab the mic or put them in the comment section as well. We invite that. We're about to jump into this event. This was really, an intro. I wanted to be sure the tech in schools that Sarah, that anybody who wanted to kind of come up and share a quick note had that opportunity. But I think that we jump right into it, because Dave, my hunch is that question in which you have will be answered as we get right into this. I'm thinking with the live stream and with the agenda on the website, nobody will leave this first week without being set up and feeling good to go. So if you're nervous right now, if you're feeling a little clinched up, anybody in the audience, relax, you're in the right place. Just pull open that live stream. The Tech in Schools, Sarah, and our amazing teachers are going to take us step by step to set all of this up. So again, you won't leave here today. I see a lot of people in the bottom right-hand corner putting up some comments and some questions. Great questions. We'll address those one at a time as we get going. So let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to hand the mic over to Alisher, to Ross, to Nick. Allow them to jump right into it. Again, guys, we want to have the live stream open. The live stream is up inside the Jumbotron. If you want all of the resources, the whole package, the whole Christmas tree, go to innovatorsthinktank.com and click on this week's agenda. Also in the nest, it's the very first post on the far right. So just click on that, get signed in with your account on Innovators Think Tank if you're not already, and get ready to rock and roll here today. So Sarah, Nick, Rosh, Alisher, let's launch into building our WordPress site from idea to impact week number 1. I'm going to go ahead and give the mic over to Nick, Rosh, and Alisher. Alisher, let's do it.
So guys, here's the thing. If you don't follow this process right now, you're gonna actually not leave here safe and unbothered. You're gonna be like mad because you didn't do it if you don't pay attention right now. And this is not a recording thing. This is a real time, you take action type of situation. Then after, week 2, 3, of course, if you can't show up at the first 10 minutes or stay the whole time, we understand it's all live stream. But it's really, really, really important that you get the authentication and you get the servers and you're able to do all those things. So if you haven't had the opportunity to sign in, get the link, sign up, purchase the thing, get to $0, and where it says unpaid, if it says unpaid, you did the right thing. If it does not say unpaid yet, you need help. This is your time to raise your hand, come up and talk, and we have the live right here. We can actually simulate and show you what you should be doing. So please come up, raise your hand, join the speakers, and ask your question. This is interactive learning, not a lecture.
Some initial people up on stage that grabbed the mic. We have Jeff, Dan, Lucia, Brad. Welcome on up here. Good to see each and every one of you, and our co-host Mattia grabbing the mic as well. Sharon grabbing the mic. Let's see. We got Mukshad. Guys, I'm getting everybody up here. Apologies on the delay. All right, Mattia, I see you got a hand up. Any questions you have for Ross as we're launching into week number 1? Sharon will come your way next.
Yeah, honestly, I have the same issue that Dave brought up, Ross. I get to the checkout page, continue shopping, empty shopping cart, but I don't have like a pay now, proceed to next page.
Question, do you have an account? If you don't have an account...
Okay, yeah, sorry. I haven't been able to make an account yet because I'm trying to keep up with you.
Hey, Mukshad, if you'll do me a favor, my friend, we're going to keep the build session to a raise hand etiquette, just kind of like a classroom. That way, everybody can get that opportunity to ask a question in good order. Really, really appreciate you being here, my friend. We're glad you're on stage as well. Just toss that hand up. If you're on the PC, there is no hand going up in the air, right? So be sure you wave it. Cash Money Kev just waved his hand just like that. That lets us know and our team know that you have a question, and we'll call on you 100%. Mukshad, thank you so much, my friend. We'll go right on back. Who was speaking at the time? I think that was Mattia. And you're
Mattia.
asking a question, yes, to Ross.
Yes. So Mattia, you need an account to actually check out. So at the bottom, it should say create an account. Go do that and then come back, hit that link, and Pay Now will be available. And for the domain, it could be mattia.tsiprogram.org.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ross. I think that's what I tried to do earlier, but must have just messed up. Thank you.
Yeah, you just can't check out without an account. There's no way for us to actually give it to you without you logging into the platform first, then hitting the link and checking out.
For folks that are questioning whether or not you did it right, you will have a verification email. It'll actually say, yep, you have this waiting for you. So when you get to that last piece and you have the invoice that's zeroed out, if you got yourself an email, you do have an account. So that gives you a clue just to set your mind and hearts at ease that you're on the same page. And I guarantee in a minute, after we start going through these spots, if you don't start showing what's on your screen, then we'll know, this is a Montessori classroom. We know when the square thing does not fit into the round thing, and we can clear all that stuff up. So just, don't have to anxiety or anything like that. For those that are DMing in the background, you did it right. You showed up. You have your number 2 pencil, and we're all ready. I see that Sharon has her hand up. Go ahead, love.
I guess I did everything right. I'm just is that all I have to do to be part of the course? Just that? When it comes to signing up?
For now, yes. But
Okay.
I actually wanted to go through signing up first. So I posted the link on top in the Jumbotron, where you guys can go to the Innovators Think Tank website, sign up with X, and you'll have a link to this portal here, where us and DigitalOcean manage our resources and can give you guys an account. What we're going to do is we're going to click Buy Now. You should have only one option available here, TSI and ITT hosting. And if you don't have an account, if you're not logged in, you'll be greeted with this screen. So here you can see already have an account or create an account. Well, I'm going to create an account. I'll make a quick account for myself. You guys can fill out your real info, but I'm actually going to fill out my real info as well, in case I want to receive any emails. And we disabled email verification for now. So for today, you guys can go through, easily sign up, and then we're going to enable email verification, so it's a little bit more secure. But for now, for the ease of getting in, you can all sign in, make an account. It's free. Now from here, you want to go to place new orders, and you want to get back to TSIX ITT if you just signed up. And then I can click Buy Now. And we're going to have this option to enter a domain. So what I recommend you guys do, I'm going to zoom in, is enter a domain that's your first name, last initial, your first initial, last name. So for me, it's going to be afarhadi.tsiprogram.org. So everybody's domain should end with .tsiprogram.org. If it doesn't, we'll automatically, when we're approving you, paste in a domain for you. So it's okay.
And Alisher, real quick, we have a couple hands that went up. As we go along here, I want to be sure we grab those questions, eliminate them. That way, if anybody's curious or has the same one, they're not held up in their mind or in the process. I think Adil, I believe that's how I say that. If I messed it up, sir, my apologies. Welcome on stage. I know you were in Unstuck earlier today with Dave and Miles. Now that's one heck of a place to be in the morning. Good call, sir. But Adil, welcome into the ITT. Any thoughts or questions or holdups you might be having with the tech in schools or the flow of information? Mike is yours.
Hi, Josh. I'll try and make this quick because I know we're trying to keep this moving. Thank you very much for having me here, guys. Just 2 questions. Number 1, as it is in the UK, I'm on a bit of a tight schedule tonight, so I'm not going to be able to stay for the entire duration. I'm conscious that I might miss out on some of the signing up processes and things like that. Is there going to be a recording or anything like that that I can watch tomorrow later in the day and be able to catch up on any steps that I might miss? And number two, I was on the phone with Morgan earlier, a fantastic lady, and I was going through this exact part on the checkout. And the enter your domain, she said, you don't need to put anything in there for now. It's okay. So I just continued without actually entering anything in there, which it allowed me to do. So I just wanted to clarify if there's going to be a way for us to go back and change that for me as well. Thank you.
Yeah, so you'll be able to change, but we're actually going to set that for you. So everybody's going to get a domain that ends with .tsiprogram.org. And then from the cPanel side, you'll be able to easily add whatever domain you want, however many domains you want. So whenever you're making your website, you could always switch it to your new domain. Whenever you do get a domain, but you don't need a domain right now, we will actually provide you a temporary domain that you can use.
Okay, perfect. And in regards to the first question about not being able to stay for the entire
Adele, I
duration,
got you for that
that's
one.
totally okay. We're going to be recording this live stream, and also we have written documentation that's coming. So I already wrote up the first part of it where it describes how to get an account and how to claim your free cPanel. So I'm gonna write the next part of it, which is how we're gonna make the WordPress, how to access cPanel, and also how to edit your WordPress website eventually.
And Alicia, I want to just double down and make sure everybody knows also, Adil, that you're not able to sign up after week 1, although the recording will be available. So we'll have a full recording with the audio, with everything you're seeing on the live stream, Adil. But folks listening now, or even if you're listening back, you will not be able to sign up after week 1. So make sure that you're locked in, you have your account, you have everything you need. But I get that it gets late across the pond, my friend. If anything, we welcome you in here during the 6-week course, and I'm glad you stopped by today. So Alisher, excuse my interruption. Adil, did you have another note before we swing it back around to Sharon?
No, that was it. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, it gets a little bit difficult, especially prayer times in the UK. Being Muslim are a bit complicated. About 2:30, 3 a.m. is the first one, so sleep schedule is a bit messed up. But yeah, I'm glad to be here. Thank you guys for having me, and I can't wait to see what you guys can produce for everybody.
Excellent.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, make sure you sign up today before you leave the space, so we can approve you and you'll have access to it. And also,
Yeah, I've done that.
Everybody who's listening to this in the future who did not get an opportunity to sign up during week 1, we're gonna probably come up with a resource that will allow you to have a free WordPress website locally, or something where there's a service that gives you credit and you can launch your own WordPress. So if you weren't here for week 1, you still will be able to continue with the website. And of course, if you're maybe listening to this in the future and you want to repeat this and you no longer have access to the cPanel, well, then you can launch your own local server or your own cloud server that's free. So we'll figure out some sort of free resources where you aren't left behind if you weren't here for week 1.
Beautiful. Sharon, I see you got a hand up. We'll go right over to you for a question. And Sarah, my dear Sarah, feel free to never put that hand up. You are leading this course. If anything, I got to pop a hand up now and again. I'm sorry, I'm stepping on toes. I want to get these questions answered and be sure that we're continuing to move in the right direction. Sharon, what do you got for us?
I accidentally entered a domain that's also the wrong domain. So I just wanted to ask if you guys can delete that for me and just put, and just change it, or can I change it?
We're going to change it. We're going to go through everybody's request and we're going to approve it. And that's when the account is going to get created. So we're going to be changing everybody's domains anyway if they don't fit the format.
Thank you.
And it's going to be something simple. It'll be something like yourname.tsiprogram.org.
There are no mistakes, Sharon. Well, there are, but we can fix them and reverse them, so don't worry about it. I've done the same. So I was like, oh, I misspelled it. I just wanted to make sure that down below that Umuk Sud, I know that you had your hand up, honey, and I didn't see and hear your question, and I didn't want to overlook you just in case you're on the laptop. Did you still have a question for Ross before we continue on to Katie?
Sarah, I had noticed that I think he dropped off the stage. I know that the X
okay.
Spaces has been one heck
Excellent.
of a challenge recently. We're going to fight
You
through
have
it.
no idea. I will tell you.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure because we do have phantom people in the speaker box. And so if you're listening to the recording, we were thinking of you. So hopefully your questions are answered. I see that Miss Katie has arrived, and I wanted to tell her new PFP is stunning. So welcome to the stage. How are you, my friends? What question do you have for Ross?
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you, Sarah.
It is.
Thank you
It's
so
great.
much.
It looks
Oh,
lovely.
thanks.
I'm very, very
Oh,
proud of you. Yes, go
oh,
ahead.
so kind. Two things. When I first signed up, I did not use my Twitter account to sign up, so I'm signed up through my email address. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's absolutely okay as long as
Okay.
your name is there. We're gonna know you're coming from here. We
Perfect.
know most of the people that have signed up already, so we're able to place most of you. And yeah, I don't think we have a Twitter sign up here, but when you go to Innovative Think Tank, you do have a Twitter sign up, and that's kind of like a way for us to verify that you're coming from Twitter, which is thank you, Luke and Josh, for providing that resource.
Is that okay then? So I'm okay in the position right
Yeah,
now, just having signed up by email.
you're
And the
absolutely okay.
Okay, and the other question that I had was, I definitely do not have a domain yet as part of the process I went through to sign up. Is that okay at the moment?
That's okay as well. Everybody's gonna get a
Okay,
domain that ends with .tsiprogram.org.
perfect. Thank you.
And when he says, shout out to Josh and Luke, he's really saying shout out to Luke in the audience, who is the developer of the ITT. And everything you see on that Innovator Think Tank site was brought to life in amazing ways by Luke. And even a lot of the design was done by the great Dave Meir, who we have on stage. So guys, give him a follow. We're building out these sites. Don't hesitate to reach out to some of the people in here who have put together world-class sites before. I highly recommend it. Dan, my friend, thank you for being in here. Also, I see 30, 35 people on the site right now. Guys, well done. Go over to that site, get all the resources you need. Dan, my friend, welcome up. Any questions you got? Mike is yours.
Oh, my hand up, but hello. I was just awaiting the next step. I think I'm caught up.
All right, no problem. It was a phantom hand. It just, like Talladega Nights, Will Ferrell style, just put those hands up there. Kathleen, I see you got a hand up. Any thoughts that you have for Ross or Nick? We welcome them. Thanks for being on stage. Mike is yours. And your mic is still muted, Kathleen, by the way. May need to unmute that.
Yeah, somehow, I'm sorry, the soundboard always pops up these days and then I can't get the mic. Quick question, because I'm using my own name at tsi.org and I own my own name through GoDaddy at .com, will I have any conflicts later with that?
No, you will not have any conflicts. What we will show you how to do in the following weeks is how to connect your own domain, how to bring your own domain from GoDaddy and connect it to your cPanel. But you're not going to have any conflicts. You're all set. Most people are going to have the same domain. It's going to be something like their name.tsiprogram.org.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
All right, the board of questions seems to be clear. If you don't have any big questions, guys, and we have any more folks that are requesting, don't feel offended if I move you down and we bring somebody else up. We're just rotating the questions that we can take. So, Alisha, I'll bring it right back over to you. Sorry about stepping on toes. My thought was let's just answer these along the way and make sure everybody stays totally up to date with us. So, sir, Mike is yours.
No, that was perfect. And the next step for us is you can click pay now on the screen, but you're not really paying. This just puts in an order in our system, and it essentially lets us know you're here, and we're going to approve it, and it'll automatically make a free cPanel for you. So I'm going to put in my order, and from here, you can go back to the client area, and you're going to notice you have an order, but it's pending. So what we have to do now is me and Nick, we're going to go into our accounts, and we're going to start approving people and setting usernames and passwords for everybody and setting your domains. And in the meantime, you'll learn a little bit about WordPress. So as we're approving you, you're also going to learn about WordPress, cPanel, and then we're going to jump straight into WordPress. So I'm going to hand it over back to Ross, and I'm going to go start approving everybody.
We're talking about duplicates because they're going to see it.
Right. So another thing we noticed is since a lot of people signed up several times, you're going to see only one. We're gonna delete the duplicates. So if you send up 4 times and you don't even know about it, you're only gonna see one order in there that will be active, that will have all your info leading to your cPanel.
Hey guys, how are you? So, do we understand what to do? Are we putting in our orders? Anyone have a question? This is important.
Yes, I do. So I already do have a .com that I put in yesterday, so I guess you guys can delete that one, and then it'll keep the tsiprogram.org, right?
Yeah, so any duplicates we'll delete, any misspellings we'll delete, any wrong domains we'll fix. We're only going to activate the ones that actually are good to go. And hopefully by the end of this process, everyone has a shiny new fancy cPanel. Now, we will be cross-checking everyone. So if you are here in anonymous, I don't know how to see it, don't be anonymous so we can see that you're a person. Because we don't give cPanels and this kind of resources to people who we actually don't know. So the only way we can verify is with Twitter. So just keep that in mind. You can listen, I just can't activate you unless I know who you are. Any questions at all? This is the time to ask random questions. Because what I don't want to do is like start doing what we're doing or week 2, and it's like, how do I set this up?
I have a question, Ross.
Ross,
Sorry,
oops,
Sarah.
sorry. Go ahead. Nope,
Just
go.
for
You go first.
clarification, Ross, I'm waiting for Nick to approve me in the background, and then when my status changes for pending, I'm good to go.
Correct. Yep. And you'll be
Love that.
issued
Thank you.
a cPanel, a server, an SSL, a domain, databases, and all the other resources which we're going to start to claim together. But if we can't claim it together and it's like me and 6 other people doing it, and then like 35 of you, 40 of you not being able to do it, that's no good. And if you're listening not inside Twitter, you need to come to Twitter. That's it. So you need to take yourself from wherever you are and come to Twitter, and you can get verified. And we can give you a cPanel too. This is the first time we're actually broadcasting kind of everywhere, which is kind of fun. So we're making a lot of new friends tonight.
Ross, to jump in, there are a number of folks that have one device. So they are on a laptop only and are watching the live stream through Innovators Think Tank. Is there any way that they can give you a heads up or a tap if they cannot listen to both at the same time or access Twitter?
But they can, because no matter where they are, they're hearing spaces.
True, I agree. Okay,
So if
so
they're
I'm
on
going
the
to make
live
sure
stream,
that they're not on one or the other. Maybe
yeah,
they'll
well,
have
if
to
you're
mute one or the
on
other.
your computer, right, and you're on your computer and you have the live stream open and you have spaces open, just mute the live stream and you're good to go. But if
Excellent,
yeah,
excellent,
it's
excellent. I
perfect.
just want to make sure that they have to have their face here in the crowd so that we can identify. Is that what you're
The
asking?
face being here is identification and getting approved. If you're not here, you're not going to get approved. We
Got it.
have to know who you are via DM, something. You interact on the other platforms. Drop a comment. We'll see comments from every platform tonight, like in real time.
Also, I will say, Ross, if they have an account signed up with their X account through Innovators Think Tank, we can verify on the back end as well. So I can send over a list of people who have accounts with the their X linked to the
Oh yeah,
Innovators Think Tank.
that would
Yeah.
be incredible if you can do that, Josh.
Yeah, we'll kick over a list to you guys right now just to verify. But so again, if you guys are somewhere else and just over at the Innovators Think Tank site, you're doing fine. No reason to pull up X right now unless you have a question, or if you just want to come join us on stage, we'll get you approved on the back end of that Innovators Think Tank site. So if you don't have your X account connected with the ITT ecosystem, now's a great time to go ahead and do that. Dave Mears, so you got a hand up, sir. Mike is all yours.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about verifying and having people show up here. I'm kind of interested in what could be the block for you guys to verify. So, for instance, if somebody put in some random spurious domain name to register, which is not connected to their name on X, and the email address has no correlation to X, like, do they need to DM you? Like, I'm assuming you will have no idea if it's a random domain, and you look at their name and here you've no real way of clarifying.
Yeah, Dave, that's correct. So what we're gonna do is either they could DM us, right? If they hear us, they can come to Twitter. They could DM us on Facebook. They could DM us anywhere where we're streaming on Twitch, on YouTube. They could drop a comment. They could privately DM me and not come to spaces, but they would need to like, I need to know who they are because they're getting an insane amount of resources, and we have to know everyone who is on the server. You have to be confirmed, like first, last name, that you're like a human, not a bot. So I have no problem giving it to anyone who's not here and listening on the live stream currently, because I know that's happening. Just reach out and DM us. You can go on our website and reach out. There's a lot of ways that, anyway, wherever you can see our name, you could reach out to us and we'll get you activated too. But yeah, Dave, it is a manual process. But this is not like something you would do at scale. Obviously, it would be automated. You put in your card, you're verified, you're a person. But we're missing that crucial step of verification right here.
And part of the reason why it's not just to deter bots, you're also testing a platform and testing a whole entire ecosystem for young kids. So, having these extra, steps for verification are helping our guests that are teachers and principals and facilitators in the schools. So it is kind of, sometimes you look at it and think to yourself, well, this is dumb, or I don't understand, or I'm just used to, click, 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 and I'm in. Having those layers of security and protection are also helping you to make sure that, one, we know who you are, but two, let's say we frack up the the website or whatever else, getting help and making sure that we have all the dots connected and things like that. It just adds another layer, because we do have so many people here who have never built a website, and this is all completely new to them. So I hope that folks are understanding the why, because sometimes it can be frustrating and we understand it. But definitely, if you've ever read the book Horton Hears a Who by Dr. Seuss, we are here, we are here, we are here. If you're on the stream, participate. Right? If you're here in Twitter, send up some emojis, or come up on space, or just, blast us in the DM so that we can, see you, hear you, and that you're not just a speck of dust mote. So go ahead, Ross. Go ahead and continue. I think we've got everybody. I'm looking into the audience. Everybody who is hot, straight, and normal, we got them all on the same page. Is there anybody that we're leaving behind here that are not caught up? Give me a thumbs up if you are struggling. If you have a thumbs up, that means we're going to either call on you to come to stage, or you need to comment in the purple bubble, or be the Horton that hears a who. We need to hear you. So put a thumbs up. Try to get our attention to make sure that we know if you're struggling, because I can't be a mind reader, and I don't think the boys can too. So we're gonna continue to plow ahead, if that's okay.
Also, quick thing. As we start the approval process, a few things are going to happen. One, you being unpaid doesn't necessarily mean it may not be active. So what I want you to do is head over to your account. It should look like this. And you should be able to hit like the home page, and you should be able to see this recent order. So don't pay attention to the invoice right now tonight. The invoice may or may not change for you tonight. It may change later on or in the morning, but that's not going to mean it's not going to work. Look at recent orders. If it says active, you have been given the magic, amazing activation. If it hasn't, keep refreshing. Second, during this process, due to our partners and the awesome greatness of what we're doing, you will also be moderated. So if your domain is something that would not be given to like a 13-year-old, you're going to be moderated. It'll be changed to your first name, first letter, last name, or first name, last letter, something like that. It won't have your original, because that won't be allowed. So keep that in mind when you check back and you're like, oh, it changed. Well, it did change. And so that's going to be the new one. And there's no changing back. And so, yeah, just keep that in mind. I want everyone to go and start refreshing their pages. Things should start to say activated. Can you please join us on stage, or give an emoji if you've been actually activated?
I can tell you that I'm invoice number 184 and I'm still pending. So if you are after me, I think that you will also be pending, if that gives you any kind of security. Because sometimes that anxiety and that button mashing, refresh, 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 it's okay. And like Ross had mentioned, it's not always instantaneously. We do have some incredible solar flare activity that is knocking out all sorts of stuff. And, weird planet alignments coming in hot on June 4th. So, you know, the cosmic, powers that be, sometimes it doesn't get there instantaneously. Don't worry about it. You're going to get approved. Everything will come into place. The only real kind of red flag, what should we be looking for, Ross? If there's something on our site that is kind of blaring obvious that we might be on the wrong path, is there any indications that you can give us?
I would say if it's not something you would tell your 13-year-old cousin, you probably shouldn't make it your domain. And
I think that's a subtle hint to whomever is testing the boundaries and the playground rules. I will just put that out there.
Don't try to break it on day one, people.
Yes, don't
basically.
try to break it. Remember sandbox rules. Play nice, share your stuff, be kind, have fun, don't die. We can't die on the first day, guys.
I'm active.
yeah, guys, let's not break it yet. It's been 2 minutes.
Kathleen, go ahead.
Okay, I'm active, but it removed my last name, but I just get to be the only Kathleen at tsi.org. That's kind of cool. Is that
That is
right?
correct.
Wow, thank you. It's kind of beautiful.
I'm active. Yay.
It's happening, guys. If you have any questions or you don't know what to do, you really want to speak up right now, I think. Definitely.
I just wanted to chime in and say it is so cool that all of these students are getting activated. It is awesome to see everybody who's in the space right now. Those of you who have been waiting for this day and for this class to start so you could get going. Now's the time. All of the approvals are happening. Dave Mir, it is so cool to see you here, my friend. I was going through some past ITTs and I was noticing you have been part of this family for a long time. A lot of you in here have been part of the ITT family for a long time. So I just wanted to shout you guys out. These approvals are coming in. Let's get excited about this kind of first sponsored space of taking this WordPress site from idea to impact. Lucia, welcome up to the stage. Any thoughts or questions you have for Ross and Nick and Alisher? We'll give you the mic. Lucia, thanks for being here.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Okay, so I was just kind of wondering, I don't know if I did this exactly right, but I know I have
Anybody hear
four.
her?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, I have 4 things that are pending. I'm not sure if I did this right, if I was supposed to be trying to get 4 things.
Well, you can't get 4. You can get
I
1.
was trying to figure out which one I was supposed to be getting. And because they all said 0, so I just misunderstood something.
It's okay. We'll activate you. We'll get to you. Everyone, please check. Sarah, I need you to make sure that this is working.
It's still on pending.
I know. You're definitely not approved yet. I'm going to go check it manually in a quick sec. But Sarah,
Okay,
go to your recent orders. It should say active. If it does.
Yes, sir. It
Can
does.
you please click the order? Do you have a password and a special, cool, awesome, amazing link?
I'm looking at the order number. That's Alpha 2 Beta
Yeah,
H.
you want to click that.
Yes, sir. And yeah, I have a username, Pocket Foe, which is delightful.
Yep.
Yes,
So
I have a
basically, guys,
username.
this is
and
what it looks like when you're activated. So, Dave, I need your help. Are you ready?
Shoot, my friend.
I want you in just 5, maybe 7 minutes tops. Can you give them a quick overview of WordPress while I activate everyone right now?
Yeah.
That'd be really amazing because you have so much experience in WordPress, real life experience, and I think it's cool.
More than happy to. Give me a second, people. As I move, I'll be ready in 15 seconds.
While Dave is doing that, for folks that are behind the scenes, if you have your invoice number that you can DM me. I do know that there are some folks, Invoice 206, I see you. I want to make sure that we have you all aboard. And for young makers, if you're here with your parents, make sure you're using the DM buttons behind the scenes to TSI. We want to make sure you have a direct link with our coordinators tonight, and that your teachers are contacting them directly, so we can make sure that's the case. To each and every one of you, take out your notebooks, because you're going to get a world-class education. WordPress from Dave Muir is pretty spectacular. So if something goes over your head, do not be afraid to say, whoa, I don't understand it. Can you slow down? We're trying to make sure that we are accommodating all of the different folks that are in the system tonight. So if you're hitting any speed bumps and you're not getting that active symbol, just like Ross had said, when you have your invoice that says in the little far corner pending, you keep refreshing. And when you refresh, it should say active. And when you have that active, go off to the left-hand side, and you're going to have the kind of invoice, number. If you click on that, you will have your status active and a username. All right. So for the giggles of it, mine is Pocket Folks, but it's just Pocket FO. So if you are following along and you can see things, if you need me to post my screen, I can do that. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you for filling that gap. So I've been designing websites for maybe 15 years now, and I started making basic websites and eventually graduated to WordPress websites. And I'm kind of now at a point where I do really highly bespoke, customized websites, but they're still inside WordPress because it's so easy for people to use. And just to put it in context, WordPress websites power about 48% of the internet, which works out at nearly 500 million websites, 500 million websites that are live. That's really important because as you kind of start building this, there may be pieces of it that you're unsure about, or you may build something magical and starts to grow and transition into something. And being the most widely used platform means there's lots of help out there, whether it be just from AI or Google, YouTube, or experts to fulfill that. But essentially, what WordPress does for everybody is it makes it really easy for you to update and edit the content in the back end, and then makes it look really pretty on the front end for people. But the
Divi is the
abilities that you can have content in the back and you can edit and edit. And as time goes on, you can improve the front end without having to re-engineer and redesign the back end. But also, I know with people kind of, this being, say, your first website, it could be daunting. How am I going to learn to build a website? Well, actually, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be taken care of for you. Like WordPress handles all of the logins, and if you lose your password, it handles the email resets. And to go beyond WordPress, it's full of plugins. Even some of the plugins Ross is going to give you hugely extends the functionality of it. So you want to add a contact form to your website, there's a plugin for that. You want to make it a little bit more secure, there's a plugin. You want to make images easier to edit, there's a plugin for it. Because it's so widely used, people are building plugins non-stop. So there's a lot of Lego blocks in a kind of modular fashion that you can start with something basic, but you can really kind of extrapolate and build upon that. And even with the custom stuff that I do, it's still the same. It's still that modular approach that when a website's built, if somebody comes back in 6 months and said, I need new functionality or I need a new section in the website, we don't have to throw everything out. We can add on to this and we can build it. So just look at kind of the beginnings of the website as a really, really simple foundation that you can build upon, but also something that's broadly used that you can find advice, you can find, I know that you're getting access to tons of teams with Divi. There's going to be so many of them, an exorbitant amount of them. But there are like absolutely millions of website teams out there that if you decide I want to change the look and feel of it, there's probably something already out there. But what is really good about this is you can go from beginner all the way up to kind of my expert level of this, and you're still using the same system. So there are simple stuff for drag and drop, but as you start to learn or you decide to interact with AI and something's not there that you want to add in, you can still do that. You can still build upon that and you can customize as well. I think Britta has a question, do you?
Dave, I wanted to thank you so much for giving us that background on WordPress. For those of you who are curious, Dave is a world-class web designer. He has built sites for universities, for professional corporations, and so much more. So getting that quick insight on WordPress from him, so valuable. Dave, thanks for doing that. Britta, I see you have a hand up. Welcome in to the ITT build session. You're across the pond for sure. Any thoughts or questions you have for Ross? Mike is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We got you. You sound good.
Okay, fine. Hello. Yes, it's middle of the night here, and I followed you, and some of you said you are activated. I'm here on the mytsi.org digital ocean portal, and my recent orders and recent domains, there are 2, and they say pending. Is this all right, or?
It's perfect.
Ross, we'll give it on over
Yeah,
to you. She's
that's
got some
okay.
pending.
Britta, you just got yourself the fast pass. You'll be activated in a few seconds. Hang tight.
Okay. No, I just want not that I messed something up here. Okay, thank you.
Just so folks know, Katie, I do have your DM invoice 164. Caleb, I see you 154. I do believe they are in the pending, so don't fret. And Karis, I did send on your DM, so I think you're almost good to go. We are working on it. Dylan, I also see yours now. No, you do not need a domain name right away. You'll be assigned one, and then you can change it later. So,
Sarah, can we get
yes.
merch with our invoice numbers like Squid Game?
You know what? I think that would be delightful, wouldn't it? As long as I can be the doll that shoots things in the beginning, because you should see my DMs. But I wanted to
I
make
think
sure
me
that
or Hendo should ridicule AI image prompt for that.
Sarah, did
I'm
you
just
see my
laughing.
DM? Where are we supposed to click that link?
Don't click anything else. You're already
Okay,
set and gone.
thanks.
Wait until we get everybody cleared through the funnel. The boys are looking at each of your faces to make sure you're real. For folks that don't know behind the scenes, this is a recorded line. You know what? There are some folks in this world that just like to either A, see the world burn, or are the reason we can't have nice things. But we usually don't mention them simply because I don't believe in anybody stealing my joy or anybody else's in the room. If I'm having a bad day, you will never know it. That is my sole mission in life. And so those folks that do decide to push buttons, I'm a 50-year-old woman with children that knows all of the trinkets and trash and secrets. And so if I can suss it out pretty darn quick. So just so you know, it takes a real lot to get us flustered. But making sure that, yes, everybody's getting their approvals. The other thing too is sometimes if you're hitting the refresh button, right, that is a key piece of the puzzle, that you want to hit refresh. And sometimes it's even necessary to either back out of the system and then re-sign in, but I don't recommend that for anybody right now. It seems to be a quick and easy. Bjorn Free, I do see that your hand is up. I'm going to go to you first, and then Dave's going to continue. One of the reasons WordPress is so powerful is because so much of the internet uses it, right? That's the question that I had behind the scenes, and I'm hoping that Dave will flesh that one out, because there's something very powerful about open source kinds of tools. But when you have something so big like that, it means that there's loads of help. When when things come crashing down and you need help and you have an ecosystem that is so used by so many people, it's the same for robotics teams. We all use Java, right? And if something goes wrong, we have so many people that can come out of the woodwork and help us. So I think that might be part of it, but I'm going to let him, that's his ecosystem and wheelhouse. Bjorn, go ahead, love. Did you have a question?
I did not have a question. I threw my hand up when I thought there was going to be a little awkward silence while they were approving. And so I'm just a little weird. I missed all you guys. I missed my Wednesdays from all of you guys.
I'm not
Everybody in the
sure
room,
if
I
it's just
missed
me.
you.
I think it might be. Bjorn, I cannot hear you, my friend. I'm going to drop you down and bring you back up just for the sake of the recording to make sure we have everything in sorts. I'm so sorry
I'm
about
going to
that.
give you a heads up, Josh. This is a glitch that is in Twitter. So those of you that are hosting spaces, usually the host, if the host is doing the approval and bringing folks up, you have a 50-50 chance of not hearing those folks. But if your co-host brings them up, you probably have a
Can you hear
higher
me
chance
now?
of hearing them. So we'll see how you go. Bjorn, test your mic, hon.
Test, test. Can you hear me now?
All right, test is an A+, Brad. Thanks for dealing with that, sir. Mike is all yours.
Yeah, what's wild is my voice played back to me when you sent me down. I was like, man, I sound like a creep. So anyway, everybody in here, I'm really not a creep, at least I don't think, but I missed you
Sound
guys.
beautiful.
I missed my Wednesdays with all of y'all. I'm so glad we're back. Thank you all for being here. Really.
Brad, I'm so glad we're back as well. We are back in action 100%. And Dave, apologies if I stepped on any toes. I know Britta had a question. We fielded that real quick. And Dave, we'll give it right back over to you if you wanted to continue chatting about some WordPress.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
let's do it up.
I'm happy to do that, and Ross can just interrupt me whenever he's ready. You know, what I wanted to kind of preface for everybody is something I said when we were building web apps is you're learning foundational skills that you can use again and again. And I can tell you, as somebody who's designed their own agency website, probably about 24 times now over many years, that first version was terrible. It was really bad, and I still have screenshots saved somewhere. But it was foundational skills I was learning. So it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay for it not to look perfect because you can do it again and you can do it slightly better. And you're going to be learning some technical stuff. Then you're going to be learning some kind of, layouts and look and feel. And then you're going to be, painting by numbers by adding in some content as well. There are lots of different skills and they're all different foundational skills. And don't put too much pressure on yourself because that's what's really good about WordPress is I can be good at design. Maybe somebody else is good at coding. Maybe somebody else is good at writing copy. I'm lucky I've spent a lot of time and years doing all of those. So I'm kind of an all rounder on it. But lots of other people may bring me in because they couldn't do the coding part or they weren't great at the security part of it, or it was too, they wanted a lot of technical functionality. So you can always bring in other people, but you can also enhance your own skill set. And because it's open source software and because it's so broadly used, even what Alicia was saying earlier on, that you can run WordPress on your local machine. Every single website I build for a client, I build it locally first. Doesn't get to see the internet, doesn't connect to anything. It's much more quick for me to do that in that kind of safe sandbox. And you can also, like, you're getting a ton of value, but also hopefully you get to a point where you actually outgrow the resources that you need in there. And there's different sizes to fit everybody for WordPress. Like Josh was saying, I build for universities, a lot of people who get lots of traffic and do transactions and different stuff. And I recommend different technical features for those people than I would for somebody building a website for a restaurant. But all of those can be done in WordPress, so you can build a really small, simple, what you would call, say, a brochure website, right up to e-commerce and taking subscriptions and having memberships and paywalling some of your content and stuff like that. But sometimes we can have these big aspirations of, yes, I want all of that right now, Dave. Please give me the subscriptions. Please give me the membership. And what I don't want people to do is for their eyes to be too big for their stomach and to be ended up bloated in week 2 or 3 and realize you've created some sort of mammoth task. It's okay to have a 4 or 5 page website with here's my about page, here's a contact form, and here's my homepage with some services, because that's a great foundation. And you need to build upon that afterwards. The skills you're going to learn here, you're going to repeat again, and you're going to get better at that. I think, some of the first websites I done were very, very basic websites. And I learned. And the next website I done, I was slightly better. And the next website was slightly better. And the opportunities are huge for you. Even though WordPress is used by, 500 million websites on the internet, there's not a lot of people that are maybe A, technically proficient to build them, or B, have the time or priority to invest in that as well. So you can actually offer this as a service to people if that is something that you want to do. Or when you have your next idea that comes to impact, now you have all of these tools and these lessons in your toolkit of now I can build a marketing website to promote this service. And then I can send them directly to the web app that we've already learned about previously, and I can actually take the payments and I can fulfill that as well. So you're learning to kind of like build a whole business ecosystem that I think you're able to move a lot faster and be a lot more agile as business owners. And that's all you're trying to do, is just get a few people there. One thing I would remind you of though is a website, any website, it's not going to be field of dreams. It's not going to be if you build it, they will come. It is a conversion tool for people that land on your website. You have to consider when you have a great idea and then you have a great website, that you actually get people to see the website. Because I've seen tons of people invest tons of money with me, and I've actually had some people where I've had to stop them investing money with me because they weren't concentrating on getting people to the website. They were concentrating on beautifying the website. So that's why I say get the core basics, get some foundational skills. It looks okay. If you wait till you're extremely proud of it, you've probably waited a little bit too long to launch it to the world. I look at my agency website. Look, I do good business for it. I win awards. I get featured in books. I still go back and look at that literally 2 weeks after we launch a new version of the website. Oh, I don't like it. I could change stuff. I have to resist that because, like how important is perfectionism and my ego and me being really happy with it compared to the people landing on it and it working and achieving the aims of it for people to, whether it be buy a product or join your newsletter or fill in a contact form and arrange a meeting or become a lead. Just think about what the goals of the website have to fulfill. And I've seen a lot of people have just average okay websites that have really good businesses that get enough people to the website and they do well. And I've seen people have amazing websites and it's ghost town and nothing happens and nothing exists. I think that's really important, is you have a tool that you then need to shout about and everybody needs to come to it, because that is now like what we had back in the day with business cards. That's where people go to interact with you, where they go to do some due diligence. But the website will set the initial first impression and intention of how people will consume, and then your next kind of level will be how people will actually consume what's on the page. Is there some value in that? So there's going to be more foundational skills of writing the copy and stuff like that. Sarah, do go ahead.
Yeah, I did want to say that Jeff has his hands up, but one of the things that I was thinking about while you were speaking is that we're all here for a different purpose. And just as you had mentioned, you could have a super, super simple website and it converts like a charm because it's so on point with its messaging and everything else. Sometimes we do get in our own way where we want all the bells and whistles and we want everything else, but you really at the core have to ask yourself, what is it for? And why is it here? And I think that's one of the most amazing things that you do, Dave, is you distill down what it is folks are struggling with. Sometimes they can't even communicate what they're looking for, but you can kind of distill down. You did it this morning in the space where you're thinking, okay, I'm stuck. I don't understand it. With your websites, it's the same thing, because sometimes we don't know what we don't want, or we don't know what we do want, and a lot of folks just kind of look at it and say, well, this website looks perfect, I want that one, not realizing that that was an interior designs website and you're fixing carburetors, so there's kind of that disconnect. And some of that I hope we get to talk about a little bit more, because you have a very unique way to kind of suss out what it is that we actually need. I did see that Jeff's hands are up, and I don't know if he has a question for Ross or for you. Jeff, did you want to go ahead and ask either Dave or Ross a question? Are you struggling with getting your invoice from pending to active? How can we help you tonight?
No, I was one of the first ones that got active, actually. So I just kind of wanted to touch on something that Dave had alluded to when he was talking a bit ago, and that is the fact that by the end of this process, for everybody that went through the SAS build, which I'm still trying to backtrack through, but that whole platform that you learned from Ross how to create to build SAS is something that you can build into this website and turn into a marketable revenue stream, like Dave was just saying. And it's the biggest thing to me is making appropriate use of things like Spaces and other social media platforms to let people know what you've got and how to find it. You got to be your own marketing in that sense. But I suspect with the way things are going, we're going to learn down the road somewhere how to tie some of our AI stuff into the website and everything else, and that can handle a lot of that marketing for you. I was kind of waiting to see where we got further down the line here before I brought that point up. But I suspect Dave will know very well where things are right now with sort of linking AI into a website and where that's going to go down the road. So yeah, but mainly just that point about, especially for everybody that's been through the SAS program already, you've already got something that you can build out there and run with.
Jeff?
I so agree, Jeff.
Oh,
Go ahead,
sorry.
Sarah.
Before you continue, love, I'm going to need you to take a lap, because I do think that the bug is whoever brings you to the party can't hear you. So that might be also a feature. I'm not sure. But Cash Money could not hear you, and we want to make sure, for the sake of
Who's the love? Am I the
yeah,
love?
I'm
I
right,
didn't
right?
know
It's
Jeff
like
is or
whoever
not.
is bringing
Yes,
you up
I'm the
to the
love.
party.
I'll take a lap for you.
No, not you, Dave. We couldn't hear Jeff. Cash Money couldn't hear him. I want to make sure to do a mic check that both or all three of our wonderful hosts, Josh, Cash Money, and Mattia, can hear you, Dave, because that would be no bueno. But yes, this is driving me nuts. So just so you know that Twitter, or X as we say, to make sure that we keep everybody on kosher and such, is not behaving. So just be aware that we're all getting our patients tested, and the best way to deal with it is to simply giggle. So
We're getting our resilience built.
that's
Let's do the mic
exactly it.
check. Can the guys hear me, or do I need to take a lap as well?
I think they're good. Mattia, can you hear Dave?
I almost want to
Yes.
see Dave just take a lap just for fun, honestly. Just
No,
I
no,
don't
we're
know
not.
why.
We are not tempting
Don't
fate. We
tempt
are
fate.
not
Don't
tempting fate.
do it, Josh.
Do not do it.
All right.
I hope
Yeah,
I don't
from
have
sorry for
idea
magic
to
stepping on
glitter
you.
in
silence.
my magic wand right now, guys. So just, you can't test it. We only use it. We only bring out the real glitter once in a while when we actually need it.
Doesn't it
Okay.
remind you of the old TV where you had the antenna and you had to move it at that exact angle? I
No,
find
this
with
reminds me
Spaces,
of
it's
my
like,
mom.
don't change Wi-Fi, don't move.
It's the rabbit ears with the tinfoil on it,
Yeah.
or your mom pulling the cord of the phone while you're hiding in the bathroom or something else, and she's gradually making it shorter and shorter to tie up the phone. For those that understand party lines, this is exactly what happens. So right now, we're getting the phone cord pulled from the wall. Go ahead,
You
Dave.
know what? I think Jeff makes a really relevant point as well. Some people will be further along with the SAS program. Some people will find that easier. Some people may go back to it and find it easier the second time. Some people may find this piece easier as well. And that's what we're here to do, is collaborate. Wouldn't it be amazing if you were really good at building some sort of SaaS app and somebody else was really good at building a WordPress website, and maybe somebody else was really good at marketing that WordPress website? I mean, like, we don't all have to have those skills. They take a lot of time to learn. And I've recently I set up a paid for a newsletter called Scale with AI with two of my friends, and they have complementary skill sets to what I do. So I know what I bring to the table, but I'm also really honest about what I don't bring to the table, or I don't want to do, or I just naturally don't lean into. It would be a struggle for me to do it. And it's really helpful to, go with other people who can take some of that slack. And also what Jeff was talking about when it comes to integrating stuff and building stuff, for me, I try to scratch my own itch with stuff as well first. Everything I do, I just look at it like it's another iteration. So even say the SAS stuff, um, I have clients that could be suitable for right now, but I'm not going to just do my first experiment, mad scientist stuff, and stick it in a live website for them and charge them money. I'm going to scratch my own itch. I'm going to figure out what I want to build as a SaaS app, and then I'm going to build it and I'm going to put it out. And I'm going to say to my clients, "You like this? I built this." I'll give you a simple example. I took up photography as a hobby maybe 8, 10 years ago, and I went out every single Friday, waterfalls, mountains, lakes, everything. Really enjoyed it. I built a website for it. I got obsessed about photography. I really enjoyed it. And clients would come to me then and say, "We're struggling to find images. We don't know what we want to do." I said, "You can have a look at my website. Maybe there's some images in there. You can have them for free." And those clients seen those images and they said, "Would you do the photo shoot for us? Would you create images specifically for us?" But because I'd scratched my own itch, I had more competence and confidence within myself to say, "Yeah, I can actually deliver that." Whereas if I had just said, "You know what, stage one, I'm buying a camera. I'm going to be a photographer as well as a web designer today. That's what I'm going to do." That wouldn't have materialized. I vividly remember there's a location called the Book of Kells. It's basically top 10 of kind of what to visit if you're in Ireland. It's significant to our cultural heritage, and I got paid a lot of money to go in behind velvet ropes where nobody is allowed. It's one of the oldest functioning libraries in the world. It's featured in movies like Star Wars as the library that's in the background. It's a beautiful building, but I got behind the velvet ropes and I got to see and touch and open and see these books that people weren't allowed to see. And I turned to my employee at the time who was with me setting stuff up and I said, "Look at this. We're getting paid to do this." But I didn't start with that intention. I started with the intention of, well, one, I want to learn photography because I just wanted a creative outlet. But what's the forcing function for that? And all I done was I built a simple website and I put a simple proposition up to everybody. And I said, "You'll get 10 free images every single month. Join this newsletter." And within a year, that website had about 150,000 people come to it every single month. It had probably a newsletter subscription of about 10,000 people. And I got hired again and again and again to do photo shoots that I wasn't trying to sell. I wasn't going in and trying to pitch it, but it made me more creative. It made me more decisive. I went in then and I creatively directed professional photographers because I knew enough about photography to do that as well. And a few years later, I sold the website for good money when I was approached multiple times to sell the website. But it was never the intention. I never set it up with, "Okay, I'm going to build a business out of this. I'm going to monetize this." I was just looking for a new foundational skill. And I think that's important. Even that website that I built, it wasn't the first iteration that I sold. It was probably the fifth iteration that I sold because I was constantly improving that. But I was constantly making sure that people were aware that that website existed. I went around and I searched Google for every free stock photography website. And if they were mentioned and somebody wrote an article about them, I messaged that person and said, "You may want to mention my website as well because it's amazing." Went all over X when it was Twitter. And if anybody said, "What is a good free stock photography website?" Here it is. My stuff is being used by Lexus. It's being used by tourism boards of Italy. It was used for the equality rights marriage referendum in Ireland, which I'm extremely proud of. And that was all just from a small hobby, but a website acted as a forcing function to show up and be accountable to people publicly, and it forced me to improve that skill. And it paid for a lot of stuff, but it brought a lot of joy as well. When I got married and I went to Rome and I went to Florence and lots of places, the photographs I took, I still look back at, and they're amazing because of that skill set. Ross, are you back?
I am back. And Dave, thank you, man. You are so awesome. Your knowledge is always so valuable. And I'm so happy. I don't know, even know what time it is. But like, you know what's great about you? I didn't even have to go on Google. I knew you were going to show up. It didn't matter where in the world you were showing up. And I'm grateful, man, that you come to help out and
You're
grace
just
us.
like a drug, my friend. You're like a really good drug with no bad side effects.
Okay, that's the next T-shirt right there. I am happy to say that every single human in this room has been verified, which is crazy. We just went through verification craziness. Each one of you, actually, if you look at the live stream, I'm gonna pretend to be you. We're gonna be Alisher. So I'm gonna click my recent order. It's all like activated. Here's the password, which you're gonna need. But first, see this link? Don't click it. You gotta copy it like this. You see? You're gonna copy, and you're gonna paste in a new tab like this. You're gonna get put here. This is an actual cPanel. So in addition to the server infrastructure, inference, and domain, you now have world-class server management. And to get in, the password's actually right here. Now, no one needs to steal Alisher's because you all have your own. So I don't care that it's in live stream because it'll just be deleted. But I'm going to put in exactly what it says. Now, keep in mind two things. One, if you try to change this password and you somehow succeed, you've just severed your connection to our servers. Don't do that. If you can't get in, it's simple. Shoot us a DM. Very, very easy. Don't try and change anything.
And guys, I highly recommend you bookmark this link. Another way to access this, can you go back? If you guys go to your domain that's been assigned to you, you can go to your domain and you can go to /cPanel. Another way for you to access it. But I highly recommend you bookmark this, you write down this username and password somewhere where it's convenient for you, or you save it with LastPass, just like Ross, and make sure you have it somewhere. And then that way you don't even have to go back to the hosting platform. You can just go straight to your cPanel, log in, and start doing whatever you need to do. When we launch your WordPress, and if the only thing you're doing is WordPress, then you don't even need to log into cPanel. You can just go straight to your WordPress.
And this is what it looks like if you log in. So the step one, obviously, is to get to this screen. If you can't get to this screen, you have an issue, and you need to come up and fix the issue, or the issue will persist and persist, and you will lose track and not be able to follow starting from this moment. So, everyone,
Ross, pretend I'm 5. I'm just doing
yeah,
this for
what?
the greater good. Everybody here,
Yeah.
I am going to ask the dumbest question to get it out of the room. Can you go back to the very screen that you were and explain what the top number is? And then when you hit view and you see your password, if they're clicking something, how did you get to that cPanel page? I know that sounds kind of odd, but if you blink your eyes and you miss, this is what happens. So we have to go back to the original screen, or you want us to be on that screen that you're on now.
So the screen that I'm on now is how you would start. You would copy this, not click it. Clicking it would result in a not found broken.
Exactly. So what are you copying?
I'm just copying this whole entire link and I'm pasting it in a new tab. And I'm using the username and the password.
Excellent.
Don't try to do anything else. Don't try to reset your password. Don't be like, I don't like my
Yes.
username. Really? It's no problem. I don't care. You shouldn't care. We're not changing nothing. Everything
Ross,
is set in stone.
I think people are possibly gonna get a Chrome, like HTTPS
Yeah.
SSL, just like proceed.
If you get that, yeah. This is normal. SSLs are being issued as we speak. So what you should do is just hit continue. That's all you got to do. It's your own server, so it's not secure yet. It's yours. Like, it's literally just a server with nothing on it but your stuff, and you haven't put anything there. So there's nothing there to make it secure. So the web isn't happy. But you can hit continue because you are the owner of this site. So it's incredibly no problem for you to just hit continue, proceed to an unsafe place because that unsafe place is your place. So you're good.
Hey, real quick, excuse me. I want to do something because Ross, your team flies at the speed of light in all the best ways. But we just had a big win, right? Everybody got approved. Everybody got approved. I saw everybody start clapping. So why don't we do a big clap for everybody who got approved? You're on to the next step. Take a deep breath, get excited. And let's keep this show moving. Jeff G, I see you got a hand up, my friend. Any questions you got before we make sure everybody's not only copying that link, but then putting in their username and password and getting logged into cPanel? Jeff, Mike is yours.
Actually, Sarah got the question I needed, so that was it.
Beautiful, beautiful. Ross, then I think we're at the point. We have a Douglas Hirsch grabbing the mic. What an honor. We'll get him up here. If anybody has any questions on what we're doing, on what an issue might be. Dave, you mentioned a pop-up that might prevent some people from going to that page. Did I hear a solution from Ross or one of you guys on that?
Yeah, Ross, and I agree. It's safe to proceed. He's just making the point that you've created this website with this address, so it's just warning you. Oh, it's not secure. I'm not sure if it's safe or not. Is all Google Chrome is doing, and you're like, I built it, so I know it's okay right now.
Beautiful, beautiful, Dave. Thanks so much for that note. I hope everybody is feeling good. They're approved, moving towards their cPanel. Ross, I'm going to hand the mic right back to you and your team. I wanted to clap. I wanted to make sure everybody knows that we're celebrating these wins one by one in this think tank as we get from idea to impact. Also, hey, quick note before I give it back to you guys. Everybody post in the comment section to go off of Dave Mears' incredible point. Folks might have built something in the last SaaS session, and maybe this is your first time in an idea to impact series. You should be connecting with people. Figure out where you can collaborate. How can you build bigger, more impactful things together rather than trying to conquer the whole world on your own? That being said, in the bottom right-hand corner or on the Innovators Think Tank website, put a post there. Tell us who you are, what you're doing here, what you want to build, what you're specialized in, and find somebody else to connect with. Connection is the precursor to collaboration. It starts right here. So, Dave, thanks for making that point. I want to see innovators come together like transformers and build some of the best services and products that we've seen. Ross, with that being said, I'll give you the mic, sir, to continue on with this week one.
So I just wanted to add one thing. Dave said about it being not secure. So in the next few minutes, the SSL, the authority that issues security certificates for these websites, is going to kick in for each domain. And everybody's going to get automatically secured. And if you have a website on here, well, it's actually going to issue a domain every 90 days automatically. So you don't really need to worry about securing your website. You'll always have that HTTPS secure whenever somebody visits your website that you are going to build on the web.
Alisher, just to make sure, because we're on the recorded line, are folks clicking the cPanel link down below, or are they, where are they going? What are they clicking, just to make sure that folks are following along?
Wait, what do you mean? There's no, it's down below where? There's
If
just
they're
one link.
on the,
You go there.
no, if they're on the Innovators Think Tank, it has a list of.
No, we are way past Innovator Think Tank. You should not be clicking anything.
That's what I want to make sure. So go back to the screen where you had the invoice and show folks where they're putting their key into, because I think there are a couple people
There's
that are
no
lost.
key. There's just, you have to go to this URL and you have to type in this username and password. If you can't do that, you have an actual problem and you have to come and speak, or your problem is not going to be addressed and we're going to move on. You get the opportunity now to come up and speak if you don't see what I see. And then if you log in, you see this. If you don't see that, that's an issue. You have to address this issue. I can't address it for you if I don't know what's happening. I could tell you everyone's cPanel works. There's not one person in here who has a cPanel that does not work.
Okay,
So
mine
if you
doesn't
can't log
work.
into this, Yes, you need to figure out why and how to log in because everybody's active.
So I copied and pasted it into a new search bar. I went there, I put in my username at tsiprogram.org and the password.
Okay, but wait, Kathleen, remember, the username is actually given to you for your server here. And your password is here. It's not what you logged in earlier with. That will not work or will never work.
Okay, I thought it was the one that's on my receipt.
Nope, I'm reiterating, it is not.
Oh, I see.
The
So
server
leave off
infrastructure.
the TSI.org.
Yeah, guys, you need to, Kathleen, for you, right? I'm going to explain this. When you have server infrastructure, it's different from logging in to a platform. You're going to log into the platform and then you're going to do a secondary login to your server infrastructure. And if you think that's annoying, well, get used to it because that's how servers work.
Okay, I don't think
But
it's
you can
annoying. I
bookmark.
just don't know if I just put in the
No,
basic
I didn't say you
username
did.
or
I'm
the
saying anybody.
TSAprogram.org.
Yeah, we have to do 2 steps. So step 1 is I log into hosting. Step 2 is I go to my cPanel, I bookmark the link, right? And then I log in with the credentials from the hosting platform. It's 2 steps. And I don't think you think it's annoying, but I think people may find it a little annoying because it's 2 steps and they would think, why isn't it together? But it can't ever be together because server infrastructure that is yours, like wholly owned by you, can never be connected to the same login. It's just 2 totally different
Yeah,
things. It
you'll
doesn't
have
even
one
accept.
account and you could have 25 servers on that account with 25 logins for different websites and different processes.
Exactly. So you could have 20 servers, Kathleen, with different logins, basically.
Sherry, I see you got a hand up. We'll go right over to you. Any questions or comments for the Tech in Schools?
Well, I'm actually on Android, so I've been blessed enough to be able to get tied up with a couple of guys on this platform, but I still don't have access to what you have because I'm on Android. And I see, like,
Yes.
allow me to finish. I see,
Wait, quick question.
yes,
You said you're on Android?
yes, I'm using Android.
Like
Not look,
like you don't have a computer right now
that would be
tonight.
correct. That's what I've been putting
Okay.
in
So
comments. I've been back
yep,
channeling all of you, and no one's been responding to me. So here I am.
yep, I can address it. So first, you're activated. But you actually can't do this on Android. Your phone app actually can't handle it to open cPanel
So
and log in and do
what's
things.
my
So
hope for my
you
future
have
tonight?
to So what you have to do is you have to make sure you can log into cPanel mobile. It's mobile friendly. And if you can, you could follow the directions to get your first site started and get everything ready. When it comes to editing and like changing around your site, you need a
Okay,
laptop.
that's not going to be a
I
problem,
would
but for
say,
tonight, I'm asking you, what is
yeah,
my hope so that I can keep up with you? Because I'm letting you know right now, I'm not where you're talking about. So if someone can kindly DM me exactly where I need to be, like for instance, you're doing the /CPAT, I get all of that, but I don't know where you're at because I can't see. And in the
well,
tiny little thing that you guys have going down below, I can't see it. I mean, I can't make it bigger.
this is totally, yeah, I fully
Okay.
understand. It's not meant for a phone situation, but what I can tell
Mm-hmm.
you is you put do you know your
I don't have
domain?
an answer to your question. No.
All right, I'm going to tell you your domain. What you do is you go to that domain and you do /cPanel,
Okay.
and then you'll be able to log in. So your domain is sherryr.tsiprogram.com. So it'd be that, and then
Okay.
/cPanel,
Now can you
and then your
can you
password.
okay, I only got to Sherry R. Then you went too fast. So please repeat.
So it's just sherryr.tsiprogram.org.
Okay, thank you.
And are you able to see your
Well, you
password?
just gave it to me, so allow me to get there. Or are
No,
you
no,
saying
no, no.
no, no,
That's just the
no, no?
domain.
Then the answer would be no. I can't.
Okay, so I can't log in as you like right now, I don't think, but I can shoot you a DM in a few minutes with your username and
Mm,
password so you can log in without going to the other website.
okay, I appreciate that. That's exactly what I was asking. What my hope is for tonight. So thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
Awesome.
I just really hope that next time we're gonna have an overview
Yes.
tomorrow in the
Yes. What
morning.
time in the
If you
morning?
can come to that with your
What time?
laptop, that would
Okay.
be
What time in
awesome.
the morning?
Uh, what do we do?
I'm Eastern Standard Time. So what time?
We'll do like a quick 11 to 12, 1 hour.
Okay.
Perfect. I'll take lunch during that time. Sherry, I got you.
There you
Sherry, I
go.
got you covered. I sent you the link that you need to click on. Go back into desktop mode on your browser again. And I think I might go ahead and donate this laptop that's sitting next to me.
You're a gem. Thank you. I appreciate all of your help. Thank you.
Okay, well, as long as we got Sherry covered, anyone else have no idea what's going on or can't log in? It's really important. If you can't get in tonight, you're most likely not going to be able to get in at all. So I would definitely make sure you can log into your cPanel now.
Yeah, Ross, I was completely distracted. I'm at the cPanel now. Where do I find my username and password?
It's in your hosting. It's in your hosting invoice. So when you go to the dashboard, if you look at the live stream, also Sherry Alisher is in the room. I need you to follow him and message him so he could help you. He can't actually message you until you follow him. So you would click this, and then you're here, and then you go here, and then you're at cPanel. You're logged in, and you see the cPanel logo, and you know you're good. If you don't have a cPanel logo, you're not good. Come up here. You need help.
And we want to make sure each person is good, ready to go, has what they need. Sherry, thank you so much for coming up. And I get that it can be definitely frustrating when we're working with this kind of stuff to make sure we're in the right place, doing the right thing. So I just wanted to say you're welcome to come on up. And folks, during the 6 weeks, we might find some times where we get a little frustrated, or maybe we're just trying to click on stuff and it's not working. Take a deep breath, come on up, raise your hand. Explain the problem, and Ross and his team have been excellent at making sure everybody gets caught up. So, Sherry, thanks for doing that. And folks, don't hesitate to come up and grab that mic at all. I think, let's see, Lucia, welcome on up. Again, any questions or comments for TSI? I think I noticed something in the comment section. We'll let you get an audio to it. Lucia, mic is yours.
Yeah, I wasn't able to log in. It says user not found. It says the login is invalid. And
Okay, what's your username first?
Lucia W.
Okay, is that like who made that?
You made that.
Okay, we made that, and you're putting in the password.
Yeah, like some star Q something or other.
Are you sure you're getting it right? Like double
Yeah,
check.
I kept putting it in. Like I copied and pasted it first. And
remember your username should be Lucia W. I'm gonna try doing yours right now. It works. So yours works. Check.
It does work?
Double check. Look for those crazy spaces.
Oh.
Ross, I just want to add, because I just got in, it's Kathleen. I would at first was trying to put in Kathleen and TSIprogram.org, and as soon as I took that off, I was able to get in with just my name. So maybe some other people are getting that there.
Oh, now it's working. Yeah, it was. I just needed you to do that.
I did something in the back end. I told it to be nice to Lucia. I told the server.
That's it.
The servers decided to accept you into the mainframes.
All right.
You are now one with the technology.
You have made it. The singularity is here, Lucia.
Yes.
Ross made it happen. This is just a note. I would say it's obvious we're not in a simulation, or all this technology would work 100% always. Barbara, thanks for being up on stage. Any thoughts that you might have, or any questions for Ross before we keep charging forward here?
Yes, thank you for giving me the mic. I appreciate it. I am not sure what this is. Are we building a website? And is this a website that, I mean, I appreciate you guys doing this. I'm just kind of confused. I'm not real sure what we're doing, but it does look like I'm signed in, but I have no idea what my username would be. I signed in through X and it says I'm already signed in, but I don't know, I just came in late, so I apologize. I'm a little embarrassed to even ask, because everybody else in the room probably already knows, but I I just thought I'd ask so that I wouldn't be completely lost.
Barbara, no worries. And don't hesitate to ever ask that. For the next 6 weeks, anybody, if you come in, I know week 1, we're saying, hey, if you're not here and signed up, it's going to be really hard for you to partake in the next 6 weeks. But Barbara, I just want to note for you, what we're doing here is a whole series, 6 weeks long, every Wednesday at 5 p.m. Mountain, 7 p.m. Eastern. we're helping folks with a number of other partners transform or build a WordPress site from idea to impact. So we're at week 1 right now. You're here at a really good time. If you're signed into the Innovators Think Tank website, go to the calendar, click on the date from today, scroll to the very bottom, and you'll see a list of resources. What I'm going to have Ross or Nick or Alisher do for us quickly is give us a speed recap of where we need to be as of right now. So Barbara, that should help you get some notes and get to where we are. I don't think
/cpanel. That's going to take you immediately to your cPanel screen. You should have gotten an email that has your username and password. Ross and them knew me well enough that they made my username Code Cons. It was, short for my company name, and then a unique password. Paste those in, and it takes you immediately to your cPanel screen with a pop-up, and then that's where we are. Hope I did good on that. Anybody got any questions? Because it's quiet. I don't know if I've disconnected.
We can hear you, Brad.
Okay, cool. If anybody's not there, I swear I'll walk you through it right now.
Brad,
No,
I
you're
think
good.
you're good. I'm trying to figure out, Stephanie Love, did you get all caught up? Because I'm trying to go through the bubble to make sure that we're all on the same page. And
Yeah, I would say let's spend 10 minutes making sure everyone's good. This is your last 10 minutes to get registered. So like from this moment, we're going to be building and we're going to start doing other stuff. Everything's going to be linked to cPanel. So if you don't have a cPanel and you just got in here and you're like, OMG, what's happening? This is your 10 minutes to actually sign up and because there's people waiting to move forward. And I respect my own time, our team's time, and everyone else's time. So we're going to have to move forward because we haven't even got started yet. So what I need to make sure is everyone's here, and if you're not here in this session, that's not good. So if you plan to participate and you plan to come or be a part of this, you need to be able to get here. If your invoice is still unpaid, that's okay. Try to get here. Go to your hosting, click it, and log in. If it's and I will check. I'm getting a few DMs. Hang on one second. We're checking everyone who's DMing. I think we pretty much got everyone. Remember, the invoice is not synonymous with your activation. It's like one means you paid or didn't pay, one means you have it or you don't. So in an ideal world, you have it and it says paid, but we're live and this is not an ideal world. So what we want to make sure that we do is just not worry about the invoice for right now. By tomorrow, all invoices will say paid, but you got to understand this was like all of you hitting the server at the same time and we all had to activate quickly. So don't worry about the invoice. Worry about if you have a domain that says TSI Academy TSIprogram.org. If that is your domain, you're good. Stephanie, do you have a question? And also, I'm so happy you're here.
I'm happy to be here finally. I don't want to dwell. I was hosting a space and got kicked out. Suspicious activity. My own space. I have gone through a X nightmare. So I apologize for being late. I would have been here on time. Anywho, I am in my invoice. I do have a domain. I'm just not sure how I now get to the dashboard or the cPanel that I see live.
I got you. You're looking at when you say you're looking at your invoice, are you looking at your home, basically your dashboard within DigitalOcean?
Yes, Brad, thank you.
Yeah, so at the top you see it goes kind of like shop, AI tutor, home, place new order. That's going across the screen?
Yes.
Okay, underneath where your profile picture would be, do you see the block that says recent orders?
Yes.
Okay, do you have an order number and a domain populated in those fields?
I do.
Okay, under the domain, grab that, copy and paste the domain, or just copy the domain. Sorry about that. Just highlight it and copy it.
Done.
Open a new browser tab.
There.
Paste it, but do not hit enter.
Paste, I didn't hit enter.
At the end of it, click and put /cPanel.
/cPanel is done.
Enter.
I'm at cPanel login.
How about that? Check your email.
So that email with the credentials that are not the same as my DigitalOcean, I never received. I don't have, and I've checked my spam folder as well.
So you can just look at in hosting if you look at the live stream.
Okay.
I'm on like one that's activated. You just click this thing with your domain in it, like this, and here's your password, like this.
Wait, let me get
And
there,
here's
Ross.
your
I'm
user.
sorry.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good. That's why we're doing this. Got to get everyone activated. Because if you don't have the toys, you can't play
I
in the
know, and
sandbox.
I'm in
You
the
guys need
sandbox.
to
I
get the
want to toss some
toys.
sand. Let me go up. Okay, I'm seeing you back live again. Where?
So if you're looking live, here's what you see on the home screen. Recent order. Then you have some crazy order number.
Yep.
You click it. Now you have a new password and a username. Ta-da!
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I appreciate it. I'm there.
Yeah. Luckily for you, I got pockets full of patience.
Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me?
G Banga or Banga, welcome on in here, my friend. Did you have any questions for TSI before we keep charging forward here? I believe our next agenda item we're moving to is getting started with your WordPress site. So we'll be headed there.
Yeah. Sorry. The problem I'm having now is I can see my what's it called? Like I can see there's the stuff after putting /cpanel in front of my name.
Banga, I
Sorry, do you
think
get
you're
that?
coming in and out, sir. I don't know if it's just for me.
I didn't hear
Okay.
him like at all. I heard like
All right, we'll give it
seconds,
another
then
go. Banga, if
went
you want to
out.
go ahead and share your question one more time, speak a little bit louder for Ross there.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that I can access my dashboard. I see my what's it called, my domain name, but after putting /cpanel in front of my domain name, I can't access the password for my
Okay, but the
website.
password's in the hosting. You have to actually get it. You got to hit view. So if you look at my
Okay.
screen, if you look at live stream, this is why we're live, guys. We are live. Go to the live stream like now. Look at the view button. You click it and you get a password. Guys, passwords are encrypted, and I can't. So two things I want to really share. One, tomorrow, don't forget about my words right now. Don't change your password. It will let you do this in cPanel. Resist the urge. Because if you do, everything stops working. Please remember that as you do this. So in a week, in 3 weeks, don't wake up one morning on a Sunday and say, you know what? I'm changing that password. It's stupid. I don't want to remember that. Nope. Remember it. You're not allowed to change it. If you do, everything, like the sky is falling. So don't do that. Number one. And number two, make sure that you bookmark the URL or you go to your domain /cpanel. And if that does not work, only two things are the reason. One, you have not been activated. Two, your password's wrong. Remember the password. Remember the username. Remember, you do not control them. You cannot change them. Please don't forget this. Because then it's nearly impossible to help you because then no one can get in, not even you or me. So that means you would lose your work. So don't do that.
Beautiful. I think we have another question. It's Cherish the AI. Welcome up on stage. Thanks for all the support leading up to this session as well. Much appreciated.
Woohoo! Yeah,
Um,
I'm so excited to be here. So it is Karis, the AI, and thank you all so much for all of the wonderful tutorials and help. I just wanted to say one thing to where did he go? Jabenga. So one thing that he said was he copied his link and put the /cpanel before his link. It's supposed to go after. So that might be one key thing if he's still having trouble.
Thank you so much for coming up.
Wait a second. So I heard that wrong. Okay, you get like 10 Ross points tonight. Thank
Ross
you.
points.
I misunderstood that. You are correct. Yeah, one day Ross points will be valuable, guys. I'm telling you. Oh, I have one more thing, Josh, to say. I forgot. So, two important things. First, at the end of the 6 weeks, you will lose access to the cPanel. You will be able to transport your work. You will have a grace period of 2 weeks to do so. You'll be able to export your entire website, and we will actually, in the DMs, in a Google Meet, in a space, we'll reiterate, we're going to hook you up with our partners at DigitalOcean. You're going to pay $5 a month, and you're going to be online with whatever you build in this program. And when you first sign up, guys, when you first get there, you're going to get $200 to play with before you even get charged your $5. So they're going to make sure that you are able to get a home for what you're building here tonight. That's number one. Number two, there's three things. I lied. Number two, you're going to get the ability to have 2 weeks, and we will help you, each and every one of you. We will help you go production onto your domain. Number three, I don't know how many, and it's not like 20, because by the way, Josh Hellman, congrats to you, my friend in ITT, because there were over 67 signups tonight for cPanel. That's a lot. Like a lot in like 1 hour.
Clapping noises. Clapping noises.
And you are proving that people do want to create and build their future. And the numbers speak for themselves. And during this whole time that we've been streaming, there have been over like 1,100 people that have stopped by to see what's going on. And that to me is what the definition of impact is, my friend, Josh Hellman. So thank you for proving it to everyone here what the definition of impact is. In case you didn't know, it's what you're feeling right now. It's called impact. And the fourth thing, sorry, I'm bad at math, but I don't know how many, but we're going to actually be letting a certain number of people continue their hosting for free. Think of it like a game. It's not about winning and losing. It's about, if you take this very seriously, you will stand out. And if you stand out, we're going to have a panel. We're going to treat you all like students, just like we do in college. And if the numbers add up and you got the most numbers, you get to keep it. How cool is that? Imagine your own server for free. No money, no dollars, your own domain. You just go buy it, import it over. You're online, and there's no bill. There's no monthly, no nothing. But you do get support. So there is support. You get a lot of support, but no billing. So I urge you to be in the running for such a cool prize. And it's not just one, and I don't know how many, but it's not one. I can't wait to see what you guys create. And that is the final time I'll say that, but I wanted to say that and I almost forgot. So that is my quick announcement. And Josh, if you have anything to say, please obviously step on the toes.
All right, yeah. I mean, I like to dance. I'll step on some toes. Ross, 67 people signing up on week one. That is impact. And I genuinely believe we're going to times that number by 10 and by 100 as we continue these series. I think we're just getting started here. We're proving some incredible points. Those of you who are here today or listening to the recording, or if you're on another platform, don't forget to make sure you have an account on Innovators Think Tank. Don't forget to come and join us in these live spaces every Wednesday here, 5 p.m. Mountain. Ross, I love all the hype. I just want to channel it into even more action for everybody in here and let them know we're not going anywhere, but to dig their heels in, because these moments, they won't come again. This week one is imperative. Sarah, you got a hand up. Any questions or comments? I'm looking at the agenda. I think we have a little bit more to cover, if I'm not wrong, right? We got to get started with our WordPress site. I think we have a bit more to do. So Sarah, I'll give you the mic. Any thoughts that you have?
Real quick.
We'll keep going.
I just want to make sure that Monique got into her cPanel. I will tell you something. Capital letters matter. So when you have your username, even though it is a capital letter, make sure they're little letters. I know that sounds absolutely mind-numbing, but believe it or not, Bjorn was helping me behind the scenes because I could not for the life of me figure out why it wouldn't go through. And yes, make sure that you are using your username, even though it's capitalized in the invoice, that it could be that you are using all capital letters. But I just wanted to make sure and verify that Monique had gotten her cPanel to work, because I have cleared out all the DMs. So I think we're all on the same page. The live stream, if it does freeze for you, make sure that you're constantly refreshing that so that you are always moving in tandem with Nick Alisher and Ross behind the scenes. So if you are on the Innovators Think Tank video, so you see that cPanel. If you do not see that cPanel, you are not in the right place. And I do believe we have everybody caught up, Ross. If for some reason something goes terribly wrong, just make sure you continue to DM or scream in the chat bubble. You're great. Thank you, Monique. I was actually concerned. I was like, okay, she's my last person. All right, then we are good to go, Ross. Go on to greatness.
All right, so there's a message that will stay up for 3 minutes on the live stream. If you don't follow directions, the wave will crash, and we are moving on. So, if the live stream message is appropriate for you, please DM us. So a few things. They're like, I was tagged in a bunch of stuff. So, Zan, you are good and approved. You should be okay. Anyone else who has like any issue, you should probably tell me now. So 3 minutes for approvals. And Cyril, your issue is now solved. It actually will say paid. It doesn't matter. It's superficial, but it will say paid. Again, does not matter. So everyone, throw an emoji if you're on the screen that I am, because now we have to talk about this. Because this is a situation. Okay, only some of you, but I'm going to just pretend it's all of you. If you have any problems at this point, I mean, we've been really going really slow. So now we're going to kind of move a little fast. So if you know what this is, I would urge you to raise your hand and come up here and give your one minute spiel on what it is, because it will help the community. Hearing things from me is great, and I'm going to give you really good information. However, hearing it from other people has so much more value, because all I'm going to do is chime in, you know, but hearing someone else's interpretation or what they understand would be really helpful. So if you're sitting here in this audience right now and you know what the word cPanel means, I urge you to come up. This is not just a Twitter space. It's not a podcast. It's not just a conversation. It's an education teaching environment, or as Sarah likes to say, a digital makerspace. That being said, if you're not talking here, you are missing out on the best part of this, the part of collaboration and your voice being heard. So I need you to come up, and like if you're up here and you're not talking, you can go down if we get full and come back up later. Like, who cares? But honestly, if this is new for you, you should have 100 questions. And so if you're quiet, don't be. In life, one thing I can tell you that I've learned is don't be quiet. Be so loud that no one cannot hear you, no matter where they are. It should echo, and they should be like, wow, I still hear that person. That needs to be you. Be so loud they can't not hear you. That's the goal, no matter what you're doing in life. With the web, we need to be loud digitally, and that's what I'm here to help you do. So be loud, make your voice heard. Use the thing that is called freedom of speech and speak your truth and ask your questions. And if you know what cPanel is, before I give you my spiel, tell us. We would love to hear it.
Ross, I didn't know what cPanel was, but looking at it right now, it's the answer to all my craziness trying to do a Wix site and all the other times I've tried to do a website and failed. It looks clean, simple, like I'm going to understand this. It's super cool. So thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Isn't it pretty? I mean, isn't it so great? I mean, when you see it, I'm so giddy for all of the folks that are building and struggling with their websites, because you're absolutely right, Kathleen. It is very pretty. I've never seen it before like this. I've always had Wix or something else. And so seeing it like all in front of me, I feel like, ooh, I've got a whole bunch of really wonderful little lovelies. We have a lot of hands coming up. I see that Johan is up also. Jeff and Sharon. I don't know what order you were in because I have the Twitter glitch. I've already had to escape from the space a couple of times.
It was Jeff. I think it was Jeff first.
Okay.
And
Well,
Johan
we'll
can
go.
go and then I'll go. Yeah, whichever
Well,
way.
I
Yeah.
love you, lady. Thank you. Thank you. So, Jeff, go ahead, fire away, and then we'll work our way around the circle and make sure everybody's on the same page.
Okay, first of all, radio check. Am I coming through clear?
Affirmative.
So I have always thought of cPanel as your infrastructure facilities management system. Basically, everything else you're going to do with WordPress and all these other toys is controlled from this platform. If you think about it like a high-rise building in downtown somewhere, it's sort of like the facilities maintenance and management office and all the things that they do to maintain that building.
Okay, I'm gonna comment after I hear everyone because that's what teachers do. I want to hear from Johan if you have something to add, and then I want to hear from Douglas, and then I'm gonna answer and address all of you. And I got thoughts.
Yeah, it's more of a question. It might be a tedious one. Yeah, so I came a little late. Well, hello everybody. Sorry. I love what you guys are doing. I'm very familiar with WordPress, but what I wanted to find out is how advanced is this impact class, because I'm very familiar with WordPress. I stumbled across it in 2015 when I was building my photography company, and it was great. So but I'm just wondering, how much more are you open? Is it like just a basic, let me show you how WordPress works, or you guys yeah, that's kind of really where I'm going. Like, is it more of a, can I show you how to build anything else, or are we using templates, etc., or AI to help us build the templates? What's actually happening? I would love to know more, because I did come in late, and forgive me if you've already said this. I apologize, but I'm here and I definitely wanted to ask, because you just lose out if closed mouths don't open, you know.
Johan, first of all, I just was talking about being loud, so be as loud as you want. And if you just got here, here's what we're gonna do. First, if you think we should extend our deadline, which I think we should, I want you to put emojis. But more importantly, you need to share this space now. Everyone share this space. And I wanted to promote people getting in here. And I'm willing, if you are, to extend our deadline a little bit for Johan. Because I know Johan, and honestly, Johan's awesome. So show emojis, share the space. Should we extend the deadline?
I already say yes. And I think that it's definitely cool because, Johan, you're getting a cool backpack filled with goodies, and you want that.
But wait,
all right,
Sarah,
then I have a
you
second
have
question. I already have an account with DigitalOcean for my personal stuff outside of my business. Is that an issue, or do we have okay?
No, Johan, I'll get to your question. But Sarah, can you, since you decided to talk, now you're plagued. You know how it is in the classroom. Now you have to tell Johan what we're doing and why it's different than what she would get when she's just building her own WordPress. One. And then I will tag team you and answer her part 2 question about DigitalOcean.
Hey, you guys mind if I interrupt real quick?
Wait, so Sarah, do you accept this lifeline?
Of course I'm going to accept the lifeline.
All right, so
go.
Bjorn, you're good.
Yeah, so I don't know actually how to address it, but I just got a DM, we'll keep it anonymous, that a person pulled themselves and other people out of the group because they got a DM stating that hackers and phishers use DigitalOcean to scam people. And that's a complete misrepresentation. If you got a DM in this space tonight that says anything about what Ross is doing is unsafe, you are being played and you are being misled. Hackers can host anywhere and they'll use any platform, but nothing about this has anything to do with that, right? Like that. Anyway, Ross, if you could address that a little better, because that's absolutely absurd.
Okay, wait, no, I'm going to address one quick thing before we continue with this at all. Johan, give me 1 sec. I got you. And I'll explain everything. One, So there was a person in here who has probably DM'd a bunch of people saying DigitalOcean's a scam. Guys, do your research. Don't go to Google and say is DigitalOcean. Y'all, it's generative answers up in here now. Generative AI. It knows nothing. If you think DigitalOcean is a scam, please tell me. I will delete your account and delete your server. You can raise your hand and tell me how much of a scam DigitalOcean is. I am here for all of it.
Ross, can I just jump in here for a second on the DigitalOcean thing? Because you and I
Yeah,
were on the
please,
phone.
please.
You and I were on the phone and saw my
No,
first
this is really
invoice.
happening, guys. People are getting DMs right now.
Don't.
How DigitalOcean is a scam in this space
I'm a customer
right now.
since 2013. I've been a customer of DigitalOcean since 2013.
I'm a
y'all.
customer.
Yeah. So I just want you to know, we went and looked up my first invoice, and we're shocked when it went, how far back we went. So I've been a customer, and why am I
gonna
getting
jump
thumbs
in.
down? What's going on?
No, I'm going to jump in real quick. Okay, the tools that folks are using, this is okay for the public school systems, for the, you know, Department of Education for the United States. And I understand that people are apprehensive. There are always going to be people that do terrible things, but I will tell you the good wins. And deciding to leave a space and not having the tools at your fingertips that are going to afford you the opportunity to have mobility in the day of AI, in the age of AI, is cutting yourself off at the kneecaps. Each and every one of you are given a wonderful opportunity tonight to have literally a backpack full of goodies, things that you would not have access to. Folks that come in on week 2 are going to have to pay full price for each and every one of these products in order to use them. We wanted to make sure that anybody, anywhere could come to the table, this banquet that we set out for each and every one of you, and have a place set for them at our table. We are not limiting anybody. And if you feel apprehensive, I will tell you, I have erased everything off of my laptop. I can tell you behind the scenes what kind of absolute nonsense goes on in these classes. I will tell you also, no one gets to steal our joy. There are people that are anti-AI. They try to bot our space. They try to close down all of these classes. They try to hurt people. They try to intimidate them behind the scenes. They try to come up as speakers and then block all of the speakers so they get kicked out of the space. The kinds of things that go on in the background are terrible things, and we don't usually share them. But I will tell you this, if you are fearful, I have kids here right now that are in this space. These are high schoolers that I would risk my life and take a bullet for. And I would not say that lightly because I am teaching in Flint and Detroit. And it happens, okay? We would not give you links that would hurt or harm your businesses. We want you to learn a skill that is very, very, very important. If you do not have your own website, if you do not have the hub and all of the spokes that go out, you are not going to be able to participate in a digital economy. You are not going to be able to have a seat at the table. You are not going to have a voice. We are giving voices to the voiceless. And so I hope that each and every one of you, if you feel intimidated, skills, do not sell yourself short. If you don't want to participate, that's fine. Somebody else in this room will pay you big, or you will have to pay them big money to set up a website. And guess where it's going to be hosted? Guess what tools they're going to use? Why? Because 80% of this entire ecosystem uses exactly the platform that we're putting at your fingertips. So give yourself a chance. Do not sell yourself short, and do not give in to fear, because you know what? All of us are a little bit scared. Sometimes when you log in and you see a site and it has something weird and you all of a sudden think, oh my gosh, did I do something wrong? There's nothing here that can't be fixed. And I just want to put that out there, that we're erasing the table tonight, and I'm making sure that you understand. If you don't have these skills and tools and techniques, if you don't understand your co-collaborator, if you don't understand AI, you are going to not have mobility in this next upcoming iteration. And I don't want any of you, not one of you, to be left behind or not have the opportunity to succeed, because that's why we're here. We're here to see you succeed, achieve, adapt, and so have just unlimited success. So whoever is doing that, you know what? Karma is swift. It goes both ways. So I apologize for interrupting and getting on my soapbox, but I will tell you, you'll get one shot at this, guys. You're cueing Eminem in the background. It's dun, 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 and you know it. You're walking into the arena. We're all going to put down, and you are going to learn these kinds of things, and we're not leaving anybody behind tonight. So, Douglas, go ahead, love.
I just it is beyond my imagination that and it's unconscionable that someone is out here giving resources like this to try to help people, and there is a person in here poisoning the well, because DigitalOcean has been around for a long time. I have been a customer. I've always been dependent. I can always depend on them to be up. I've never lost a server from them, and I have been happy to pay them because they're actually one of the least expensive providers out there for this kind of infrastructure. And they're reliable. And so you kind of hear a little bit of alarm in my voice, but I just want y'all to know that DigitalOcean is a top tier provider. They keep improving all the time, and on top of that, Ross's connection to DigitalOcean is documented. You can actually go to DigitalOcean's website and see the article that they wrote on him, where they talk about his partnership with them and what he's doing, and he's extending some of the access that he gives to people within the school system. And yes, Ross is actually licensed to go into the school system from the Department of Education. He is allowed to actually go into schools with these technologies and with this system and set them up, and you're getting this through this space. And so if anyone out there is thinking that this is a scam or anything like that, message me. Message me if you think it's a scam. Message me, because I can talk to this all day, and I'm not gonna I'm gonna let it go right now. I've not really been upset in spaces about something a lot, but this one actually kind of knocked me a little bit to the side. That such a great amount of free resources would be offered to people, and that someone would come in here and try to poison the well.
Yeah, listen, Douglas, right now, before we move on, we're about to move on. But if you have a question, if it's a scam, come up and speak your truth, because it's not. And Johan, don't worry, did not forget you. I'm about to explain a 2-minute what you got to do to get to where everyone
Now,
is.
Ross, you
Right
you were just with the Secret Service last week, and you're scamming people this week. How dare you be with Jill Biden last week and know you're presenting scams this week? The audacity, Ross.
Amen.
Okay,
Amen.
that is true.
Amen.
That is true. I did have to go through Secret Service to get lunch last week at an event. That is true. It is true. It's not a scam. If you think it's a scam, go ahead and just leave this room. This is not the room for you, because you shouldn't be in scam rooms. But this is not a scam. If anything, it's reverse scam. I can't believe that actually happened, Josh. I'm so sorry for getting derailed, dude.
Ross, there are people in this world that do want to put shackles on other folks. There are people that legitimately do not want you to have the tools that would compete with them.
But
And it's
Sarah,
horrible.
you also have to know, you have to know, you and Josh and Mattia right now, I wouldn't have said anything if it wasn't just a mass DM to people. A lot of people got DMs. And this person was like, I'm DMing people. And I'm like, okay, great. But honestly, I don't know. If you can use your brain, right? Use your brain. We're giving you stuff that costs money, and you're not paying money. So your brain should tell you that is not obviously a scam. That is the reverse of what a scam is. Scams want to take your money.
One last jump in, all right? Every single person here is a volunteer. We are not being paid. Our pockets are not being lined. We are all donating our time. And I can tell you, there's some of us that get paid an awful lot of money. And to be the resident expert. And I can tell you, Douglas, resident expert. Dave Meir, resident expert. Ross, resident expert. Each and every one of us are here at the table to teach and to transfer our skills to other people. We're going to stay up till midnight. We've been preparing for this class for weeks. We tested every single piece of this puzzle over and over again. Not only this morning, the morning before, Ross and Alisher and Nick have been DMing me links all day to test. And it's not just me. It's a whole cadre of people behind the scenes who want to see you succeed and are volunteering their time, energy, tools, talents, ideas to make sure that that happens. And all of us are putting our reputation on the line. I've taught in public maker spaces for 22 years. And these are the kinds of things that you have access to. We want to make sure that everybody gets a shot. Open source tools, yes, they come with a risk, but I can guarantee you, once you have a command of these kinds of tools, you're going to be able to do incredible things. But to say it's a scam, how are we actually benefiting if none of us are being paid? That's all my question is. And I want to know what the motives are in terms of why somebody would want to cut yourself at the kneecaps and prevent you from learning.
Johan, I promise we didn't forget about you, and I don't know why, Sarah, but Douglas and Zan, I'm happy to hear.
Go ahead, get them. Fight for it. We're going
your
to
questions, and then I'm
and then we're
happy
going
to
to
answer
reset the
Johan's
room
question.
and we're going to have some music.
Yep.
And I'm handing out imaginary cookies because I made cookies today. And we're not going to get any crumbs on the computers. But Douglas, go ahead, love.
I need some cookies. That would actually be really nice right about now. I do need some
I
cookies.
do send them. Ask the boys. I have sent them stuff.
I think that all we're
I'm still waiting on one.
Yeah, what?
I think that all we're trying to say here is that you know, I guess that we were going to talk about, it's gotten so far off from there, but we were going to talk about what cPanel is, and then we got like knocked off into you know this issue that we had going on. But I'll answer that question really quick. So cPanel, think about this: when you log into a server, typically you get something that looks like a $sign, and you had to type everything to do what you wanted to do, right? And you had to know all the commands, and you had to know how to secure it and lock it down, and do all of this stuff, and how to configure everything. And actually, WordPress is pretty complicated to configure when you do it the old way, when you log into a server and install everything by hand. But what you get with cPanel is you get this nice little interface that you can log in, and they've handled all of the really hard things. They give you this nice graphical user interface. You'll hear us call that the GUI sometimes, but they give you a graphical user interface to log in, to be able to associate things like a custom domain, or to be able to install a whole set of applications. There's this really cool little part of the cPanel that I know Ross is going to show you, where it'll let you install all of this stuff that is really complicated. Like, I used to do this stuff. I used to spin servers up and install databases and install WordPress and do all of this stuff and try to configure the HTTP server to be secure, and firewalls and all of this happy stuff. And I don't have to do it anymore, and because we have something like cPanel that can go in and do it for you. So that's kind of what you're getting there, is you're getting something that gives you this nice user interface that will let you log in and be able to do these things with clicking buttons that would take someone, maybe a year or two to figure out on their own, maybe even 5 years of needing to understand systems and how to get in there and really be able to configure this stuff. It is fairly complicated. So that's the first thing, was that I wanted to give my rundown of what cPanel was. But the other question from Johan was about, hey, I have a DigitalOcean account already. Am I cool? And the answer is, you're cool, because I've had one since 2013, and I did sign up for the program, and I was able to go in through Ross's into DigitalOcean's space using the cPanel, and it doesn't affect anything on my main account. It's not on there at this point. So it's all under the TSI program account, under their partnership, and that's why you're not paying money for these servers right now, is that it is under his account. It's your server, but it's under his account through the partnership that he has with DigitalOcean. That's all I got.
I will add one thing. You got it like 100% perfect, Douglas. You're the best. Thank you so much for for staying up. I know the time is different. I appreciate you, man. And I will just say, yes, he is right almost 99%. Actually no, he's right 100%. But the only thing is your server is being created in our UI. So the 1% that he didn't say is we have figured out how to further abstract creation of droplets and creation of servers to so much that it's like going to like a website and purchasing a product and then it gets activated almost actually no autonomously. I'm not even going to say it is and it's not AI. It's autonomous. So you're able to spin up a droplet and get a server without ever going to digitalocean.com, and that abstraction I think is super important to our students, thus important to you all. Or you want to say something? Alistair's here. Hang on 1 second.
To add, we actually automated a lot of this process. We went through it the last few days, and what you're going to see is when you're making a WordPress right now, it's gotten to the point where you're not going to need to go to Divi. We already preloaded it with Divi already activated. You'll be able to pull whatever template you want to pull in. They have hundreds of beautiful templates. And of course, you'll be able to use the Divi builder for whatever you want. You guys are getting an unlimited version of the all-in-one backups. So you're going to be able to back up your websites, transport them, really do whatever you want with them, restore them if you made a mistake. And it's pretty much all pre-made for you. All you have to do is just make a few clicks, set your login information, and you'll be good to go.
Hold on. Nick has something to say, which is rare. So we're gonna let this opportunity happen.
No, but if you want to pay for Divi, it's $300, and it's all yours.
Divi is one of the things we're gonna have to give you access to, and by accepting what we're giving you, you're actually activating a license key. Now, here's the interesting part. Yes, you do at some point have to take your server and like export your website. But wait, I have a small update, Josh Hellman. Can you believe this right now? We are not gonna give one. Josh Hellman and Mattia and Sarah, y'all need to hear this firsthand right now. We're giving 10. Can you even believe this? 10 people in this room right now. Their hosting will not end and will remain online for the foreseeable future. Do you know how crazy that is? Guys, not only is DigitalOcean not a scam, but they are one of the best partners we've ever had. And they have made sure that our students always get everything they need to build their dreams. And if you did get a DM, I hope you're just like, okay, that's dumb. And if you're still on the fence, go to their website, read my article. Don't read my article. Read about who they are. They're a publicly traded company. Like, this is not, like, it's definitely not a scam, but do your own research. Listen to the people like Douglas who are telling you about it. And I'm sorry we got derailed, but you know what? It's important for you all to know that this right here is probably one of the safest places on the internet. If you see the TSI logo and Josh Hellman and Mattia and Sarah, you're pretty much like good. Like, no matter what's going on, you can feel okay and that it's safe. You want to tell a story? Oh, there's story time happening, guys. Hang on.
So, story time, guys. Back in 2021, when we just started this nonprofit journey, we wanted to upgrade. We were a very avid GoDaddy customer because we're all, we like that customer service aspect of GoDaddy. And what we wanted is something that will provide us with that, but also be a lot more scalable. And GoDaddy kind of expensive. And so we had two options. We applied to two nonprofit programs, Azure nonprofit program and DigitalOcean nonprofit program. And Azure was a very big learning curve for us. While DigitalOcean was actually a lot easier, they had a lot of interesting images already preset. But over the years, what we've noticed while having both of those infrastructures up, we had half of our infrastructure on DO, half on Azure. We noticed that Azure is quite expensive to secure. I mean, our infrastructure would be, quite agile, small, so we wanted to keep it very light. Um, However, the security for that was just numerous times larger than the actual cost of the infrastructure. But DigitalOcean, we noticed, never really got attacked. It's always kind of like protected itself. They have very good protection internally with DigitalOcean, but also they provide you with pretty good support, especially if you're a nonprofit partner. I think we've had a very close relationship with them when it came to being able to launch whatever droplets we want, making sure the droplets are secure, and also being able to troubleshoot any issues, even if they're down. The big thing with these VM providers, with these hosting providers, is their 99.999% uptime. And I think DigitalOcean was always very transparent with whatever issues they're having. While what we experienced with these even larger hosting providers like Azure and Google is they don't really care about the customer support as much. DigitalOcean is like the perfect middle. Um, and also, the costs are a lot more acceptable for a small business as opposed to GoDaddy or even AWS and Azure, which ends up being very costly, especially if you want that top-notch security.
Yeah, and now, honestly, we are getting on to the fun part. And before we do, we're going to hear from really quick. And guys, Sarah, Douglas, Zen,
Yeah.
you guys have like 5 total minutes.
I was
So
just going to jump in real quick
how you
because I
do-
have a bunch of DMs.
Yeah, go for it.
Listen, we're making primitive websites here, right? We're learning how to build a website.
Wait, Sarah, I got one quick thing I want.
Go
I
ahead.
don't know if it's in your
Fire
DMs,
away.
but everyone's like, let's get to the learning.
I know.
And
That's
I know
exactly
you,
what we're doing.
Okay, you're going to talk about it? Thank God.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was like,
Here you
you know
go,
what?
Sarah.
We're not giving this fire any more oxygen. If you are a person in the health community that has HIPAA laws and such, you're going to be hiring an IT professional that is insured and licensed to do so to make sure your security is there, right? We are teaching people the basic building blocks so that they can have autonomy, right? And from here on out, we're not going to discuss it anymore because you know what? Your time is precious to us. And the fact of the matter is that each of these nights there's a 5-hour class, and most of the folks in this room have to go to work in the morning. Half of the other folks in this room are future dwellers, and it's like dark 100 in the morning at their time, and they are still sitting in here. And I'm looking directly at Dave Muir because his time zone is way ahead of ours. So he is here as a professional for each of the people here learning how to do these new things. So we're moving on. And I understand that there's concerns and things like that. I will be more than happy to answer every freaking question. But I can guarantee you, nitpicking and parsing this out, it's not going to be helpful. It's not helpful to the young kids in the room today who are still going to have to graduate this week, and are pulling all-nighters for their final exams and also putting in the time to build these websites. You're denying them, and that's really cruel. So Douglas and Zan, let's do this real quick and let's move on to the next step because we don't want to keep everybody else up, right? So Douglas, I love you to the moon and back. Thank you for being so patient. Go ahead, and what would you like to say to the people tonight?
Well, did I have my hands up still? Because
Yes, you
if it
did.
is,
Did you have
it's
something to add?
bugging.
Listen, if you got nothing to say, it's cool. We move
Excellent.
on.
Zan.
No,
Your
no,
hand is
no.
up.
It's bugging because I don't have my hand up. So
All right, well, let it bug out.
Wonderful.
That's fine. Zen, is your hand for real up or is it fake up?
No, it's not fake. I want to tell you guys something. So I got logged into the account, and then I have to go to school. It's 8:40 in the morning and 9 a.m.
Zen, I got you. I know your question.
Yeah.
You
I
can
need to
leave
go.
the space right
So
now. You've already been approved.
yes.
Watch the recording, and I'll see you next Wednesday, my friend. You're good. You're approved. You're live. It's happening.
Thank you.
And Zan, I
So
hope all your good dreams catch you. I understand how late it is. And so if you
yes.
have anything, any questions, you can just holler.
Yeah, and that also after, like, DM me tomorrow. Be like, hey, where can I watch the entire thing? I want to watch it because it'll be here on Twitter. But if you can't find it, DM me. You can watch the whole thing. You can do everything because you're active. You have a cPanel. You have a domain. You are activated, my friend. That is the most important part of today. And I know today was going to go long, but I need to make it very clear that if you're not registered on today's ITT, WordPress site from idea to impact, you will not be registered in number 2. So I know you got to go. You're good. You have my DM. If you need help, you already know. You shoot me a DM. It won't be long before I answer, my friend. Thank you. Thank you very much. So goodbye, everyone. Good night, everyone. I'm about to go to school. See you. Talk to you all later. Bye bye. Now, no hands. So, y'all, if you're here, what you got to do, step 1, is you can scroll down, you can search, or you can click applications. When you click applications, there's a lot of things you can build. But you're not about to build all of them because Rome isn't built in one day. Johan, question with your voice. Are you being helped? Are you good? Do you have questions?
I'm trying to switch from my phone to my desktop because I realized I shouldn't be doing this on my phone.
You
So
can't do it on your phone, sister.
yeah. So I kind of figured that quite quickly. So don't worry. But I've got the domain. I'm just logging in. I guess I'm where everyone else was.
So you understand what's going on, right?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. I guess I need to know my next move. I think I'm where you were before we started derailing. So
Well, you're good, that means. So now, can you log into cPanel? Are you there?
yeah, because I'm switching. Give me a second. I'm switching from my cell phone to Mac. Give me a second. But I am in there. I
And
am in there.
Josh, listen. Sorry, Johan. I'm gonna use Josh's phrase. I'm gonna step on some toes for 1 sec. Josh, I know, man. That's the DM people are getting. It's cool. Listen, if you think it's a scam, you can go ahead and leave. And I will just tell you, we had our first account suspension. So fun. And we'll suspend anyone who decides that it's a scam. That's your decision. Make your decisions wisely. If you still think it's a scam and you're still sitting here and you're like, it's a scam, you should probably hit the leave button. It's red, it's at the top right. If you have any questions on how to leave this space and disconnect from this so called scam, I will gladly help you. It's leave at the top right. You hit that button, and all of a sudden, you don't have to deal with what I'm saying. It's magic. But if you're not that person and you understand this is not a scam, please don't hit that button because the only thing I want to do tonight is help you build. So that's really all I have to say on whatever DMs you're getting. Like, ignore them. Like, they're not real. And if you think they're real, honestly, and this is what people say is my catchphrase, that is a you problem, not my problem.
I have that on a coffee mug, by the way. I did print it because I have had many you problems when working with Ross side by side. He's like, Sarah, I'm looking at your screen. That is a you problem. And I'm like, yes, I understand, but can you commiserate with me and understand that it could be an us problem really easily if we want to work together here, friends? But actually, yes. So, Johan, I want to make sure that you are caught up, love. And you're in your cPanel. If you have the invoice that zeroed
By
out,
the way,
go
Sam,
ahead.
she's all the only thing she's missing is logging into cPanel.
Excellent.
Johan, can you get into cPanel?
She's firing up her Mac. This is very good. Douglas, his hand is up, but it's really not up, and he's just saying hi to the
I
folks.
did.
So,
I actually did. I did raise my hand, but I
oh,
can't believe I'm bugging out.
Wait, is this time you have something to say? It's
I
real?
do. I do. It's real. It is real.
Okay.
And here's the thing.
Yeah.
If y'all agree with
Well,
me,
come on, please.
but one of the things I learned in my training that I took and how to win friends, or not how to, the Dale Carnegie training. I actually corporately took Dale Carnegie training, and one of the things the guy told me, the trainer told me, is that when someone says something that is negative, you don't want to repeat it over and over and over again. So, I think that what I'd like to do is just talk about how great the program is, and let's go and move forward. And like you said, you told everyone what to do if they think it's that other thing, but I think it's great, and I think we should move on.
I agree. That's why we are. So if you're on my live stream, the way to get here is to hit the word applications on the left-hand screen. So on the left hand, you see applications. You click it, you see what I see. Now, if you don't see what I see, you just gotta, scroll down a little bit to the W, WordPress. Do you see the W? If you see the W, that's a good thing. Put an emoji up. And it's the only way I know. Like, it's the only way. So please put an emoji up if you see the applications button. We're gonna go step by step. And if you just joined, that means you're not approved. That means you got to come up to speaker. You got to tell me you're not approved. And then we have to get people to do emojis to make you get approved, because emojis get people approved. Because collaboration is the new currency, but emojis are the currency tonight. And emojis are collaboration because it's you connecting with us. And that's what we need. I'm going to share with you one quick 5-second thing. The only reason why we do this is connect with you guys. So connect with us, please. It's the reason why this is happening
I'm so
right now.
excited. That was quick. That was
Sorry,
sharp. Oh, love it.
Your giggle is adorable. I love that, and I hope we hear more of it.
I swear it is. Do that again.
It's
sorry,
just like
can you hear
it
me?
was an instant win, wasn't it? It was a
I stuck
collective
my
win
tongue
for
out.
the
If
whole
one
group.
of you could see me, I was like, ah.
Did you do the happy dance? Because I did the
Yes, I did
happy
a
dance.
tongue stick out like, yeah, those that didn't do this is quite easy. Thank you.
Sorry, hello, sorry, can you hear me? Hello?
Gabenga, is that you? Or do you want to be called Fagbenro? I want to make sure I'm ruining or saying your name. I'm not ruining it. How do I say your name, love?
Or you can call me Fabinro, anyone. So I'm from
Benga?
Nigeria. So yes, you can call it like that. That's good. I'm sorry. My question now is I've been staring at my cPanel, but the username and password, like, am I going to be using the username for the think tank, or what am I going to be using for
Yeah,
my,
so
like,
we're
where how
actually past that part. So feel free to DM TSI.org or Alisher if he's in the room, or Brad or Bjorn, and maybe he'll feel like being nice, or
Of
Douglas
course.
or Dave or anybody. But we're moving on, and we're not going to answer that question. And I'm so sorry for this, but you have to understand people's time is valuable, myself included, everyone included, Johan, Hendo, Brad, Britta, Stephanie, Justin, Luke, everybody. And we have to move on. So please feel free to DM. There are people in the back channels that are working on my DMs and helping everyone. So don't worry, you will get answered, and you won't get answered tomorrow. You'll get answered right now. So feel free to DM me now. But that being said, who's on my screen? I need emojis. Emojis are what makes me stay awake. So if you're not putting a thumbs up emoji, I'm tired. Do we want me to get tired?
Go. Keep going. Come on. Break the fucking rules.
I could get tired.
Pardon my
It's so
French.
easy to get tired. See, I'm gonna tell you how this works. So no emojis, I get tired. Like sleepy. Like go to bed. Emojis, I wake up. So you have to do emojis. And I have no idea who's doing emojis, and I don't even care. Like, I'm not even counting emojis. Who cares? I need engagement. If I don't have engagement, this feels like I'm talking to nobody. Help me bring humanity to this. Do emojis. If you like what I say, do an emoji. If you hate what I say, give me an emoji. It could be thumbs down. I'm okay with thumbs down. Do a thumbs down right now. Watch. It
I'm
makes me happy.
sorry. Can somebody send me the link to the live stream?
Live stream link. It should be in the first
It's the
comment.
innovationsthinktank.com. So you're going to go right to the live link, and you will see the ITT. You can also click on Josh Hellman's, our host, his PFP, and you'll have a direct link there. Benga, I did DM
Ross,
you,
check
love.
your DMs for me, will you?
Dave, why don't you tell them what to select, will you?
Are we there yet?
Are we there yet? Are we
Tell
there
them.
yet? Are we there
If
yet?
they get there, tell them.
Well, we haven't clicked.
Tell
We
them
haven't
what's proper.
clicked the big fat install this application
I
button
know,
yet.
but Dave, if they did, tell them what's proper. What's proper?
Okay, so after we click the install application, you're going to have an option that says domain, and we want to choose the HTTPS version, which the S stands for secure. That was when you were getting the warnings logging in and all of your SSL certs have already been issued. We want to make sure we pick the HTTPS, not just HTTP.
Yeah. And if anybody's jumping the gun, listen to him. Listen, Dave knows his stuff, man. Like, I respect Dave and what he does.
Dave, just to
And
make
I
sure,
also
there's only one
Dave knows-
WordPress and it has a blog underneath it, correct?
Yeah, but you can change that. But we're gonna talk about that in a minute.
No,
But
I mean, that's
Dave,
the only icon. So that's what people are pressing.
no. So if you look at the live stream, you'll see what I see. But what's really cool about Dave is he's like really smart, but also he likes to break things. Like he actually DMs me and says, "I'm going to break this," and it's both like kind of nerve wracking, but also good because that means that like other people are gonna try to break it, and he's breaking it and telling me about it. So I really, really, really appreciate that. And what he's telling you is real. And if you're looking at my stream, and Sarah, if you see blog, it's lying to you. You need to click and select the one that looks like what I have. Directory should be empty. If directory is not empty, you're not doing the right thing. If you're not doing the right thing, there's like a little hand that you could raise and you can make your voice heard. And if your voice isn't heard, I am
Okay,
no longer
go back
responsible for
one
what you do.
screen.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
want to make
Sarah.
sure.
Go back one screen.
Yes, because there are a lot of folks that hit the application and then they see all of the icons and there are a bazillion of them. And I just want to make
Yeah.
sure there's only one WordPress one.
Yeah. So if you go back
Yeah,
to the
so go
bazillion
back that so we
icons,
can have the same screen, just because I don't want to lead anybody astray. And I'd rather be looking like an idiot and saying, "Hey, Ross, I hit the applications button just like you did. And then I saw that this WordPress, the only one that has the icon, looks like this one. And it had the word blog underneath it. I just want to make sure I'm pressing the right one. And we're having it here on the recording that Sarah was not paying attention. I just want to make sure that that's in the right place because I don't want to lead folks astray. So I think we are in the right place. But I did see Johan's hand fly up. So go ahead and take the mic, love.
yeah, if you have a question, please just jump on the mic.
Yep. Go, Johan. If your hand is up, go and yell. If not, then Sharon's going to jump in.
Well, I'm on WordPress blog, but I don't know where Ross went after that, what he clicked to get to where he can enter or just pull down.
So Sharon, when you click WordPress,
Yes.
what do you see?
Well, hello world, my blog, blah, 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 all that stuff.
But
Okay,
what
there
does
might be
it
an
say
echo.
when you try to
Yeah, so I'm there and I'm watching the live stream. There's a slight delay, so maybe that's confusing me a little bit. Am I meant to be following what's on the live stream or just pause? Because
No, just you should be logging into cPanel. You should
I
be
clicked on WordPress. There was a lot of icons, but I figured that out. I'm on the WordPress. Just sit. Is that it?
Okay, so guys, everybody, go get like a drink. Go relax for like 5 minutes. I'm here to answer your questions. Raise your hand and I'll answer. But you can't do anything because let me tell you a story. It's a funny story. The story is y'all are crazy, and there's like 100 of you now. And so guess what you did?
You crashed
You
it.
made server go.
Yeah, I was just about to
Yeah.
say, Digital Ocean's or
Yeah.
cPanel's down.
We
That was
broke
totally
through.
Yeah.
me. I
Yeah.
did it. I
Yeah.
jumped in.
No,
I
no,
was
I'm
the
just
last
wait.
claiming that.
person.
Just wait. Just
It's
wait.
Dave's fault.
Go get a Red Bull. Go exercise, stretch for like 5 minutes. The Digital Ocean is upgrading to some monster level infra. So hang on. This is okay. You're good. Y'all just hitting
We
the
just load
servers
tested, didn't
like
we? We just load tested
you
100
just
people.
you Josh Hellman, you just sent 100 people plus to create an account. You should be proud of yourself. You have taken down TSI hosting. That's a milestone.
I bet the fans are kicking on wherever that is.
Well, I just think it's wonderful. Actually, I think that we should test the loads on everything all the time. We do this often on Saturday nights. For those of you that are new to the space, Saturdays are Josh Hellman's Innovators Think Tank, and it has many different segments.
By the way,
Yes?
Sarah, you can continue whatever you're about to say. I just need to tell everyone. If it's not loading, don't DM me. And do me the favor. Just don't. Wait 10 minutes.
I'm helping.
Servers
They're cooling off.
are being upgraded. Like so much so that there's nothing you can do to make anything happen. So just give us a sec. And please, if you want to explain what's going on, Dave Mir, don't come for me. It's a long night.
Well, I'm going to fill
Please
in a
explain,
little
but
bit.
you could fill in too. We need fill in. We need about 10 minutes, guys. We're gonna change the servers to make sure they're super giant and amazing and
You're
awesome
not going to
Ross
need
is
and
10
can
just
minutes.
handle
getting
You
a
all
got
of
it.
bigger
you at the
bucket.
You've
same.
already
He's just getting a
wasted
bigger
5
bucket.
minutes. I know, that's it.
That's all.
He was like, wah, 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 and we already know that Nick and Alice are like, dude, they're Scotty, in the Star Trek. He's given it all his power he's got. I don't have the Scottish accent, but I wanted to make sure that folks that are new to the space, because we do have not just the folks that are in this space, we are across multiple channels. So we also have people that are behind the scene in the live stream. We have people that are in the classrooms. We have all sorts of folks in different places. So there are multiple streams, and we just did the Ghostbusters where we've crossed all the streams and, summoned a demigod called Zool. But what I wanted to tell folks is that on Saturdays, for those that are unaware, part and parcel of the whole gig here is not just building a website. It's like the whole entire idea of building a business from idea all the way until it goes out into the wild to impact. Right. And so once you have this idea and this little nugget, and then you have your website and you have your thought process, then you're going to go into the innovations think tank and you're going to pitch your idea, where there are a lot of folks that can help hone your skills, hone your messaging, make sure that you're doing it right, have a 2-minute pitch to one person, maybe another one to an investor, and help you have the business acumen that many people do not have. And then it also includes things like Alex Damsker, where you'll learn finance in a different way. As a former security exchange lawyer, you'll have many different experts. Tim Brown comes in and he teaches you how to public speak. So if some of you that struggle with that, he has a space. Dave Mir has his space where he gets you out of a rut or out of stuck, or maybe it's just you've got so many awesome ideas you can't just pick one. But ultimately, on Saturday nights, after everything quiets down, all of the interesting things come out of the woodwork, and you have an open playground where Ross, Nick, and Alisher, they often, create different kinds of applications specifically in AI for all of us to play with. This is, my AI tutor and Pixio. So we help people learn to navigate AI just in general. And the best way to do that is just like your inner 5-year-old. You go into the sandbox and you go and play. You try to break stuff, and we encourage it heavily. Actually, we try to crash every single server on Saturday night. We try to make sure that their rails are not on, and my job is usually to make sure that you guys have a little bit of extra time with some heavy duty servers in the background. Most people don't really know. We're all GPU poor, right? We don't have the big bulky tools and the wonderful things that the boys have in the background at TSI. And sometimes when we have so many people in the room, you have to reallocate those resources, just like any other entrepreneur. You know, they're shuffling some things behind the scenes because they're also running all of my AI Tutor and Pixio, which are very intensive for those of you that don't know. Things like Beam, which is all of the large language models that you can possibly imagine sparring in an octagon with, you know, for the best ideas. Things like that are just crazy. Greedy when it comes to the energy sources. So I highly recommend each and every one of you come and visit, because especially with this, as you are now getting kind of a taste that sometimes AI can bring out some interesting folks, and it makes you think to yourself, well, maybe I really actually need to know how to use these things because it's going to matter. And you really do want to play with people that are building alongside of you. There's something really crazy, creative, and contagious about cross pollinating with other people from other places in the world and other projects. I'm going to use Bjorn as an example. In our last class, he created a SaaS that was just spectacular, and it had to deal with roofs. And just hearing the process of his thinking process in terms of how to analyze a roof, and how important what he created solved a pain point. It's the same kind of thing that we're doing here tonight. We're solving a pain point for a lot of entrepreneurs. They don't have two nickels to rub together. I know that I don't. Most of the money that I have goes into, you know, robotics and trinkets and trash and stuff that we need to make sure kids are fed on the weekend. If you're not having, if you have what do they call a champagne taste and a beer budget, that's what most of us are here tonight. And so being able to come up with ideas that are instantly implementable. I know that's not really a word, but actionable, I think, is a better word. And that's hopefully what we're doing tonight, is giving you an actionable skill set that you can play off of. Is it the best thing out of the chute? No, it's not. It's a work in progress, but you're learning skills. The idea is, yes, you're going to have a viable, minimal viable product at the end, but ultimately, you're going away with a skill and a fluidity and something that's new to you. So I just wanted to point that out there. I see that Bjorn has his hand up, and I actually look forward to hearing what he has to say, because I'm so damn proud of him. I don't use the words very often, swear words, but I think that's the only one that kind of fits, because what he built was incredibly inspiring. And so I'm going to give the mic to Bjorn, and then I see that Starboss has arrived, my very good friend Alice. So go ahead, Bjorn. What would you like to say to the people? We're almost up and running, by the way.
Girl, all I'm going to do is brag. Hold on a minute. So, how about the most complicated thing I ever built was in Bubble? Now, don't get me wrong. Bubble has its own language. It's what they call a no-code platform, but you will beat your head off the wall trying to communicate with that thing, right? Like you really will. But I get through that, and I feel like I'm super, right? Then I fall into Josh's space. Cash Money Kev just sent me a DM that he can't hear me. Josh, will you kick me out, or do I just need to take a lap?
Yes, sir. Go take a lap. Cash Money, can you still hear me?
I can still hear you.
Thanks.
I just can't hear
Yeah, Bjorn,
Bjorn.
go take a lap, and when you come back, we're going to chit chat with you. Starboss, you're on the stage. What would you like to say to the people, my friend? I am so proud of you for being here, by the way. I know how hard this class is for you, and I know how hard this whole entire exercise is. And man, I'm slapping you a high five, and I'm just so damn proud of you too. Go ahead, love.
I'm sending you one back, Sarah. Thank you so much for having me up. I just want to make sure I'm in the right spot. So I got to the C panel, and then I went to applications. I found WordPress blog icon, and then I pressed that. And then am I installing this application at this point? Is that what's going on?
You're doing nothing because servers are resizing, but we are going to go over cPanel. I mean, not cPanel, WordPress in a second.
Okay.
But once servers officially resize, you'll be able to do all of the cool things that you want to do. But we just have to wait until the servers officially resize, which we're doing right
Okay.
now. The thing is, our servers aren't necessarily ready, and
like ready to accept over 100 people at the same time. You guys have to understand you probably all hit the same button at the same time, which is fine. But the thing is, servers can only take a certain amount of pressure in one initial sitting. So keep in mind all your data, your domains, like that's all set. Nothing's going away. We have to upgrade the droplets that you guys are using because you guys need a little bit more power.
Okay.
And so that's what's happening right now. So like if you were to try to do anything, it obviously would not work. But if you wait just a few minutes, you'll be able to do all of the cool things that you want to
Okay.
do. We're just in the middle of resizing right now.
Okay.
So if you did everything and you got to where you say you did, you're actually perfect. And all you need to do is wait until we are actually moving
Okay.
forward in a minute.
All right. So I'll wait here at
And
the
you'll be able,
Installatron.
yeah.
I'll wait at Installatron.
Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, I would stay right
Okay.
there because basically if you were to refresh, it would break.
Okay. Then I'll just wait.
But in a second, it won't break.
All right. I just didn't know if I was trying to install at this point or not. Okay. Thank you.
No,
No,
this
no.
is the
So
part where
if you
everybody
tried, it would have
sits on
worked.
their hands and doesn't do anything. We just stare at the screen. It's just one of those things. It's like looking at your Apple phone or your Android. You're just staring at the screen. You're sitting on your hands.
I
You're
just
not
wanted to
doing
make
anything.
sure I didn't miss a step
Yes.
somewhere.
No, you didn't. You didn't. I crashed it. I was talking to Dave in the background. I said, "What happens if I smash all these buttons?" And he's like, "Let's do this." And of course, we did that just to do it on purpose. I hear them in the background. They don't understand that we actually do these kinds of things. No, we would never do that to waste your time or energy. But I will say that sometimes having multiple folks all at one time, this is the moment where we've all gotten into the elevator and everybody just kind of hip checked all of the buttons at once. And so now we got to go to every freaking floor when we were all supposed to go to the suite up at the top where all the fancy hors d'oeuvres are and everything else. I see that Bjorn is back and I really want him to share his story real quick while we're getting the servers up and running. Go ahead, Bjorn. What would you like to say to the people? I hopefully Cash Money can hear you
That's
now.
what I was about to say. How about you, Cash? You got your ears on? 10-4. Okay. So thought I was cool because I built something in Bubble. I'm like, man, nothing can stop me. I'm just going to build apps for people, right? And then the further I went in that, I realized how restrictive it was. And I had managed to get myself into quite a dire situation. Fell into Josh's space and met Ross. Now, less about Ross because he takes enough attention. This is more about me right now, right? So I fall in with Ross for a couple weeks. And next thing I know, like my brain's ignited, right? Like I can't say that Ross did anything for me other than lay out a path. And what I can say is I went from building in Bubble to the project I did release about the roofs. I actually got all my feedback today and it's in writing. My measurements were closer than any other tool they tested against, up to and including a $15,000 tool to just start the account. My roof mask fit better than any other tool they tested. The only mistake I made in building the whole app is I put my measurements in square meters instead of square feet. That is the single piece of feedback they had in that whole app I built. And I haven't even got a chance to tell Ross about it yet. I know he's probably celebrating on his end. But to get that kind of feedback, and this thing is wrote in 2 different languages. It's weird. But anyway, I went from building in Bubble to now I can understand and move around in Svelte. I can understand and move around in Next.js. I can definitely understand and move around in Python. So if you're in the room, it's so much more than just the website he's running you through now. If you stick in the spaces, again, from building Bubble to now, I'm not even impressed with my own roof work. I'm now training AI models locally and like going down that rabbit hole. And all I can say is if you just listen to Ross and you stick in these spaces and you want it, it is very, very much worth it. I mean, it's amazing. And Ross, I can't do anything but thank you. Because when I got that feedback today, I was happy to change it from square meters to square feet. And I don't know if anybody's ever released a project, but it's a nail biter, right? While they're taking it to their partners, and insurance companies are now wanting to accept my tool through him. So again, thank you, Ross. I really appreciate it.
Bjorn, just for giggles, because he's behind the scenes, um, can you briefly, and most of the folks that were in this class tonight might have heard this story. Um, that first night that you pulled, it wasn't an all-nighter, it was more like a 3-day binge, in terms of building out what you did. I think a lot of folks, when they get the bug and it clicks, there's a moment in every class where it goes from, "Absolutely, I wanna throw the technology, I've yelled and screamed, I've cried tears, I've rage quit." We do have many people that rage quit, and then they say, "I'm sorry, Sarah, I didn't mean it." It's almost like, um, Happy Gilmore, "I didn't mean it, baby, I didn't mean it," and they come back in, after they've cooled down a minute, because there are some things that just don't make any sense, especially if you're not a developer or a coder, and there's a moment every night, you can see it, and it's usually about week 2 or 3. They've gone over and done this so many freaking times that it's become by rote. They know what they're looking for now, and it just clicks, and that moment that it clicked for Bjorn was magical, because at that moment, we could hear the aha in the background. There was another gentleman, I don't remember if it was Vinod or, Behupen, I think is how I say his name, where he just started to giggle. And it was the greatest giggle because he was like, "I get it. And not only that, this is going to save all of the kids that were in his village at that particular time." And you thought to yourself, wow, the contagious nature of "I get it. And now I want to transfer my skills." A lot of times we don't really pay attention to that even a kid who learns how to tie their shoes, the very first thing they want to do is teach everybody else how to tie their shoes. And I think it's delightful because every time, to teach is to learn twice. And that's what happens in these spaces. Bjorn comes up and then he says, "Hey, I'm going to regurgitate what I just heard." Because sometimes disseminating the information in a different way makes that click moment. And he came into class and he showed everybody the receipts. He's like, "I just sold this for like 5 grand and I'm getting paid $2,000 a week and I just made my mortgage payment." Everybody in the room understood that. Everybody in the room understands, wow, I can't get 2 nickels to rub together and I need money now. I need to have food on the table now. Um, these are the kinds of things that we think about. And even earlier this evening, when you think to yourself, wow, if someone understands this and can make it and run with it and make enough money to put, food on the table or make a mortgage payment so that they don't go into foreclosure or something, it's huge. And we all have that collective win because we know, what, one, we all like to vote for the underdog. We all like to root for him. If it wasn't the case, we wouldn't, be painting our beer bellies and wearing cheese head hats at a Lions and Packers game. We always root for the underdog. And if either of you are Packers fans or Lions fans, you understand that statement means a lot because we are always fighting for last place. And so you have to be a diehard fan in those situations. But seeing that was such a win for everybody because they all saw themselves in that receipt. They all
Sarah, we are back
Amen.
online.
I love it. I am hoping everybody enjoyed our Ace of Fable for this evening. I see that Justin has his hand up and also Caleb.
Yes. Also, Sarah, realize my hands are fake because Justin has a hand up, Dave has a hand
You know
up,
what?
Douglas has a hand up, Caleb
My
has a
whole
hand up.
entire
Caleb, is
screen
that real?
has all hands up
Wait,
right
hold on.
now.
Same,
One sec.
same for
Caleb, is
me.
that
Same for me.
Caleb, is your hand real?
Yes, it is.
Excellent.
All right. What's your question?
I was just saying that I have to head out. Unfortunately, I've
No, you're good, Caleb. You're already activated. So just shoot me a DM and I will fix you all up and we'll get you situated in the morning. I got you.
Hey,
You're
all
good.
Caleb,
right.
I'm really proud of you too. And thank you for coming in. Many people don't
Yeah,
understand how
Caleb,
awesome you are. I do know.
I'm
So
so
thank you.
just like Sarah. I'm so excited, man. Like you are the literal definition of like social media, real life combining together. And I just have to tell you two things. One, I've been super busy. That's why I didn't call you today. But tomorrow I'm calling you. And I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna activate AI Tutor and Pixio for you. And we're gonna get your domain situated. You're already active. You're good. I appreciate you, my friend. And you can come back Wednesday, but you already know everything that we're gonna discuss because I'm gonna reach out to you specifically right after this space.
and I really appreciate you coming.
Right.
I think you are the reason. Like, everyone here is awesome, but I feel like what Caleb represents is like reality meshing with social media. And I think that is so powerful. And thank you so much for tagging along, Caleb. And I hope to see you next Wednesday.
Hey, Caleb, I hope that you have all good dreams and they all catch you tonight. You're teaching all of us how to be better humans. And so we'll see you next time. And if you need anything, you can holler and tell your teachers thank you too. That was a wonderful thing. You go on to greatness, kiddo. I'm really, really proud of you.
Justin has his hand up, and I think it's for real.
Thank
Okay, if
you.
it's for
Thank you
real,
for the for
let's
real
do
ones.
it.
Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, I was just gonna do a quick plug for my AI tutor while we were waiting for the servers to get back up. But since they're up, then I can, do this later. But I was just gonna
No,
share.
plug now, plug away, please, sir.
Okay,
Please.
okay. Yeah, so I'm coming at using my AI tutor as a chief marketing officer, okay? And I can attest to usually I needed a team of about 3 to 4 people to pull off what I've been able to pull off just this week during this launch cart launch your merch challenge that we're doing right now. We've taken 1,000 people, put them into our funnel. They're all starting to build their own e-commerce stores on the fly, and with all the copywriting and all the content and all the images and everything, which again traditionally I would have needed a team of 3 to 4 people at least, and now with myself and my AI tutor and my CEO, like we're able to single-handedly like handle everything for this launch the entire week. So yeah, just a big testament to the my AI tutor tool and Ross and his team. And so yeah, just wanted to share that use case for everyone out there. Thank you.
Preach, preach, preach.
Yeah, Justin, that's super awesome, man. You like not just you, but like you now, but like really, like this is why we build. We build for that reason because if you're great, which you are, you're only 10 times greater with our tools. And so I'm happy that you found so much success in using what we built. The only reason why we built it is to help people do really, really cool things. And you know what's crazy? Justin, in this space that me and Josh Hellman are leading, you're the only person that talked about AI Tutor. And I think that's so powerful because I have not even talked about it. And I find so much like impactfulness in the fact that it comes from another person and not me. And I'm super excited that you have been able to do so much. And let me tell you, this is just the beginning. Just wait until what comes next. Watch how much you'll be able to do. So yeah, you can always show, what you've been doing with AI Tutor because honestly, that's the coolest thing ever. That's like one of the things we're banking on that people can be better with AI Tutor. So thank you for proving this.
And the last thing I'll say, Ross, here, and then I'll sign off and go back to listener. Thank you, everyone. So not only the cost savings, right? Not only a cost savings, but the fact that this tool, for those of you who don't know, like it's an all-in-one umbrella tool, the ecosystem that's built behind my AI tutor. It's the umbrella of everything you need, all the AI models in one. That's the selling point, right? And just pick and choose whatever model you want. And yeah, not only the cost savings, but the productivity increases, which Dave can go on about that. But yeah, that's my takeaways here is just the cost savings and the increase in productivity by 80%. 80%. Okay. So yeah, with that, I'll go back into listener. But thanks, guys. Great show.
I think we're good. I see that Dan, are
Nope.
you?
Yeah, if you have any questions, I want to answer them
Yes,
now
sir.
because what we're doing next is we're actually creating our first WordPress, which is kind of not difficult, but there's just like a few things we have to do and we have to do them properly. So if at this point you have questions, we're about to answer them all. We're about to create our first site right now. So what we have to make sure is that we follow the directions. But if we have any questions now,
I want to get to them now because I don't want to have more confusion later. And by the way, we're back online. So if you tried to log in, you can refresh and you're able to log in. And we are actually in the background creating WordPress sites for all of you. So if you click applications and you have a WordPress site, I feel like that's a win for you.
Ross, I'm at the, it
We're
went down when I was at the installation screen, and I heard what Dave said about choosing the HTTPS. I'm unsure about the W's.
So don't worry about that. Just hang tight, refresh your screen, go to applications. If you already have a WordPress, you have been blessed by the gods of the internet, and you have a website
Oh,
already.
now we can manage everything on a single platform. Thank you, Alisher.
Yes. So what we're doing is activating you guys, building websites. We're building everything for you. It's the ultimate white level treatment. And if you all don't feel special, like honestly, I don't know what is going to do it. Because you are getting white glove treatment. We are creating the WordPress sites for each and every one of you live right now in real time. And all you have to do is take your hand, put it on your mouse, right? Are you there? Is it on your mouse? You're gonna navigate that little mouse. You're gonna take control of the little mouse, and you're gonna bring it to the refresh. And before you do it, you're gonna hit applications, and then you're gonna hit refresh. And every like 1 to 3 minutes, you're gonna take your happy little mouse, and you're gonna scroll it up to that refresh, and you're gonna hit it again. And I know they say if you do the same thing over and over again, it's the definition of insanity. But no, in this scenario, it's the definition of progress. Because without the refresh, you cannot communicate with us. And if you're not communicating, like, what are you doing right now? How to communicate. And if you have a question, Sharon and Dan, obviously not together, but Dan first, then Sharon, ask me whatever you have.
I'm gonna say ladies first. Go ahead, Sharon.
Okay, Sharon.
I just want to know. I'm clicking, I'm refreshing. No, but so applications is at the moment 0, right? I have no application. That's why you want me to keep clicking refresh. Okay, that's all I want to know.
Yeah, wait about like 2 minutes and then refresh. Don't do it every 1 second. That's crazy.
Okay, I thought
do
that
it every
was
like 2 minutes.
okay.
Okay,
Sharon, like, how many times can I hit this mouse button?
I could probably hit it 1,000 times if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do it.
Don't do that, Sharon, because then you're gonna crash it again, and then we're back to square one. So just wait. Every 2 minutes, hit a refresh. Johan, question?
I clicked installation. Did I miss a step? Because I'm still.
No, don't do anything. Just go back, click installation, and wait 2 minutes and hit refresh. We're actually doing it for you.
Oh.
We're getting in there and we are doing it for you all.
That is amazing. I just wanted to say, Ross, you just had like your Oprah moment, and I'm so proud of you for that. Like, it was beautiful. Like, you get a site, and you get a site. That's just amazing. So I was just kind of checking in to make sure I didn't miss a step too, because I was just literally hosting a live open mic as I was doing this, and so I was passing off like the task to my daughter. Who is very capable and 13 and amazing. I think we're on the same page. I think we're on the right step. But I just want to check in.
I don't know if I'm on the right page, Ross, because I just see a Teletron.
It doesn't matter. All you got to do, everybody, all you got to do is on the left-hand side, you hit applications. If you actively have an application installed, you have been blessed by the gods of the internet. If you don't, you look at your iPhone, it's 10:25 Eastern. Wait till 10:27 and then refresh. And then if it's not there, don't freak out. Wait till 10:29. Do it again. Then wait, don't freak out. 10:32. Refresh.
Love, I saw that your thumbs were down. Are you lost? Did you need something, honey? Because I'm looking through when I see down thumbs.
By the way, Sarah.
Yes, love.
I'm just gonna tell you right now.
if anyone's lost at this point, they're not just lost. They're like completely lost in translation.
Well, that could
That's
very
the
well be
problem
because
with
it's very
with
late
this.
for a lot of folks. And when you're sitting here and you're thinking, okay, I'm sitting on my hands and I'm waiting for my little applications up there to say +1. And when I have a +1, then I get it and I understand.
Yeah, but Sarah, there are levels to confusion.
Yes,
If you're
I'm in the
waiting for
top level.
applications,
You know, we have
no,
Dante's.
I know, but if you're just waiting for applications to have something, and you have to go, I mean, go to bed.
No, I understand that. I just saw that level.
When I see you Wednesday, it'll
I
be
know it will
activated.
be.
If you're literally waiting right now, just wait. It's gonna happen. Like we told you, you're gonna get activated. You waited like 5 minutes, and Dave Meir decided to talk. And maybe you want to talk for 5 minutes. You know, maybe Dan wants to. Maybe Sharon wants to talk. Maybe Starboss has something to say for 5 minutes. Maybe Brad's like, I got some knowledge to drop. Maybe Josh Hellman wants a 5 minute fill in to talk about ITT. I mean, all that can happen. We just need about like 5-ish
We
minutes
got
to get
this.
everyone
But I'm
active.
still going to ask Retro, are
hold
you
on,
good?
just
Make sure you DM me, love, just so I know.
If anyone wants to talk, you don't need to raise your hand. Just be like, I would love to talk. And I'm with you, man. Talk.
I wanted to give a shout out to Douglas down there. He spent some time with me on the phone. Man, he's a quiet killer down there, guys. And if he's offering help, please take him up on it. I'm not trying to flood him over, but man, if you guys ever need anything, Douglas is an assassin. But anyway, thank you, Douglas. I wanted to do that in front of everybody. I appreciated your time.
He's not a real assassin. He's an awesome secret ninja, and that is really good at what he does. And he's been a teacher for about 20 years. So he totally understands and has the patience of a saint. So he's not an assassin. He's more like a ninja.
Well, he
We'll leave it at that.
assassinated me. I reached out to him thinking I was
No,
going to
you're still
enlighten
alive.
him. And I realized that he was Yoda very quickly.
Okay, Yoda works. We can handle Yoda. Starboss, your hands up, love.
Sarah, I just want to give you like a little heads up, and everyone who wants to talk, please talk. We'd love to hear you talk. We are doing this real time, and like people don't do this real time, and this is super crazy. And I hope you guys like absolutely love our team right now because we are working on overdrive right now. We are about halfway through creating WordPresses for all of you, and anyone who has input, I urge you to speak because I mean, your voice is probably really important if you have something to say. And I urge you to come say it because this is a learning environment. I don't care if it's your first time or you're a seasoned developer. Speak your mind so people can learn.
And just to point out
yeah.
too, this is not because they're trying to do it for you and get you through the whole process. It's actually they're trying to consolidate it and make sure that they're being hyper efficient with the resources because there are so many people in the room and we understand how many different time zones are happening. For folks that aren't aware, there are quite a few young makers in the room, and we have to make sure and be cognizant because when we do stick to an agenda, we try to, do what we say and say what we do. And so making sure that we're all on the same page, at least for this evening, because you're going to do a lot more over the next couple weeks, but making sure that you have this piece of the puzzle. They're also going behind the scenes and checking all the boxes and crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's to make sure that we have something that you can kind of hold on to and say, yeah, okay, I got through the first stage. I'm on the same page with the rest of my classmates. So this isn't one of those things that I'm just getting frustrated and I'm tying your shoes because we have to go to the store. It's like, because moms know this. Moms know exactly what I just said. Sometimes you just have to sit there and wait until they do it for themselves. But in this case, it's more about resource and energy management than anything else. So just so you're aware. Go ahead, Starboss, and then we'll go to Dave.
Okay, thank you. So my refresh has happened, I believe. The applications tab says right to the right of Installatron, it says my applications, and the down arrow it says 1, and then it lists under my blog my .org, and then
Starboss. Wait, stop. Guess what?
what?
You're activated. You can click the middle link. So you see how there's 1, 2, 3 links?
Uh-huh.
If you click the middle one, you're in your admin panel. You are live.
Okay.
Starboss has taken off.
Okay,
You are
I'm
live.
gonna click that then because you said I could.
Yeah, you could. You can click all the links. All links are you own all the links, Starboss. You can click whatever link you want.
Let's
Not
go.
gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie here. I'm kind of jealous. Just saying. No, congratulations, Starboss. This is a big deal. I'm really happy for you, love.
I'm glad I made it
Congratulations.
here. I just
You
wanted
did.
to
You
make
made it.
sure
You made it.
I
You
was
made it.
seeing what I was supposed to see.
Wait, Starboss, can you help us? Can you help us, everyone in this room right now? Can you click your domain? Can you, in words, tell me what you see?
Well, I'm in the welcome to WordPress right now.
No. Click the first link.
I'm gonna go back.
Like to the other tab.
Okay.
Click the
Yes.
first link. Link number 1.
Link number 1.
What do you see?
It's loading right now. It says manage everything on a single platform. That's what it says.
Yep. You know what that means? And you know what? My thing to you all is I would love, Starboss, if you can start the train. Can you in the comments post your website? Guys, post your site if it's live.
All right.
Like now. Like yesterday, like 45 minutes ago, like 3 days ago,
Okay.
now. Like right now.
All right. You
Do
want
it.
me to post this piece that I'm on right now? Manage everything?
Yeah, I want you to post this non-English thing that says manage everything on a single platform. If you do that, what that means, Starboss, is as the kids say, you understood the assignment.
Okay, good. Well, let me get to it.
And if you're like Starboss and you're looking at the live stream, you're seeing what you would see. This is what you get if you've been activated and everything is live. If you don't see this, just refresh. Wait 2 minutes. If you do see this, post your link right now. Because people should see. I want everyone to see everyone's links, and you can confirm it's working. The best way to confirm it's working is to see it work. So please post your links. And if you have a question or you think something's happening and it's wrong, let us know. But this is awesome. You guys are awesome. Mattia, Cash Money, Kevin, Josh, you're awesome. People are still getting activated. If anyone has something they want to say, please say them. We need a few more minutes. We're activating y'all. There's over 100 of you. It's crazy.
Ross, how's it going, man? It's Hendo.
How are you, Hendo?
I'm good. It's getting pretty late here, but I'm active. I'm live. It's all working. You guys are brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, Hendo, you're good. So I'll see you next Wednesday, and we're going to be building pages
Amazing.
and making layouts.
Good. Dave, nice to see you.
And everything we do, yeah, Hendo, everything we do tonight, you will get to
Amazing.
see. Like there will be a recording.
Cool.
And you are active. You are good. You are like 100% active. If your domain resolves, great. If not, it will. Check tomorrow.
Amazing.
You have a cPanel. You have your own server. You could build websites. And by the way, special little hint for Hendo. And if y'all don't listen, that's your problem. You don't have to just make one. That's your little tip for tonight.
Yeah, I'm never happy with one. I always like 4 or 5.
Like 6.
Thanks, guys. You are brilliant. I'll speak to you all soon. Hendo needs to sleep now.
Good night,
Sleep well,
Hendo.
Hendo. Good night. Good night. Bye-bye.
See you guys.
Sleep
Catch you later.
well. Give the little wubbies a big old hug from Auntie Sarah. So have a wonderful night.
See you tomorrow, guys. Catch you later.
And folks, for those of you that have had, let's say you have your thing and it says active, right? There are a number of you that were there. You're good. If you need to log off and have work in the morning or you need to get some shut eye, you can do that. As long as you have that key and as long as you have that active, you're good to go. And we can make sure that the rest of this, when you wake up, you're going to have your installation. Just make sure that you understand that if you're not up to that part, you can't log off. We have to make sure that you're, you know, because after tonight, if you're not um, and that active, if you didn't have active on there, that means that the next step is going to be ugly because you're going to have to acquire all of the goodies that were in your backpack, right? So we do understand that a lot of you have some late nights, and tonight was very kind of weird. You know, we've got Twitter snafus and we've got people snafus, but I will tell you, this is part of the process. You know what? You can't rush certain things, and sometimes it just goes wonky. But like I've told my students, caterpillars have to struggle to get out of the cocoon, right? They have to. You cannot help a caterpillar out of the cocoon when it is getting ready to get its butterfly wings, because if you do that, you cripple it to the point where it drowns. It doesn't have the struggle it needs to get all those fluids out of its system in order for its wings to kind of emerge and it to fly. You have to have the struggle. And so, yes, it's unpleasant that this is going on a little bit longer than anticipated. And so many of you have been so patient and wonderful. I hope that in some way, a nugget of something, maybe just learning how to do online classes in a beta. I hope all of you learn that, having a team, there are so many people working behind the scenes right now that you have no idea, and they are unsung heroes.
Sarah, question.
Yes, answer.
Do you see two hands or no?
I cannot. So you know what?
All right. So
Colin,
wait, Vinod, I see a hand. Jeff, I see a hand. If it's fake, just say it's fake.
No, I got a
do not.
question.
Well, you've got
Okay,
two people.
what's your question?
Okay, at the bottom of the Installatron page, I'm seeing a red notice that says, to proceed, one backup is required.
No, so you didn't follow directions a little bit. Just hit back, hit applications, and see if it's done already. We're on the back end doing it for you guys. This is like the craziest thing.
Well, I hit the back arrow, but what do you?
No, just hit cPanel, word cPanel, then applications. See if you see anything. If you do, hang tight. If you don't, tell me right now.
Say that again, please.
cPanel, click. Applications, click. What do you see?
Jeff, I just sent you a DM. If you don't see that screen, you're in the wrong place. And see the place that I have that big red circle? That big red circle, that application should say a +1. In that picture, it was still 0. I am now at a +1.
It shows me with a 1, not a plus, but it shows 1 in there. Yeah.
Well, then you are good to go, my friend. Do not touch anything else. Just stay there. You are all done.
Okay.
They've
Jeff?
got you set up. And now I'm seeing Vinod.
Yeah, Jeff, that means you're good. So everybody, including Vinod, if you have a question, hang on. On the live stream, if you don't see that screen, let me be the first to tell you, you've got a problem. Anyone have a problem? Is that a real no? Is that a no problems right now? Vinod, is your hand real?
Yeah, it is.
What's your question?
So I was late. I have created a account.
Wait, how late? How
So I'm
late?
at the point where I created a DigitalOcean account, TSIX DigitalOcean portal account.
Okay, so you're starting from the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, you know the rules. You have to share the space and show emojis, or we can't let Vinod in. That's the rules. We are past the deadline, but we'll do it.
You got to.
Vinod,
You got
we
to
will
let him
do
in.
it.
I'm giving you all the emojis, and mine count as
We're doing
extra
it.
Ross cookies. So, yes.
But listen,
And I
guys,
see your
share the
hand,
space.
Monique.
Tag a friend. Vinod, did you sign up? Is it done? Yes or no?
Sign up done.
Okay, did you follow directions, or you did not follow directions?
I click at the link, which is at innovationthinktank.com website.
Okay. Did you put in the proper domain? You didn't. It's okay. We're gonna fix that. No, we're good. Vinod, The people have spoken. It's like Survivor. They voted you in. No, I'm kidding. You're in, man. We got you. You are late. So work on your timing, Vinod, because we went through a lot. But we're approving you right now in real time. So hang tight, and I'll tell you when to refresh. We'll catch you up. We'll get you to where we are.
Cool.
It's done. I hear it's done. So the internet gods have spoken. You're good. Now you're getting to WordPress. Hang tight. About 2 minutes.
Okay.
You're in. You ever been to Disney World, Vinod?
I've been a few times.
You know the Fast Pass?
Yep.
You have that.
Thank you.
You have the Fast Pass. You have just been approved. WordPress created, cPanel activated, server spun up in less than 3 minutes. That's a win. That's a W for this awesome space with Josh Hellman, Cash Money, and Mattia. And all these people with emojis that are like, you better let Vinod in now. And guys, share this space. We're not going to be letting people in all night. Tag a friend. Be like, hey, you can get a free cPanel and a free hosting and a free WordPress and be taught how to do it and get a free theme. No, X that. 600 themes. Tag a friend. This is like, I know I said I'm going to cut it off on the first night, but I lied. I can be swayed by emojis. Emojis will change my mind. If someone comes in and they want in, all you got to do is give emojis. It's free. Emojis and shares. Josh Hellman created an awesome space. We helped create an awesome space. Mattia and Cash Money make sure nobody gets kicked out, and people that need to get kicked out get kicked out. But share the
Ross,
space. Share the
I'm
love.
hoping that my mic works. I've gotten kicked out a couple times tonight.
Sarah, it
Yes,
works.
wonderful. Monique.
But we're going up
Monique
right now.
has her
We're
hand
going
up,
to
and so
WordPress.
does Johan. So I want to make sure.
Is it
Yes,
real?
they are real.
Is it
They are
real?
totally real,
Okay.
right? I hope so.
If you have guys, at this point, I'm just gonna preface one thing. If you're looking at the live stream, what you should be doing is clicking the middle button. There's 3 buttons. You want middle one. Your screen should look like mine. If it doesn't look like mine, you have a problem. And Johan, I'll take your question right now. And after you, Monique, and then we're editing stuff. We're importing themes. So Johan, what's up?
To be fair, I already did it. Yeah, I kind of sped ahead maybe. So I don't have a question. I realized I did the right thing.
Johan, okay, fine. All right. I'll take it. But that's good. I'm glad you're in the right track. Monique, you have a question?
No, I don't. I refreshed. It has no question. I see the page that you have. The page that you had before that says men.
Oh, awesome. So you see this on live stream right now.
Yeah, I see your live stream page, but how do I get to that page? I see my application 1, and then I'm still on the page that says install Latron. So
Try clicking the left side, like
Mhm.
click applications and see what happens.
Okay.
Guys,
Okay.
by the way, I want to tell you all one thing, Monique included, and you can answer and tell me whatever your issue is, but this really has never been done. And if you have problems, join the club. I have a lot of them. This is weird, it's new, and it's different. And even seasoned people that are engineers like Dave, and I urge you to turn your little mic off and tell the people that this is crazy and you've never seen this before. Because I've never seen this before. So be prepared for issues. We'll solve them, but be ready for them. They're coming. And we will solve all of them. But Dave, can you please tell them how crazy this is?
Yeah, I wouldn't really like to do what you're doing right now. The amount of websites at once that are going live. It's quite intense. There's a lot going on behind the scenes that you don't see, but yeah, you're doing an amazing job of what you're doing. Actually, it's a good segue. Hendo reminded me I need to go to bed as well. I'm completely drained, but please, everybody, share the links to your website because I'm just gonna make something to showcase everybody's websites rather than make something random for me. So I've literally done the same as you. I've walked through the steps, I've given it a name, and I've just created Wonder Makers. And that's what everybody here is. And I'm just going to showcase everything you built.
That's so cool. I love that name. Monique, I sent you a DM. That's what your screen needs to look like. And if it doesn't, just yell at me, okay? I'll walk you through.
So, guys, if your screen doesn't look like what live stream looks like, that's an issue. We're moving on right now. So that means we're moving on and you have an issue. So if we're moving on and you have an issue, you have like 2 minutes to tell me your issue because then we're moving on. So 2 minutes starts now. Douglas, question?
First of all, did my hand go down? Because that's the big experiment.
Your hand went down.
Amen. Yeah.
All right.
So
Any
no,
question?
I was just gonna say I apologize. I moved to my phone because I realized the desktop is just going absolutely bonkers. But I do want to actually reiterate what Dave said. What Ross is doing is absolutely bonkers. Having 100 people try to sign up through that infrastructure, he really got to test some stuff out, like real good. I mean, there is no way to prepare for what he did, and so it is absolutely crazy what he's going through. And let me tell you why I say this, because I used to teach a coding boot camp where we bring people in from knowing nothing and over 20 weeks, teach them enough to be able to go get a job as a junior software developer. And the fun part about that is that day zero if you're a programmer, but day one, we would crash the network. We would absolutely crash the network into smithereens because everyone's trying to install their tools at once before class starts. And so yeah, it's just this is something I haven't seen anyone do in a space ever. It is new. And I just want to put it out there that we're bearing with you, Ross, and appreciate what you're doing, man.
Well, I appreciate that. And now we are doing the fun part. We're making our website. But before we do, I see a little hand. And Sharon, 2 minutes on the clock. Go.
I also want to thank you, Ross, for everything you and Alisher and Nick and whoever else is participating doing. So thanks so much for that. How did you now get to that page? I have absolutely no idea. So I have the same question that Monique had earlier. I'm clicking on application and nothing is happening.
So when you click on applications, do you see a website?
Well, I mean, I have all these websites there, I'm activated.
No, this one. When you click this on the live stream, do you see this?
Yeah, I have that page. Oh yeah, I see your page. I see the live stream.
So click the middle button right here. Second link.
Oh, the second link. I thought you were clicking on applications because I'm like, this is strange. Oh, the second link. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thanks so much.
Yeah, look at the live stream. Look at where my mouse is. That's where we click. Everybody needs to do the click like now. Not tomorrow, not in 20 minutes, now.
Yeah, this link is gonna automatically log you into your WordPress.
Okay, so Vinod, this is just for you, but all you got to do is delete the hosting.mytsi.org/ delete that, and then hit enter. You missed the first part where it was don't click it, copy it. Copy, not click, and you're good. And for everybody else, Britta, wait, you have a question? Is that real? Britta?
Yes, but I didn't want to interrupt you. Just I can wait a second.
Britta, I'm calling your name. By definition of that, you cannot interrupt me. I'm literally calling your name.
Okay, now I just wanted to thank you. Mine is working. And it's great. It's been a gorgeous night. I love spending my nights with you guys. always learning something. But it's 10 to 5 in the morning, and I wanted to go
Yeah,
to bed.
Britta, we'll see
I
you
just
next
wanted to
Wednesday. You
ask,
are
what do
activated.
I miss now? Can I
It
have
doesn't
a live
matter.
stream?
You could miss everything. It doesn't matter. You can miss everything. It's all recorded.
Okay, then thank you very, very much. To this point, I'm going to bed, and see you again. Thank you very much to all you guys. You're great.
Sleep well, Britta. Dream big.
Guten Tag, or Guten Nacht, I should say, Britta. Sleep well, and just thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. Good night. Yeah.
But Britta, the most important thing is you are activated. cPanel is live. You are in. You got a website. I will see you on Wednesday, and we're about to build an awesome website together. And until next Wednesday, Britta, have a good night.
Hey, can I jump in, Ross?
You can always
I
jump in.
appreciate you, man. My brother is here online, so I don't know if y'all knew this or not, but there is another Hirsch in the crowd in the listener section. I'm not sure if he is or not because he's never used Twitter before, and he is having a lot of issues with using Twitter on his phone and Twitter on the desktop. And so I'm trying. So I'm speaking for him. He is Bill E. Hirsch. That is if you see him down there, he's there. But what he's having trouble with, he told me that he uninstalled WordPress, and he's a little concerned about that because he thought it had incomplete settings. He hit the uninstall button, and he's been messaging me in a bit of a panic saying that it won't get reinstalled.
Yeah, Douglas, tell him to just chill out. Alice is in there, and he'll fix it.
Okay, that's what I told him. It's recorded. I said you're good, and yeah. So I appreciate you saying it out loud, man. Thank you, dude.
Bill, also, this is Sarah with the blue hair up in the top. I did follow you. You're going to have a hell of a time on Twitter because you're not a blue check and you're a new account. And so you've got numerous things stacked against you. But you'll be able to DM us directly as long as I'm following you and you're following me back, until your account has a few more names under the belt, as they say, a few more followers and some more consistent posts. You're definitely going to get nailed. So just so you're aware, it's to prevent the bots. So welcome and thank you for coming into class and learning 2 new things at once. Twitter and navigating that, and this is a big step. So just know that a lot of us are, silently doing a little happy dance for you because you know what? It's a lot to navigate, and just know it'll get better from here on out because it can't get much worse, right? So we're only going to go up from there, friend. So I am definitely following you so you can ask us any questions behind the scenes. Okay.
Thank y'all so much. I appreciate that. And I know he appreciates that too, because anytime you walk into something new, there's always this trepidation. Even though I'm there, like I'm not sitting beside him, but his brother is here, but you know how it goes. It's just a whole new group of people and he doesn't quite know how to handle it.
We got him. He's pocket
Thank y'all
family.
so
We're good
much.
to go.
Now, if you're on the live stream, guys, all I did to get here is I went to pages, which we're going to learn about. So if you're here, you first want to click middle link. Middle link gets you into WordPress. Then pages. After pages, add new. Then you're at this cool page where it's like use Divi Builder or no. And it's a broken record, but if you don't see what I see, you're doing the wrong thing. And you need to come up to speaker and say, I have no clue what you're doing. Please help. If you don't, believe it or not, I don't have telepathy powers. I know it's crazy, but I don't. So if you don't actually say anything, I think you're amazing. Rainbows and sunshine until you use your voice. So use your voice. Since you have one, use it.
That's you, Sharon. Go, 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 go.
I just want to know, do I have to create a WordPress account because it's asking Oh, okay,
No.
good, because it's saying my session has expired. Please log in. And I'm like, I don't have login. I don't have any credentials. So, okay.
All you got to do is go log into cPanel, hit applications, and you have a WordPress.
Okay. Yeah, it just
already.
popped out. I'm already there, but it just popped up out of nowhere, and I just wanted to know. So good. I'm good to go.
Sharon, it's not out of nowhere. It's out of actual reality where, like, we made it reality. It's not nowhere.
Yeah, I never hit the button to install it, so someone installed it for me. So thank you kindly, y'all.
Yes, well, everyone's getting installed. Every single human here is getting
But you know
installed.
what? It just threw me out. So I have to do it again. Maybe go and do it again. It just threw me out. I don't know why.
Yeah, security. That's why. Let me inform you.
Okay.
Security.
I'm back in. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, obviously you're back in. You have the password. So who's on my page? Who's like, where in the good Lord are you? Also, I'm gonna address another thing. Guys, y'all didn't pay. If you're waiting for an activation email, you're waiting forever. It's not happening. There's no receipt. If you want a receipt, go open Canva, make one, and save it. Because we're not giving you one. I'm sorry.
Ross, I keep they're throwing me out. I can't, every time I go on the second link and I'm guided to WordPress, it keeps throwing me out and tells me to enter username and password.
So I don't know where you are, but just hang out. Alicia will DM
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Screenshot, love.
Wait like 30 seconds and look at your DMs like
Yeah,
now.
share and screenshot where you are and what you are seeing, because that helps all of us.
Now, if you're at my screen, give me a like emoji that is anything. I don't care what it is. Just do an emoji if you see what I see. If you don't see what I see, I mean, do something. Do like a down at like hands down, fingers down. Do you see what I see?
You did tell folks that they had to press the use Divi builder, the purple button, correct?
Not yet. I didn't even click it yet.
Okay.
I just said, "Are you here?" If you're here, you can hit add page. But who's here?
Yes.
Put an emoji if you're here. Just an emoji, simple. Use your thumb. Oh, thank God. Vinod, like 5 Ross points, and they don't mean anything yet, but they will. Just know they will. Bill Hirsch, that is a down. You don't know what to do? Guess what? Douglas is helping you right now. Douglas, that's your cue.
There's no bueno. Bill, screenshot. If you have your phone, screenshot me and I'll see if I can figure out where you are. And then if I can't, I'm sending it to your brother. So we can
Send
get this done.
screenshots. Yeah, absolutely. Send screenshots.
We're going to go backwards, but we're going to go forwards first. So, really quick, sorry if this is too fast for you, but we're going back. So, first, we're going to hit add new. And then it's going to load. When it loads, you're going to hit use Divi. Why? Because you own Divi now. And if you need an actual key for Divi, when you move this website, you let us know. You hit use Divi Builder. Best part coming up. Look at this. Look at stream now. If you're not looking at stream, go to stream right now. Look at this. You're going to choose pre-made. Look at the options. Entire websites for you. 600 of them. Spend 5 minutes. Look at them. Find the one you want. And you're like, this is the one I want. Then you hit use layout. And there you go. You now get to use any of these themes. You are licensed. You have a license. They are commercial use and for use for your website. Honestly, this is a huge W for everyone in this room and a great asset if you're building a brand. You now have
the ability to build what you want to build in the style you want to build it, with 600 templates that attempt to do what you may want to do. Try doing this anywhere else. They want your card. All I want, guys, I want you to look at your phone with your thumb. All I want is your emojis. Give me your emojis. Share the space. That's all I want. I don't want your credit card. Keep it. I don't want it. I just want emojis. Lots of emojis. Lots
Dan,
of
how do you do
sharing.
that? How are you doing that?
I made a video and I'll put it in the chat bubble.
All
so I
right.
would love to share that.
I would love to see it, man, because I've never seen someone putting that many emojis out like that, man. That's wild.
All of the tricks come out in the middle of the night when people start getting tired, and then you start looking at the screen. You're like, are they actually doing that, or is it that I am that tired, or I'm going that wonky? Bill, did you check your DMs, love? Did you see that screen? Because that, I think, is where you're caught up right now, and if that's where you are, then I can help you from there to make sure that you're all caught up, honey. All right. So for everybody else, hi, Stephanie. I'm giving you a big hug. Man, I love you to the moon and back. You are such a joy, an absolute joy. For everybody that's here this evening, I know now when it gets real quiet like this, it's because you have 600 websites that you're looking at and you're going, ooh, I think I can do this. Ooh, I like this. Ooh, I like that. This is the prime moment where you actually have to sit down and marinate and look in the mirror and say, why am I here? What am I building? Dave Meir just went to bed, but he said wonderment. And he thought that was really awesome. And he's going to build a website highlighting everything that he's learning through here and all of us and our random, interesting stories. I want to preface some of this. This is a basic website, right? This is for people like me. I'm a noob, right? I don't make websites. I weld and build robots, right? So for me, this could be a hard exercise. This could be akin to like taking a pair of scissors and stabbing it in my eyes. However, because I like design and I love art and I like things that look pretty and the aesthetics of going to a website, I want each of you to think about curb appeal. And if you don't know what curb appeal means, it's the front door. It's where you invite people into your home. And you think about what homes look nice, right? And you think about the business that you're building or whatever it is you're building. This could be a personal site just as easily as a business site. But you're thinking about the curb appeal. What is it that you want to say when you yourself aren't speaking? That's ultimately what design and art is. It's a communication tool when there's no voice, there's no one else there, and it's conveying an idea, an emotion, an instant gratification in some cases. It could also incite someone to push a button and buy something too, right? So that's what you're thinking of. And when most people are quiet like this, it's because they're scrolling through. And if you're seeing the live screen, you're seeing all of these amazing sites. Sometimes you'll see something that looks exactly like what you want, straight out of the chute. You're not even going to think and marinate on it. You just want that. Other times you might look at something and it has the right format, it has the right setup, it has almost everything, but maybe something's a little off, right? Those are the kinds of things that you think about, and you write them on your list on your pad of paper, or maybe sometimes you just start flipping through them real quick. I'm not saying a Tinder date or a whatever app that they have the sliding and everything else, but you're going to kind of look through and think to yourself, if my ideal customer, my ideal client, would this make them smile? And that's ultimately the question of the day, because that's why we're here, is we're here to make our ideal customer, and that could be us ourselves, right? We don't know, but does it make them smile? And does it communicate the emotions and the sentiment that I would like it to convey? That's your questions, and that's your pretty much going to be your homework, I do believe. I don't know how much more Ross has for this evening, but I can tell you this. This is a big moment for all of you, because this is the hardest part of the evening, because ultimately, yes, we can all click buttons and follow the little cursor and do the thing. But at the end of the day, only you can complete the next piece of the puzzle. Only you can answer the questions that need to be answered from here on out. And so hopefully you're really digging deep and you're thinking to yourself, I have unlimited power. They just gave me like command of the universe. What universe are you going to build, and how are you going to affect the lives of other people and be relevant, right? So those are some things to marinate on. Ross, I think you're up and running. I see that you're scooting through a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know what else is on the plan for this evening, but jump in.
Yeah, so I'm basically going through the process of creating a page, which lets me choose a layout, which is 623 themes for you to choose. And the way I got to Divi, in case anyone's wondering, I will go all the way back. I didn't actually go to Divi. So the cool thing is, partnering with Divi allows us to partner deeply with WordPress, which means we don't actually go to Divi, Artie. We just go to pages, hit a new page, choose Divi, choose a theme. It's that easy. It's honestly crazy how easy it is. And with all the right tools, you guys can make full functioning websites that can rival the best websites on the planet. And not that I'm shilling the government, but did you guys know, fun fact, that whitehouse.gov runs on, wouldn't you guess, WordPress? And I think that's just a testament to what I'm teaching you all tonight. And I don't know if Josh Hellman wanted to say anything before we continue, or Cash or Mattia, but y'all are welcome. What you guys are doing is transformative. This is something that I've actually never seen done. And that's, for me, a rarity.
No, I am personally enjoying this beyond belief. I can't believe that there's been so many innovators in here so hungry to take their ideas to impact. I just love it. I'm all in on this. We have a couple hands up. Why don't we take those? And then I think one more agenda item, one or two, and then we'll let everybody have a beautiful Wednesday evening and get some sleep.
Yes, for
all
sure.
right. All right, let's do it. Let's go on over to Karis. Karis, the AI. We'll let you go on first. Any questions or comments for Ross?
Yeah, thank you is the biggest comment. I've made it through all the hoops and I'm very, very excited. And I picked the look, my initial look, because of Sarah.
That's awesome.
Because of
So
Sarah.
you're at where I
picked
am on the live stream?
Yeah. So I did all of that. I picked a pre-made layout in honor of Sarah. I picked the robotics one because it'll.
And if you are, then you're definitely in the right place. Because now we get to like copy paste a really cool design that we like.
Ooh.
And guess what? Everything is licensed. Everything is commercial use. Every single template you actually have a paid license to. And you could use it. And you can use it for your main website. And that's okay.
Karis, feel free to keep going. Yeah.
I do
any
have
thoughts?
one easy question. Is there anything besides cPanel that I should be bookmarking at this point?
No, cPanel is your gatekeeper. That will access your entire server and everything inside of it. That's all you need is just cPanel.
Fantastic. You guys are the best. Really, really appreciate all of the help and hoops and all the guys behind the scenes. I ate a snack while you guys just did wizardry behind the scenes. It was awesome. Thank you.
You bet, Karis. Thank you for coming up and sharing and being part of the experience. Week one. There's only one week one, and we're making it happen live. I love it. Sharon, we'll go over to you. Any questions or comments for Ross before we keep charging forward?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to know, can one also when you're working with these templates, can you change things? You know, for me, the past, I've always been kind of stuck and restricted with templates. So I'm just wondering if I don't know if it makes sense. Maybe I'll find something good, but if I could build something from scratch.
So here's the thing, Sharon. You are basically teleporting ahead to week 2.
Okay.
But we'll get there. But basically, whatever template you choose, you can completely change, not 50%, 100%. We're going to learn how to build custom pages from like designs from Canva. We're going to be able to do whatever we want. When you go to the bathroom tonight at some point and look in the mirror, just look in the mirror and be like, I am God of the internet. And just say that before you go to sleep. Because that's you. That's everyone. Y'all have your own slice of the pie. And by pie, let me be ultra crystal clear. Slice of the pie. The pie is the internet. And if you don't have your own slice, actually, what are you doing? Question mark. If you're on some other platform, taking a slice of a slice, just stop. Make your own pie. Let me be your guide to making your own pie and making your own slices. You don't need anybody. You just need the ability to build. If you can build, nobody can stop you. And that is actual real advice.
Sharon, did that answer your question? I mean, I love pie. That's all I got to say. But did that answer that for you?
Me too. I love pie. Yep, it answered. Thanks so much, Ross. Yes.
All right. I love it. We'll keep it rolling for some questions and keep moving. Let's see here. Dan, we'll go on over to you next, sir. Any questions or comments for Ross?
Yeah, well, Ross, you just went from Oprah to Willy Wonka, so amazing. You're doing quite the tour. I just wanted to make sure, just a very personal question on the back end for you. I think I'm good on my end. Does everything look good? Like if I were to,
Do you see what I see?
I think so. It says active, and I have like a little passcode and.
Yeah, but are you inside? And did you hit add new page?
That's what I'm trying to find. Like where?
So the way you get there is you start from here. So can you go to my live stream?
Yes.
Look at what I see. Do you see this?
Oh, that's what you mean. I'm like, do you see what I see? Okay.
Yeah. Do you see this?
Wait. It's small.
If you are on your phone, please go into your browser settings and click on desktop view. It will make
perfect.
things so much
I
easier.
love it. Love it. I am. Oh goodness, yes. Thank you.
Okay. So if you're here, what you have to do is highlight this. And you have to paste that into your browser with this password and this username. Not mine. No, don't do that. Your own. And then it will work.
Right. Okay. So that's the. Okay. I think I got it.
And Dan, tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern, we're gonna have like another space. Please come if you need help.
Yes.
Please.
That would be amazing. So okay. So I'm gonna keep poking around at this and try and make sure I have it.
And also, my DMs are manned by the team tonight, so DM us.
Rad, amazing.
For folks that don't realize it,
Lucia, you have a question, or is that fake hand?
I think Lucia
I don't
does
know
have
anymore.
a question. Can you hear me, Ross, or no?
Oh, I'm guessing that's a no, Sarah. I think that the.
Is that
I don't
real?
think you can hear Sarah, Ross. I think we're gonna have to make some drops.
I hear Sarah.
Oh, you could.
Wait, Sarah,
Let's
talk.
try.
Can you hear me, Ross?
I hear you.
Because
I don't
no,
hear
you don't.
Lucia. I don't hear Lucia if she's talking.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Lucia.
Do you have a real question, or is it fake?
No, I tried to get back on stage so I could ask a real question. I promise you that.
What's up? How can I help you?
I got a little lost, and I need help because
So are you where are you? So where are
I'm
you?
looking at like where it says Installatron, my
Where are you?
blogs, my blog, and I
Okay.
don't know how to get to
So
the.
can you just hit applications on the left, and do you see this on live stream right now?
Do I see that? That was from
What I
that was
see.
from earlier. Wait.
No, no. What I see is now. It's live.
Right. Make sure if she's on her phone and her desktop, there's a lag. So when you say, "Do you see this?" it'll be just a few seconds off.
Yeah, like
Oh.
like 10 seconds.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm on the spaces on my phone and the desktop on the live stream.
Girl, we
It's
got you.
okay.
Okay, so so I'm in an Installatron, and it says my blog. I just don't.
You don't need to do Lucia. You're like going back 4 steps. We went forward 4 steps. We did it for you. Just click applications. You should already have one already made.
Applications. I have a site. I do. But I don't.
Yeah, so click the middle button. There's 3 links. Click the middle one.
The WordPress admin.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you're there.
But
Boom.
now I'm
And now
now
you see my screen.
not yet.
Right?
I see. There it is. Okay. No, I don't see that. I see welcome to WordPress.
Look at live stream right now.
Yeah, okay, welcome to WordPress. Hold on. Maybe it's because my window or something.
You need to refresh your window, Lucia.
Okay. No, it wasn't even a refresh. It was that I didn't size it big enough. Because I'm doing everything on a
So you
laptop.
should look like what I look like. So
Okay.
everyone follow Lucia. Look at live stream now. Take your eyes, put them on the live stream. I don't care how you do it. Look at it right now. You're hitting add new page. Look at my screen. Look at it. Follow it.
And go to pages.
Yeah, see, Lucia sees the live stream. Be like Lucia. Watch the live stream.
Lucia, I also
Seriously.
DM'd you, so I had the step out photos so you can see where he is too, if it's lagging that much, because Twitter is just a holy nightmare right now.
Okay. So pages, add page, add new page. Why does it keep going to the login page?
That means you need to re-log in or click the middle link. It means you took so long.
Oh, okay.
You can't like take like 45 minutes and then click a button. It's gonna log you out.
No, I was like in 2 seconds. I was
No, I
there.
know. I'm just kidding. Literally, I think it's like 3 minutes before it logs you out.
Okay.
So you just want to head back to what I see on my live stream, hit the middle button, and then add pages, add new. That's it.
And folks, this
That's
is the
right.
point in the night where I give the public service announcement that you're looking at the screen and you're seeing Ross play with the screen because we have the live screen. And how many of you are actually trying to move your cursor over the window as he's doing his thing? Because this is what happens after a while. You are going to look at the screen because you've been flipping back and forth and you're looking at him doing it live. Yes, make sure that you're not putting your screen or your cursor and your mouse over the screen that he is actually showing you the live stream. This is one of the things that, believe it or not, is a common practice. So if it does happen to you, you have been inaugurated and initiated into what it means to be up this late and can't understand why the flip it won't work. It's could sometimes just be that you are trying to operate on the live stream. And yes, so are you there where you need to be, hon? Did you get cut off?
No.
So if you're where you need to be, you got to a new page, you hit the purple button that said Divi Builder, and you're at my live stream.
I'm not.
If you're not at my live stream, let me be the first to tell you, catchphrase, you've got a problem.
Well, it's not letting me
Come
do
up.
anything. It's like error. Like what's it doing? What it's doing is it's when I go to do a new page, it just sends me to the WordPress login, and I try to put the username and password in that you gave
Okay,
me.
do me a favor. We're gonna we're not gonna help you publicly.
Okay.
Lucia, shoot me a DM. There are people manning my DMs.
Screenshot
They're
it,
gonna help you
Lucia.
right now.
Yep.
Right now.
Okay.
They're gonna help you right this second. Just please DM them.
Okay.
It's always easier if you take a screenshot and then DM.
Johan, do you have a question or a comment that I can help? If it's too much for me to help you right now, you can do a DM, and my team is on the DMs. What's your question?
I'm probably one of those kids that Sarah probably knows very well. I was like this in school. I've gone far, far ahead because I'm just like that. And
Wait, how
I'm
far?
playing with the AI tool. Should I have done that?
Like, where did you go?
Well, I'm looking at all the different options for the pages to
She
create with
didn't pick the
Debbie.
middle choice. She picked the one off to the right, like the good kid. And she's playing with the AI.
Okay. You could tell what student I was, Sarah, right? Probably why I have my own company, but that's not the point. I just wanted to, ask the teacher really nicely, should I have done that? I haven't played completely. I started typing. I said, oh, maybe I should ask. I'm trying to be good.
So what is your question?
Okay, so I see the Insta layouts options. There are 3 options, and I'm just like, hey, I see AI, the world of tech. Don't laugh at me, guys.
You are our people. This is what Dave did.
Yes. I'm gonna say one thing to that, Johan. We are partnered with Divi to give you everything they have to offer. The only thing we do not give you is access to their AI. Feel free to click that button and pay whatever dollars it tells you to pay, and you're good. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I would hit browse layouts, and there's over 600 layouts for you to choose. The AI thing, you would have to go through our partners. That's something we're not giving you all for free. That's something Divi offers paid. It's in addition to paying $300 for access to 600 templates. You are allowed to purchase that if you so would like to. But I would not recommend hitting the AI button. I don't think you need to. I think 600 layouts is enough. So that's my thing there. And Johan, you, even though you don't even know what they mean, and you probably are like, I just don't care, and it's fine. But you get like 20 Ross points, and it's been just 5 and 10, but you get 20 because you went further, and I think you're awesome for taking this seriously because you are a representation of what everyone in this room. If your face is here, you should be taking this seriously. I've never seen this done in a social media public platform ever in the history of forever. And Josh Hellman, Cash Money, Kevin Mattia, y'all are making history. I've never seen this done. Y'all, you crashed our servers. You actually ruined them. You were like, let me ruin the servers. And then the servers were like, I'm gonna
Dave
die.
said he was going to break it,
Because-
remember? Dave told you before he got in there, I'm breaking
Yeah.
this. And it broke.
And you know what's crazy? Do what you want. You're not gonna break it. You'll maybe put it down for 10 minutes, but you won't break it. We are experts in what we do. And we brought it back up, and all your data was secure and still is. So just understand how cool of an opportunity this is. And without Josh Hellman, Cash Money, and Mattia, this actually would not even be happening. So, yeah. I hope you all are at my screen because now we're going to do the last part of the segments, which is choosing a template and making a page. And then we'll see you all next Wednesday. And we're going to continue making custom pages. Lucia, we see your DM. We're going to be talking to you. So check your DMs actively. Don't pay attention to the live stream. Pay attention to Lucia DMs. If you're at my screen, give me an emoji. I need to see at least one. Douglas shared a photo with me. If you see build with AI, I wouldn't click it. It says you can generate 10 for free, but we know what that snake oil is going to end up as because you'll do 10 in like 2 seconds. So just don't hit it. You don't need AI. If you need AI, don't pay Divi $20 on recording. It's just not worth it. Divi, love you, but no. Get AI Tutor. It's so much better and so much more worth it, and the same price. So I would just get AI Tutor. And I'm obviously not using the space to shill our products, but don't pay for anything. I had 2 people purchase cPanel. Don't do that. There's nothing you have to purchase here today in our spaces. Everything that you need is already given to you. You don't need to put your credit card anywhere. Just keep it in your wallet. For the recording.
Ross, I got a question for you. And I know this is not you're not going to want to hear it. There are a number of people here. I'm counting now 4. And you know who you are, who are like, I don't want to choose one yet. I haven't looked through all 600.
No, you have to choose one now.
You're
You
awful.
have no choice. If you don't choose one now, it's not activated. If you're that person, don't be that person. Choose one right now. You could spend the next 7 days figuring out a new template for a new page. Just hit add new page, but choose one now. Don't limit yourself from not moving to the last segment because you have choice paralysis. Stephanie, I see your emojis. I'm targeting you because of emojis. So don't worry, it's nothing personal. Stephanie, choose a template. Choose it now.
Oh, wait,
Like
we
right
have to
now.
pick
Like
one
5, 4, 3,
now?
2, 1.
Ross,
Now.
are you trying to kill
5,
somebody?
4, 3. Lucia, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Lucia, go. Pick one. If you can't pick it, they're gonna help you. We'll help you. But yes, pick one now. Lucia, after this space is over, we'll be in DMs. You will be able to pick one. Don't worry. But Larry,
I'm lost.
Larry even tells you, guys, Larry tells you to pick one now. Larry's the dog who barked. Yes, I know, Larry. So pick one now. You're not set in stone. It's just one page. You can actually just delete it. You can make 100. Right, Larry? I know. But just pick a page. Get to the final step. Get to the finish line. Make the proverbial metaphorical confetti happen. Do the happy dance. Get to the end. And we'll see you next week. And like we're gonna do more. And make like more pages together. But please make a choice. Don't be stuck in choice paralysis. Sharon, don't put your hand down. That's rude. What's your question? Sharon, question?
Can you hear me? No, huh?
Yes, I hear
Okay,
you.
cool. I just want to know because I'm outside with the dogs. It doesn't matter. I'll just watch it.
Yeah, you can watch it. You're good.
Okay. Yep.
So, guys, on the live stream, I chose a cool website. I'm going to choose it. I want this actual homepage, like right now. I'm going to hit use this layout. Use this layout means I take it and I make it my own. So it's going to say, should I import? I'm going to say, obviously. And now it's going to create that website for us live. And you can see it on the live stream right now. And we're going to end soon in the next 15 minutes, actually. And if you still have questions, go sleep. I'll see you at 11 a.m. 11 to 12. If you can't be there, I'm sorry. Listen to the recording. And with my famous catchphrase, apparently, it's a you problem. So I'll see you tomorrow. And I'll help you if you want help. If you don't want help, I won't see you tomorrow. I'll see you next Wednesday. Just please don't come next Wednesday and say I need to be activated. That's not actually going to happen. So I hope everyone that is here is activated and they have active subscription to TSI hosting. And if you don't, you really need to come up like now because you actually have a real issue that needs to be addressed like now. But other than that, let's wait for my page to sync. So I'll see you in like a minute. It's gonna, finish. It takes like a minute. If you have questions, please ask them now. All you're doing is clicking a layout and hitting use this layout. That's it.
I did it. I'm there.
Just to let everybody know also, Binks Pierre is not an imposter. He is me.
Well, fair enough. Starboss, I see you got a hand up. Any questions you got for Ross? Fire away. And Starboss, that mic is still muted. Maybe a double tap happened there.
Alice, can you hear me, love? Starboss.
I can
There
hear
you go,
you. I
sweetie.
can hear you,
Yeah, you
Sarah.
can't hear Josh.
Yeah, I couldn't
Yeah,
hear. No, I
that's
couldn't.
okay. Go ahead and
Yeah.
ask your question of Ross while we have it on the recording. What did you need to say?
Okay. So if I selected the template and it downloaded, and then it says like
Yes,
my
I'm here if you have any questions, guys. This is your time.
All right.
Oh,
Guess
okay,
what you get
Starbucks.
to do,
That's it.
Starboss? You get to take
A
a
lap.
lap, friend.
It's a lap.
Because
Cash
Ross
Money
can't
Kev.
hear you
He's
either, honey.
ran miles tonight, Sarah. He's done more laps than he knows what to do with.
I have never in my life, I don't know if you can hear me, I have exited out of this space 15 times this evening, and I've had to run a lap every single time because we've had a gentleman gentleman in the audience keeps calling, and every time he called, he would nix me out of the site. So it's been one of those evenings. So Starboss, please check your mic. Can you hear Josh Hellman and Ross?
Okay, I can hear you, Sarah.
All right, let's try it out. Starboss, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Okay, we're there. Okay, good.
All right, we're on it. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for sending me for a
Okay,
lap.
so if you're looking at live right now, I have chosen a cool template about, I guess, trees. And it's about a tree farm. And you can see, like, it's basically ready to go. All I have to do is hit publish. If I hit this button, I now take this website and make it my own. But even after I hit publish, I can still go here, right? Now, this is not today's assignment, guys. Don't freak out. But this is what we're going to do next time we meet. Are you seeing my screen right now? Who's seeing my screen? Can I get an emoji if you see my screen? I would love that. Can you do that? Just like any emoji. It could be a bad emoji. I don't care. Are you ready? Watch this.
I like your template better than the one I got stuck with because you made me like rage pick one, and now
Yeah, but that's
I
okay.
have
You can do
infinite
more and you
regret.
can do more.
I have infinite regret.
No,
I want to steal
you
yours.
don't have to. You can just hit add new and make a new one. But guys, look at what I just said. I said hello everybody. And then I'm gonna save it, guys. Check this out. This is crazy. I'm gonna save it. Right? And then I'm gonna go to my dashboard, right? And then I'm gonna go to appearance. And we're gonna cover this next week. Not now. I'm just gonna show you. So you can see. I'm gonna make sure that my homepage is set to my new page. You see this? And I'll take any questions after. I just want to show you this one thing. It's really important. Now I said it. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm impersonating Alisher, and he's here in person, so he's cool. He doesn't care. And okay, this is gonna be the fun part. How am I gonna send it to you? Because I'm on like 3 different machines. Okay. So Sharon, you're a speaker, right?
Yes, I am.
Alright, I'm gonna send you a link. Can you please put it in the nest?
Yeah, I can.
Because I'm on a guys, I had to come in on AI Tutor tonight to make this possible. Because Josh Hellman was like, "Can you do the impossible?" I was like, "What?" Like, I need time. And then I was like, "Wait, no, I don't. I'm me. I need like 5 minutes. Hold on." So we're here on 2 different Twitter accounts to make this like the coolest live social stream I've ever seen. We are streaming everywhere. Josh Hellman's basically, it's like live stream combined with spaces. It's pretty wild on his website. It's really cool. And so I just sent Sharon something. Hopefully she gets it. Did you get it, Sharon? I want you
I
guys to
just
see
got
my
it.
link.
Yeah, I just got it. You want me to pin it to the top or in the comments?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay,
So
cool.
if you guys
Yep.
click this link, it doesn't say about trees. It says hello everyone. What that means is not only is this real, it's real in every sense of the word. Like I am live to the entire world right now. And you don't have to be jealous. You could be me. You just gotta make a page. You gotta hit save. And then you gotta figure out how to make it the front page. And if you have AI Tutor, you could do that. If you have internet, you can do that. If you have time, you can do that. And if you have no time and you can't do that, well, I'll see you tomorrow. Grab your coffee. But we're just getting started. Congratulations to all of you for getting approved and getting a live website that actually exists.
So I think we have a question from Johan. And Johan, when you said, was Ross trying to get somebody killed? I think you have friendly fire on Sarah over here with instant regret from from the theme she chose. Johan, any questions that you have, we'd love to hear from you.
Thanks, Josh. You guys, I feel like this is a running joke at this point. I'm just that naughty school kid. Ross, guys, I'm a little headed. Okay, can I move on if I know how to use WordPress? I'm just
Johan,
questioning.
you can go as fast
All
as
right,
you can
great, because I'm
possibly
just sitting there
go.
like I don't need all this information. I bloody well know how to use this tool.
Johan, did you ever watch
Johan,
the cartoon The Impossibles?
listen.
If you've ever watched The Impossibles, they're like, "Can I go as fast as I can?" And they whisper in your, "As fast as I can." And he's like, "As fast as you can." Yes, nothing holds
This
you
is
back.
how old age gets you because I start asking questions, right? But because when I was young, I didn't ask, just did it, just ran like beep beep and got in trouble a lot. So I'm trying to ask, but thank you for the reassurance. I'm gonna be doing that.
Yeah, Johan, you can go as fast as you can possibly move. I hope you come back to Wednesday and you're not just like moving like the Flash and you don't come back. Come back. Tell us how awesome you are. Tell us what you learned. Tell us what you do. We have some cool stuff to show you, and we still haven't given you all your cool stuff in what Sarah calls your digital backpack. It's about to get full. You might need a bigger backpack. So please come back. But yeah, Johan, go as fast as you can possibly move. Literally, you are approved and you have everything you need to, as Sarah says, go on to greatness.
Is that room already scheduled so I can like put that in my calendar? Otherwise, I will forget. I know me.
Josh Hellman is in charge of that, and I know he's gonna schedule it like immediately.
Yeah, Johan, we'll kick you over a DM. Our team will make sure that's on your calendar 100%. We'll get you that link. Thank you so much for being here this evening. It's been wonderful to have you on stage, without a doubt. I think we're coming up somewhere near a close, right? We're on 4 hours and 38 minutes of the first week.
Yes.
So
yes.
I just wanted to be sure that everybody knows we're teeing up that direction. Ross, any more thoughts? I know that we might have a couple more minutes, and then we'll do closing notes, and then we'll send people off to bed. People will still be laying there.
Yeah,
They'll be
so-
awake with their eyes closed, type of thing. They're just thinking about all the things they had learned.
in the nest is where I think you should be at this point. If that's not you, you may need to go back and review this entire recording, start to finish. If you don't have a website link that showcases a link at all, like even if it's not your homepage, because that we did not cover, but the page that you're on, if you hit save and you hit the view link, that should be a page. And if it's not, you're okay. Don't freak out. We'll see you on tomorrow. And we'll rehash all the little confusing little pieces. And then we'll see you Wednesday. And we're going to do not this. Definitely not this. We're building pages Wednesday. So if you're not at a point where you understand everything from today, between now and Wednesday, you have homework. 1, rewatch everything, beginning to end. Don't not show up tomorrow and then hit us up in 4 days. We're going to look and make sure you showed up tomorrow. Guys, everyone's adults. Y'all are not 12-year-olds. We're not going to go slow because 6 people can't succeed. 6 people need to reach out and show up tomorrow. if that's you. You need to show up. And if you can't, you need to reach out and someone will help you. But you need to take the initiative. If you don't already know, let me be the 100th person to tell you what you've been given here is not your traditional spaces situation. This is different. So I need you to put your time. It's a tango. We're putting our time, you put your time. That's how this works. And Josh, Cash, Mattia, y'all are awesome. Thanks for creating this cool space. I think this is one of the coolest spaces on the actual internet, and there are thousands of people that agree with me. So I hope everyone found value in today's session. And if you don't show up tomorrow, I mean, it's not my problem, you know? I won't even say it. You already know. Show up. If you don't show up, I don't know what else I can do. I'm creating this environment. We're carving out the time. Show up. That's all you have to do is show up. And if you don't need help, then you get a day off, and I'll see you Wednesday. If you do need help, I hope to see you tomorrow. Those are definitely my closing notes.
Well, fair enough. You may have one more question from Star Boss. I will say, I'm speaking on behalf of Cash Money Mattia myself.
Of course.
We have so much love for you guys. What we've done tonight, and even in the last build course, it blows all of our minds as well. And to see it come to life in this way, impact people in this way, to me, I'm going to have to sleep on this and wake up and watch it again. And this has been spectacular. We'll go ahead and get the last note here from Star Boss. And then anybody who wants to give closing thoughts, we'll do that as well. I'll do a closing kind of exit, couple notes to give to everybody. We do have some more events happening this week and this weekend. So we'll talk about that before we go. But Star Boss will give you the mic for now. Any questions or comments you got for Ross? Mike is all yours.
Hey, thank you. One last question. I picked the layout, and am I going save or publish before I close it down for tonight?
She didn't finish her sentence, but Star Boss, if you're on my screen on the live stream, when you hit the button and you choose your layout, so when it loads, I'm just going to choose the layout. I would choose the one I want. So let's say I want this one. I would hit use this layout. That's it. And then you're good.
Okay, so am I saving the draft or am I going to publish at that point?
You are hitting the publish button.
Sweet, thank you.
I love it.
Yeah, you are exactly where we need to be for Wednesday. So honestly, congratulations. Amazing job. All the emoji claps in the world for you, because of course I can't read minds. And if you tell me you did it too, I will give you emoji claps. But good job.
Star Boss, well done. Well done to be right on cue. We're ending up the session, and you've just been an exemplar student pretty much the whole time. So I know you're a good friend of Sarah's, and I just wanted you to know you're always welcome in here. Come up on stage. We have 5 more weeks of this, so we are just getting started in this micro series, but in the macro idea of all the series, transformation of ideas to impact, we are just getting started. We are absolutely just getting started. This has been very cool to me, guys. One thing that I just have come to love beyond belief is that if we're going to transform any of our ideas to impact, we also have to transform ourselves. And meeting people like Ross allows us to learn new skills that can help us do just that. I think it's the pinnacle of the human experience is to picture something in your mind and hold it in your hands, right? To feel it in your heart. And I just wanted to point out that without each and every one of you who show up, Sarah, Ross, Nick, Alisher, Brad, Shannon, Sharon, Johan, this is not possible. What we do here is not possible. So I love that this is happening. I love that, TSI has led us to this point. Sarah, bless you for all the time that you put in. It's 11:45 for you, goodness sakes. But all of us, we need to grow. We need to learn new things. That comes with a very real transformation internally that we can externalize in the form of incredible ideas that impact other people. So continue to learn. If you felt like you were stuck a little bit today, you weren't the only one. Reach out to another person. You're in a class full of innovators. These are people who are going to persevere when it gets hard. So guys, I really love what we're doing here. I want to give anybody an opportunity, put a hand up, any closing notes. We'll force them out of Cash Money and Mattia. Sarah, I know it's getting late for you. Are there any thoughts that you want to share with a tank full of people who spent the last 4 hours and 45 minutes fighting to learn and take some idea, maybe a personal website, maybe some vision of a business, and now they're trying to learn how they bring that further and further to reality, or closer and closer, so to say. Sarah, mic is yours.
I'm just going to say, do not judge me by what I click and publish on. No, I'm just kidding. I am so proud of each and every person that made it through to this far. There were a lot of folks that needed to go to bed and have class the next day. Some kids are having final exams this week. How incredible it is that we can all gather. We all have different experiences. We all have different backgrounds. We all have different talents and skills, interests, etc. But yet here we are sharing the same spot on the timeline of history, the same, time, tools, ideas, and all of the variations that came out of this evening. It's just really, really profound, I think. It's very humbling also to be able to work side by side with such wonderful, wonderful people. Um, Sometimes we forget online. You look at the PFPs or your avatars and you forget, hey, there's a real person behind there. There's an actual person that has a hope and a dream and an aspiration that's here trying to change their stars. And I think that is such a fantastic thing when you think about the lives that are going to be changed by having the skill. How many resumes are going to be changed because they have the skill? How many businesses are going to be, brought into fruition because you have the skill? I'm just proud that each and every one of you went ahead and hacked your own education this evening. It's been a privilege and an honor to play wingman, to do laps, numerous laps. I wish that Ross's cookies actually counted and that the laps that I ran this evening could have actually added up, because heaven to bids, I don't know how many folks had to do the same thing. God bless Elon and the Twitter minions. But each and every one of you, you guys go on to greatness. Sleep well tonight. Get some rest. Think about it. Tomorrow morning, we always have the post-mortem. So if you got lost in the weeds, or maybe you have infinite regret like I do and just want to change your theme, because I am legit going to have issues with this evening. You know what? Tomorrow morning is bright and early. Just if you have any questions, comments, concerns, we're all here for you. This is something that we love doing. There's something very profound and special about building up others first, because you know what? In the process,
Hello.
Hi, how are you? I'm Ross.
And I'm Alisher.
And we are
Tech in Schools Initiative,
a nonprofit organization that aims to empower developers and students and learners of all ages by creating state-of-the-art curriculum and web-based free companion apps.
And over the past 5 years, we've built our own online infrastructure with over 70 apps, including web builders, design tools, app generators, and much more, taking several businesses online, including our fellow education companies, growing from just a few classes in 2017 to thousands of students now going into 2023. And we have been through the trials and tribulations of scaling and expanding online infrastructure. So whether you're just starting out or about to grow into the giant company that you're meant to be, we can help you understand what steps you need to take. Now, starting a business can be scary enough, and certain questions will make you feel uncertain. For example, can my server handle it? What am I going to do with this domain? How can I connect everything together using my VM? Now, in this presentation, we're going to go through the process, being more hands-on with it, just having control, using the right open source tools and building on top of them. And what we really pinpointed that makes the cloud scary in general for everybody is the learning curve. At every step of the way, you'll be hit with learning new concepts, learning new ideas. So we've narrowed it down to 3 main categories. Number 1 is you want to choose the right hosting, something that will grow with you as you're expanding. Number 2, you want to gain more control, end to end, being able to see how your apps perform, how your hosting is doing, what kind of load it's taking. And number 3 is being able to create your own tools to empower your organization and really customize your own software. So let's go over one of the most essential aspects of starting an online business, hosting.
Hosting can and will be the hardest and most overlooked component of software development, at least for my team it was. And if you make the wrong choice, it will cost you more than just your hard-earned money. It will be vital to the success and growth of your business venture. We learned this the hard way, but with good backups and rapid recovery and an all hands-on deck approach, we were able to bounce back pretty quickly from a cyber threat that had wiped out over half of TSI apps and our main infrastructures. Without good hosting, I'm not able to create the high-performing apps and scale them to thousands of students within the TSI network. I will definitely not make that mistake again. And let me explain to you how you can identify these hosting platforms and what you can avoid. Big known brands such as GoDaddy, HostGator, DreamHost, and so many others, they all share one thing. Their hosting is shared. And that means all the users are using the same server, and their tools like website builders, for example, don't let you modify and or download your code. And that's not good because let's say something goes wrong and you need to move servers, you actually no longer have a website. And high fees are my biggest problem. So there are high fees for everything, but mainly there's high fees for things that are actually free. So things like Let's Encrypt and SSLs right in cPanel and WHM, that's all free to set up. And these companies will charge you $100 a year per domain. What happens if you have 5,000 domains? It becomes insanely costly. And horrible UI just further mystifies the consumer to how the server works and what they actually could do. But hey, at least there's 24/7 phone support, which might I add is absolutely useless because they can't help you with anything. All they can do is check what credit card you have on file. And then you have GCP, AWS, Azure, and the big players in the game that run things like Netflix. And they offer great services, but it comes with caveats. This concept is a personal struggle I faced as the owner of TSI. Each service is separated, which is great and compartmentalized, but it comes with high costs for basic things like shell access, which should be free. So why is there a service $100 a month just to access the server shell? And as powerful as these systems are, they come with risks. Because tickets that you create with support can have up to 20 representatives assigned to them at any given time, problems can take from 30 to 60 days to actually get resolved, even major outage problems. And hidden services can be the downfall of a server admin. Hackers were able to get into the management of our big hosting provider, not our code. And for us, we have 100% uptime is offline would not work. And then you have out the happy middle is what we call it. DigitalOcean allowed us to scale without the fear of obscure, unclear costs. Building without limits of hidden services and limitations is what we were missing in our infrastructure stack. And deployment is so fast and easy. Sometimes when I build things, I'll build 3 to 5 droplets at a time with different configurations until I'm happy with the proper configuration that I chose. And DigitalOcean's amazing backend UI is what we needed. It's as if the people at DO creating this dashboard actually like their customers, which we at TSI truly appreciate. And end-to-end control, being limitless, is what we love. And Alisher is going to tell you more about that.
So your smaller brands like GoDaddy, HostGator, DreamHost, they will make you feel like they're on their side. They heavily market themselves as the mom and pop shop of the hosting providers. However, things slowly start to unravel as you dig deeper and you actually start using them. So smaller providers like GoDaddy, they'll force you to request changes to the server. For example, if you want new versions, that's something you'll need to request and potentially even pay more for. And then there's an issue of trust. Representatives are able to access every aspect of your account, and without your knowledge, can even shut down and move your content. And in general, you're going to face a lot of limitations with shared hosting, whether it's a domain, the number of subdomains you're allowed to create, or just the SSL that they charge you astronomical amounts for. Now, the big names are not much better